welcome to the LCS and the LCS waiting room, where we are currently waiting for Kobe. Because Kobe's supposed to be joining us here on these hallowed waiting room sets. I believe he's sprinting around the arena now, searching for a pride pin so that he can celebrate along with us.
Fun enough, we have one for him, but the person...
There's a pride pin sitting here waiting for him.
Handing them out, the person giving them out, and him have just been in circles, orbiting each other.
Pretty phenomenal. So we're going to dive straight in because we have a heck of a lot to cover today, a lot of stuff that I wanted to kind of work through, and we'll just involve Kobe when he gets here. Starting things off with reflecting on week one, we're going to use none other than I Will Dominate's power rankings after week one of the LCS with TLEG, and then from me, while from a record perspective makes perfect sense, that CLG's in number 3. I'm a little surprised that people are quick to also power rank them that high.
So I had also done like a blind power ranking in the sense that you're trying to forget the history. And I think if you do that, this is very justifiable because they were incredible. Yeah, you can just run right in front of the camera.
Yeah, just do that, Kobe. Nice camera sense. Hey, welcome back, buddy. Did you get your pin?
Thank you.
Right there. You just missed it.
Okay.
We found it.
I was like, where's Caitlin?
We finally did.
Oh, look, they can do the lower third now.
Yeah,
you're here.
beautiful. Well, while Kobe fastens on his pride pin to celebrate Pride Month, Mark, I'm going to return to you on the power ranking.
Yeah, I think power ranking shouldn't be like projecting forward because, yeah, you don't know, strength of schedule might have mattered. Maybe this team just was really hot for a weekend. But I think just looking at the Rift performance from CLG last split, their drafts, their play, it would be hard to not put them in the top 3.
Honestly, I'm surprised Baron isn't higher, you know? I'm used to Baron inting teams, you know? Like, maybe bump that up a bit, you know?
Yeah,
No,
incredible. With that, though, now let's just flip over to the actual standings of the league following that first week of play. You've got CLG, Team Liquid Honda, and EG all at the top. Dig and Cloud9 still winless, but that will bring us, I think, straight to our schedule for the day, where we are going to see those 2 winless teams go up against each other in the first game of the day. Somebody's picking up a win. We also have, of course, the bot lane for Cloud9 slotting in. Following that will be 100 Thieves versus Golden Guardians, TSM versus Team Liquid Honda, EG versus Immortals, and FlyQuest versus CLG to close out the day. Moving right along, though, we're going to start pulling from social and start talking about a number of these teams. Team Liquid Honda, they had 6, I didn't know this stat, at least during the week as the games were breaking down, but Team Liquid, courtesy of Dot Esports, had only 6 total deaths through the entire opening weekend of the LCS. 3 games, 6 deaths.
They also, Mark was just looking this up.
You take my stat?
I was going to set you up, Mark.
He credited you.
The fastest team in the world right now for average game time.
Yeah.
So, you know, in their interviews, you know, Core JJ talked about it. I think Whippo touched on it as well, how they want to play aggressive. They want to play through the bottom lane, and it's really showing up in their style.
Should add a little asterisk, top 4 teams, but the other teams that are close to them, top 4 regions, excuse me, yeah, top 4 regions. But the other teams that are close to them are like WE, who's like 1-6. So their game time is good because they're just losing.
Because they're getting
stomped.
We're done here.
Yeah. So
wait, but you haven't done anything.
Also, one of those 6 deaths, none of them belong to Bjergsen. Which is another good point. That someone is
okay, so 6
seated.
deaths between 4 people.
Yeah, 6 deaths between 4.
Oh, yeah, two people about to get kicked off that team. No, just kidding. Team Liquid, what a hot start it has been for that team. I think really that's what this comes down to, is it's just reflecting on what an incredible start to the split that Team Liquid has had. And I think that's where we pull in what Kobe said there, Emily, around some of the commentary the team has had around honing in on their identity and their way to play very early on.
Yeah, I thought it was really cool that we spent so much time talking about, like, maybe going with this, every single person can carry is a little bit too scattered from spring, and to hear the team actually come out and say, like, nope, we're going to play more through bot. This is a much better, like, basic style for us to have, and then we can expand on that. It was really cool to hear from them, and then also just them being a more aggressive team overall.
Yeah, I like that. Everyone can carry, but should they?
Questions everyone at home should be asking themselves. From there, we jump to CLG again. What a surprise it was, I think, for many, based on historical performance, that they are starting with a 3-0 or in 3-0 fashion. But it's also been, for me, so cool to see how quickly people have galvanized around the success that CLG has had. And because, Kobe, in part, I think of the way that they're doing it. It's not just do the stock standard and come away with 3 victories. They have a different approach, and it's netting positive results. That makes people feel good and want to get behind them.
Yeah, I mean, I overrated CLG last split. I thought I was going to overrate them coming into this one, too. But I got right, baby. Big Dokes in the top lane. He is not shying away from carry top laners. And we just talked about how Team Liquid finding so much success playing aggressively, playing fast. CLG also playing with very high damage compositions. When you have 4 carries like that, you get moments like the Golden Guardians game where Golden Guardians don't have vision on Baron for like 2 seconds. All that damage, Baron is gone. Guess what? Baron didn't get durability update. Everybody else did, but Baron still burns.
That explains why Baron's only
low
10th
power
on the
ranking.
power ranking. He didn't get touched by the durability update.
I think CLG have a really interesting read on the meta that people are now starting to pay attention to, right? Given the strength of Senna, you can either pick Seraphine into her, or you can just pick them together so you don't get counterpicked. And I think the other thing is we're still waiting, I guess,
For the
because
other shoe to drop?
the third game.
Sorry, I thought that's where she was going. I really did.
The third, it is kind of that. The third game where they weren't able to lock that in was a lot messier. So I do think that they're a better team, and I really love their coordination and their approach to the meta. But in terms of whether they'll continue to be undefeated, I think is still going to be up in the air.
I also just like the trash talk that the team's doing. It's not just on the Rift, good play, good drafts and all that, but one, obviously Dokla's interviews are incredible. But then
Amazing.
the mic jack came out, and in it, Palafox was like, 10th place team, by the way. And like, I was like, oh, I didn't do that, did I? I didn't rate them 10th.
You put them 10th?
Yeah, they're blaming me. And so it was really funny just seeing the team, like, they have a chip on their shoulder, you know, they knew what the expectations were coming in.
Mark put TSM higher than CLG.
I had them 5th. That's why Mark had them delete the dive power ranking Twitter.
Whoa!
That was you.
I'm pretty sure.
Are you flexing behind the scenes muscle to get evidence removed?
No.
That was a joke.
I am happy to be wrong. I did not delete anything.
a
I've been
joke.
memeing myself the whole time.
I did want to touch on the Senna point, though,
Okay.
or the Seraphine combined with Senna point, because Seraphine got a big buff on live patch, too. So people watching at home, they're already having success pre-buff to Seraphine, and they just increase the CC duration. So get on it.
Yeah, it's been a terror in my solo queue games. All right, from there, we're jumping over to EG. Continuing our conversation a little bit about the MSI hangover and just reminding folks that Evil Geniuses doesn't show any signs, at least, again, from a record
They're
perspective.
still young, James. They don't get hangovers.
That's true. It's them young guns who are making it work. But yeah, I think there is still a conversation generally around how we feel about Evil Geniuses' performance so far, because yes, they've gotten the wins, not necessarily in the most convincing fashion. I'll read this out real quick. EG spent a lot of time discussing how to prep for summer since the LCS finals. The entire team knew the plan, and each player was able to resume training after MSI as they felt most comfortable doing. Good prep can reduce issues with anticipated stressors. Good start, more to do. That comes from Jordan Tsai, Dr. Respawn.
Very helpful fellow, by the way.
Amazing. He's worked with me on different physical therapy aspects as well. I know he works with a number of our teams, including EG. But just kind of a cool little peek behind the curtain on EG's approach to the very short offseason that they had to make sure that they could come in and still find success.
Yeah, and I mean, the big thing for me is still EG's team fighting, right? They were able to lock in compositions they seem comfortable playing. We did the whole Danny's Ezreal versus everyone else's Ezreal and like his damage per minute. I still think their overall strength was team fighting, even when they didn't look like necessarily the strongest team, like we've been talking about with TL.
I did also like, because their team fighting is so good that you're like, well, all right, that's in the bag. And the improvements that they retained from MSI, like, well, apart from the first blood where he dives Ahri under the tower.
Which was still a good look, right?
If he had the auto off, would have been
it should have just been a solo kill.
But the other thing they brought from MSI, it felt like to me, was directing some of this mid-game macro, where they're the ones actually making the decisions, and they start Rift Trail, Danny pulls off, so they're not going to be available for a cross-map play. Some of these things really look like direct, learnings from MSI as well.
And I was talking to Vulcan a lot on Monday, and he was just like, oh, this is good that we have a 3-0 start. People are worried, are we burning out because we're still doing well? And it's actually, no, if you do well early, you can take more time off or go easier later on in the split. So if you can be going...
So the hangover is going to be delayed later, where they
No.
I don't know about you, but that's how my hangovers work. Usually 3 p.m. 3 p.m. is when I get hit.
I think his point was, if they're 5-0 at the end of this weekend, they can take a bit of time and maybe put some academy players in and get some experience for them. Like, it just gives you a buffer to make smarter decisions with that kind of prep stuff that, Dr. Respawn's talking about.
Yeah, by all accounts, an amazing way to kick off the summer split following an international endeavor, for lack of a better word. That's all that happened in week 1. Now, as we enter week 2, we're continuing to celebrate Pride. And we spoke with Biofrost on his experience publicly celebrating his identity while being a part of the league community. Check it out.
In my post, I mentioned that my story is not unique. There's a lot of people like me that experience a lot of discrimination in school, in work, and especially in gaming because of the culture around it. And a lot of times people just actually don't even think of what they're saying. And a lot of times they actually don't mean it. It's just part of the culture to say words or have like a fraternized bro-like culture in gaming. So it's more so like I think a knowledge thing and awareness problem that I think is pretty easily fixable.
Cool to hear, and one thing that kind of came in the rough cut before that was how like overwhelmed he was at the initial response to his post. And it was really cool to see because like I'm pansexual, I've never done like a post like that, but it was awesome to see how much support he had, and I know he himself was really taken aback at how many people were reaching out to him afterwards. And I think he has a very measured response in terms of like, I'm really glad that I got this support, and then additionally, there's still work to do, but it's not as maybe bad or like nasty as people think.
Yeah, I think it's still there is like the point that people need to get more comfortable with is like in the Reddit thread reaction when this post came out from him, everyone was like, oh, this is so great, you know, like no more problems. And that's obviously not the case. I think there's a lot of positivity from community figures and publicly, but when you get in games or when you're in the DMs, things can still be terrible. And I think people like Biofrost, you know, coming out and things like that just shows more acceptance and forward thinking, like it's okay, you know, there's people who can come out and do that, and I think that's really important.
Yeah, especially with such a, you know, public figure, a pro player, you know, someone with a big reach like that, I think it definitely helps.
Yeah, ultimately that's it for me, right? I mean, representation matters. And as Bio said, I mean, his story isn't unique, right? But for him to be able to put his story out into the world to allow other people to understand that, I think is kind of the most important thing. And so we will obviously continue to celebrate Pride. We have been celebrating Pride all month long, both in-game and out-of-game. I spent this morning out in the tailgate today, which is all Pride themed.
I thought they had ice cream.
I didn't get any ice cream.
I wanted to get
I was rushing around, but now that I know they have ice cream, I'm going to be...
Someone get a PA out there with some ice cream!
To the tailgate after this to go find some ice cream. What the heck? Okay, love it. But it's really cool to see all the teams as well. And the organizations kind of galvanized behind it too, and to see the LCS as a whole jumping on it. Now the Pride celebration continues with queer women of esports as their community competes in an all-out best-of-3 League of Legends brawl hosted by none other than our very own Evil Geniuses. Check it out later today at twitch.tv/Evil Geniuses. We'll make sure to send you there as well after the broadcast, but another very cool way to get involved this Pride Month. Of course, our pros know the meta best, and as we pull ourselves back towards what lies in front of us today, let's check in with Biofrost for his perspective on how things look so far in this current meta.
I feel like right now the meta is a lot of people are playing a lot more scaling stuff because you have control mages mid, and actually a lot of the bot lane matchups are very spicy, but a lot of them are getting banned. So we don't get to see the spice. We're just filled with bland salt and pepper. A lot of Ezreals recently because of the bans. I think over time, maybe more people like open up those champions and we can see more like skill expression in bot lane specifically. But yeah, it's very slow-paced games right now.
So right off the bat,
Yes.
I take small issue with the slander to salt and pepper as spices, calling them bland. Salt and pepper are phenomenal spices, should be used in most cooking. But from there,
To be fair, they're not exciting. They're staples.
They're the most
and you
basic.
need them, but they're not. It's
they're
like
building blocks. Come on.
Yeah.
yeah.
Also,
right.
Salt is in a lot of. Anyway,
calm
let's
down,
not
Jack. We get it.
bogged
We
down
get
in
it.
a conversation
Ezreal is a building block.
around spices. Ezreal is a building.
Ezreal is Salt.
Exactly.
Biofrost agrees with what a lot of our community feels, and I know a number of us at times can feel too, that in general, pro metas feel conservative and stale, and then I think that is exacerbated by the current meta, which does feel at times the most slow-paced of some of the metas we've ever seen.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting because I know Mark and I had our rant last week about how, like, it doesn't have to be this way, guys. Like, look at what LPL is doing with some of their lane counter picks. But I think overall, pro metas, whenever I talk to pros about it, it's like you don't want to go on stage and have a game be cost in a best of one when with like a draft. The flip side to that is you can come up with a really creative draft and then just smash a best of one.
I've always hated that argument simply because of the reverse, right? It's like, okay, just as easily as you can lose in a draft, you can win in a draft. So I don't really understand that.
To defend them a bit, the facts are, with the durability update, both in solo queue and in pro play, early game kills are down. So there
Yeah.
are simply less early game kills. Big surprise! Everybody's got more tanky stats, so that is going to have this kind of easy shift towards this style that we're seeing, and the salt and pepper. As far as the bottom lane picks, though, there are so many good bottom lanes right now, and I like that they're all kind of pairings. Like Biofrost mentioned, a lot of it is due to the bans.
Right.
Five or six bans, and most of these big bans are towards bottom lane because there are so many of these really strong duos that really do need the other champion, like the Ezreal with the Karma or the Kalista with, Kalista's pretty flexible. You go Renata or Engage or anything like that. Aphelios, Lulu. Like, there are a lot of options here. We're even seeing Kog'Maw come through, so hopefully they start to experiment some more.
And to bounce back and give you the really boring answer that no one likes is because it's very difficult to spend a week of practice trying to develop something new when you're also working on a million other things. And so, yeah, picking Malphite in solo queue once is like not that hard to do. To then figure out which situations do I pick it for my lane, team comp, what champions do we need in side lanes and jungle around it, build the entire team comp to function, get practiced on it so you can actually close out games, and then have that situation occur on stage. That just doesn't happen that often, and there's very good reason that people tend towards the salt and pepper.
Yeah,
because it's always good.
No, exactly.
Use your point.
It always works, right? The best argument I've ever heard against crazy off-meta picks is that time is a finite resource, right? And as a team, we can only invest so much time into practicing things, and if ultimately we're going to invest 3 scrim blocks, 15 plus hours of our week into a specific pick in the top lane.
That might not show up.
One, the situation might not arise where it's viable. 2, even if we do play it, and in the best case scenario, we get a win with it, the very next day, the next team we face probably just bans it.
But it's
they don't
fun
wanna
to
do
watch.
It. So
but
it is.
to watch.
Look,
No one
hey,
disagrees.
trust me. I'm on the side of I want to see more. I want to see more teams attempt to break the meta, and the teams that I think that need to do that more are the teams on the bottom half of the standings. Now it's only week 2. I'm not making that case for any of the current bottom half teams. But by the time you get to week, end of week 3, beginning of week 4. And you see yourselves 3, 4, 5 games out of playoff picture, I think that's when you need to start really considering, like, hey, maybe just doing stock standard, playing salt and pepper against somebody else's higher grade of salt and pepper.
I got baking salt. You got regular salt.
They've got pink Himalayan sea salt.
Oh
Mark's
my
over
God.
here with just regular iodized salt. That's not going to work well.
Morton's, baby.
For Mark.
For everyone who tuned in and didn't see the salt.
Yeah, they're gonna be so confused.
So here's how you cook a steak. No, I'm kidding.
The other thing I'm gonna say is like practice partners are super important too, right? And that's actually where I love looking at academy because sometimes you can draw a very direct line between X team played this in academy, is the main team gonna bring it on stage, and or they might even draw a ban because of that, which is always really fascinating to me. So in other words, watch academy because you might see some of those picks there.
Definitely.
Teams are a lot more creative.
I was going to say you 100% get spicier stuff in Academy, and that is a great vote of confidence for the Academy. We could clearly talk about this for forever. Champs Q as well, nice plug. But I'm going to have to stop us down. Kobe, I'm going to send you off because I know you got to get prepped to cast, and we got to break down game 1 of the day. So let's roll that show up, and we'll catch you back here in just a minute.
I'm sad we missed you at the beginning.
I know.
Oh, long time no see. Long time no see. So many ask me, you have girlfriend? I don't have girlfriend. Stop asking, please. Can you give me C9 shirts? Sure. If you come stage, I can give you one shirt.
Oh, wow. Man,
Oh shit.
I'm no man.
Sorry, bro.
Oh my god.
Welcome back to the LCS, and guess who's back?
Summer starts now, Dash.
Raz is back. Raz is back.
Whoa.
Guess who else is back?
Berserker, baby!
Berserker's
Let's
back,
go.
baby. Those
Huge
damage
up.
numbers, nutty. Also, it's good to know that all we have to do is go out to stage. All four of us can
I
get
know. I wanna see
get
my
Berserker
shirt.
shirts.
True.
I want a Berserker jersey.
Also, don't ask Berserker about whether he has a girlfriend or not. That's left. I was watching his stream right after that too. His title of his stream was
No girlfriend.
"Don't ask me about girlfriend." In brackets, Jack mad.
So in conclusion, Twitch chat, Spam, do you
Yeah,
have a
go
girlfriend
ahead.
at
Get
Berserker?
it there.
There it is.
no.
Get it done. Do what you do best, Twitch chat. We're gearing up for our first game of the day, Dignitas versus Cloud9. Now, strength of Cloud9's full roster is going to be a question, but it is obviously also maybe enough to actually get them on the board in this battle between winless teams.
Yeah, I do think C9 have issues that are not related to roster, but I'm super curious to see this bot lane. Obviously, Berserker was a beast in spring. His team fighting is so good. And then Sven is a player who just has so much experience. And yes, there's the role swap, but I'm very, very curious to see what another voice will do for the team.
Berserker was the late game bomb for them last split, where if Summit hadn't crushed in the early game through the regular season, late game, his Aphelios, that play is what put him on the map,
Yep.
and everyone started putting him highest in their power rankings. Doublelift and other people, when they were doing that 80 carry ranking, put him up there, and then it ended up with him getting second team All-Pro. So to be missing that, while you said there's other pieces that could be playing better on the team, like to get an All-Pro bot laner back is massive.
Yes, like at that time it was the Summit show, but
Yeah.
like the fact that if Summit for whatever reason wasn't performing or was playing averagely or they somehow like neutralized them, Berserker was always going to show up in his Aphelios, and as you saw against TL later on in that split, versus bringing out the Jinx, and he was a major reason for their win. So like 100%, like he is an All-Pro 80 carry. And he has another All-Pro 80 carry right next to him in Sven.
Okay, I love that you went there because that's where I wanted to go next. We're all fondly remembering Berserker's performance from spring, but we have to remember that he did it alongside a different support than he steps onto stage with now. Mark, it's Sven making his return to the LCS, but now in a new role.
Yeah, different look, but to go back to his history as an 80 carry, he is one of the greatest of all time in the Western scene in that position. A lot of highs, a lot of lows, exploding onto the European scene as Neil's back in the day.
OG
Making
Neils!
Semi-finals runs at international play.
Pick up that trophy.
That was actually, this is probably one of my favorite winning moments. I know that there's no crowd and it doesn't have the normal hype, but watching
Yeah.
both him and Perks do the,
Yeah.
he was still just as excited. And to me, that speaks to the competitor that I know Sven is, and I think most of the world knows he is. This guy wants to win.
Yes.
Yeah, he really wants to win. We heard how much it meant for him to go back to international competition last year, going back to Worlds. Obviously, you see his Worlds qualifications there. And I think the thing I really want to reiterate is that he has a very clear understanding of how he wants to play the game. And that's what I'm looking for from him to give more direction for the team. Because it might not just be that, yes, he's coming in and this is their bot lane, but he also could add a really important voice.
100%. The voice, the fact that he's an active voice is something really important. People are questioning, of course, like, naturally, you're role swapping to the support position.
Yep.
How is that going to work out for you? It's a completely different role, responsibility, and now you're working with another 80 carry and like trying to get through certain bottom lanes with the huge changes that's happened. So like trying to understand certain matchups. I was watching his champs queue that he was playing
Oh, yeah?
actually a little bit with Doublelift, and he was smurfing on Lulu. So I think we're in a
Nice.
good position here. I think he's
That was
gonna start
kind of
much
him to
stronger.
play with non-LCS AD carries.
There we go, exactly. You know, showing him the ropes.
I'm also excited just to have him back in the scene after being gone for a little bit. One, his interviews are amazing. Both, he's
Incredible.
super funny and so brutally honest sometimes, as well as he's just a total grind lord. Like, he plays tons of solo queue nonstop, and so just to have a beast like that back in the scene.
It was cool to even just catch his interview with Travis, where he kind of talks about where he feels he is right now in his personal play and support, how the team is ultimately, ramping up. He had some thoughts on the meta, and then spoke about how top 3 is their expectation. They need to go to Worlds. He wants to go to Worlds. This is quite the hole already here, coming out of week 1 that they have to dig themselves out of. And so I think there are going to be some questions about how quickly they can make that ground up and how this bot lane is obviously going to look in their first outing here on the LCS stage. And so while, we wait on bated breath for this game to play out and get our first look at Sven and Berserker as the bot lane, we flip to the other side. And we talk about their opponents real quick. Dignitas as well. Some struggles so far in the first week of play, sitting at 0-3. Biofrost still on the hunt for his 200th LCS win. He can get it done today with a victory against Cloud9. How cool would that be? Again, a reminder to people that Sven is now stepping on a stage against one of the more decorated supports that we have in the entire league.
You're going for your first win against the guy with going for his 200. So it's a bit of an experience
in this role.
nuts.
Well, that's quite a 2v2 that you have to walk into.
1,000%. And I mean, when Biofrost came in, it felt like he turned around a lot of what the sentiment on not just his last play when he was on TSM in their championship split, but also just on Dignitas as a team, and made it so you have to respect, of course, their jungler who's working with River a little bit more, but him and Neo had an incredibly strong bot lane, understood how they wanted to play Emily. I know you're a big fan of the Caitlyn bot lanes, and he was the one that played it, Caitlyn Lux, a lot. This split has been rougher for them, and I think that's something that they need to be able to get past.
And I think that's what they're missing, right? Is that they did have, regardless of whether you liked it or not, a very clear-cut identity, to the point where we did that joke graphic where it was like Jarvan, Caitlyn, and Lux.
And then
we know exactly how they're going to set up this bot lane. They want to have pushing bot lanes, and we heard from Bio initially about the kind of, I guess, salt and pepper, like boring, everything's getting banned, so that's why you're seeing Ezreal. I'm really curious to see what the draft is between these two bot lanes as well, because I think that's actually where Dignitas could play around if they want to get that win.
I really love the idea that we're going to get to a place where we can just start referring to drafts as salt and pepper drafts.
The salt and pepper drafts,
if they're just plain, vanilla-y type drafts.
Szechuan peppercorn draft, that's what I want to see.
That'd be a spicy draft right there. Quick note for those of you at home, Sven will be joining us on the desk following this game, win or loss. So we're going to get an opportunity to hear from him on what it's been like to slot into that support role. But with career accolades on the line, it's time to kick off the second week of the 2022 LCS Summer Split.
I think our success in week 1 was just, I don't know, we just played better. I mean, I don't think many of the teams are good.
Well, the first week of LCS went perfectly.
3-0. It's a good start, usually.
I think Weepo is not bad. Like, I was impressed a lot. Like, he was playing Olaf and he solo kill versus Gnar, and it was good to see.
All activated from Whippo. Whippo's back.
He's a very strong opponent. If you try and play on his turf, he's definitely a force to be reckoned with. That said, fortunately, his coach from last year is on my team, so I can always ask him what I need to do in order to get in his head.
Team Liquid came to Summer Split to play. Inspired reset after reset, finding more and more to kill. In the rumble of the top lane turret, Z does everything!
I think EG are very good. I think it's going to be a really good test of where we stack.
Boom emotes that insult to injury.
I think it's pretty close in skill in the bot lane versus Danny and Balkan. They're all getting a bit cocky, so we'll take them down a peg or two.
EG picking up where they left off, crushing every team in the LCS. Where were you when CLG ended week 1 in first place? Hello and welcome to the caster desk. Got to hear myself a lot in that hype piece. I will say, that is the best feeling as a caster. One, to get a compliment from your co-casters,
because I mean, y'all are intelligent and have great taste, but also like, they chose my line. That's good. I did a good job.
You're the best.
Oh,
Good
thank
job,
you so
Free.
much. He's actually better than me.
Welcome to week 2, baby. I'm super excited for this. I was on vacation week 1, so this is my week 1. This is my first week of.
Same for Cloud9, by the way.
So, yeah, true. That is the big story. So excited to see Berserker and Sven back. They immediately got into Champs Queue, by the way. Cloud9 posted the social that was like, look, they're back. And that night, I was in Champs Queue and saw Berserker already queuing up, spamming games, clapping people. So super excited to see what they can do now. Obviously, they haven't been able to practice together, so
4 days of scrims.
Yeah, we expect it to be a little bit rough around the edges, but going to be a new look there from the bottom lane.
Yeah, they get what I think they're going to believe is a warm-up game. Dignitas, of course, winless so far in the split as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a rough start, right? They missed playoffs in spring after a hot start, and it's 0-3 so far. So Cloud9, like, yeah, you're 4 days of scrims, but like, if you think you're making worlds, this needs to be a dub.
Yeah, you got to start now. It has to be an upward trajectory because you're actually at 0% win rate right now. So it was funny that, our hype intro that we got for this was all of the 3-0 teams talking about how perfect week 1 went.
Yeah.
And this is the complete opposite here.
It's the absolute value of 3-0.
Somebody, though, is going to get a win here and break the losing streak. As we talked about on the waiting room analyst desk, the majority of bans currently being spent towards the bottom lane, and no surprises here. Zeri's back into a very strong spot. Ezreal and Draven and Kalista following through, so definitely still some good options for them, though. Kai'Sa, Jinx, even Kog'Maw has gotten a little bit, and we saw the cat and the rat, the Tom and Jerry bottom lane with Twitch. So they really do have so many options down there.
Yeah, it is really cool. I actually think the bot lane meta is quite diverse. We saw Senna Yasuo locked in the LEC as well, which is weirdly a lane I've actually played. A very strong lane, by the way. So there's definitely a lot of options out there. Should be a lot of fun stuff out there. But Lucian, I think, ended week 1 100% pick ban across all major leagues. It may end the case here as well. Left up, we'll be locked in.
All right, so we expect it to be Lucian Nami because that's the other interesting thing about most of these bottom lanes is they all have basically their target support that goes with every single one of these AD carry picks for maximum efficiency. Thank you for the hover fudge.
Yeah.
Shout out to the start in spring. And I don't think that we'll be seeing Ivern, even though on live, Ivern did get some compensation buffs. I don't think it's enough to bring him back in, though. And we get the Senna instead. This right now, to me, is just one of the best picks because it is actually so flexible. You can play Senna AD or support currently. You can have the farm Kench, which what I think Cloud9 will go for because, again, spying on Sven and Champs Queue, he has had a bunch of farm Kench games where he pairs it with the Senna, so no surprise there.
Yeah, Senna really has been, to me, the premier support pick of the Summer Split. I think if you can get her, you probably want her. I think she has actually a very large roster of available carries to play alongside. Tom Kench is a popular option. That's not a problem. It's very good pairing overall. And so, yeah, he's got the practice. Like, this is the meta bot lane, IMO.
One of the spicy things he added to it in one of the Champs Queue games, though, he took Ghost on Tom Kench, and he literally was just running people down, actually getting a ton of kills in the mid game. Meanwhile, Dignitas now, their turn. The Nami that we talked about is picked up, of course, and then you want to get a mid laner because Corki already banned out, and you don't want to go through second ban phase versus Jensen.
Yeah.
You always, currently right now, need some sort of either like Yone type champion or AP scaling control mage for the late game because the majority of games are going the distance.
Right, yeah, scaling has definitely gotten better. Early lethality in terms of actually killing the enemy champion has gone down a bit. It's actually part of the reason Senna got good. Obviously, Infinite Scaler really likes to not get bursted out at level 3, and the durability update definitely helps her
would
in that
love
regard.
that, thanks.
Yeah, would like not to die, so any squishy champion that can be abused in lane tended to get better. Despite that, though, Lucian Nami still a prized bot lane, even with people having more health, as Wukong comes in as a great jungler.
Okay, I expect a bunch of Jensen bans here then. And it's interesting because Jensen is one of the mid laners coming back from, basically his vacation where he was, like partying in Las Vegas. Doesn't have like the biggest of mid lane champs pool. He has very, very clear like top 4, like Orianna, Syndra, these types of champions, LeBlanc, that you can target with him. But they're actually not even going to do it. They're focusing on top lane, even without Cloud9 picking up their mid laner and opting to get that Wukong and get that jungle position locked down for themselves.
Yeah.
I think this is very beneficial because, now they get to throw 2 bans here. towards River, who is, to me, always the biggest talking point for Dig. River, to me, is the biggest star on this team. He is an absolute monster, so they target him, taking out the Udyr that is coming back with the buff to tank Mythics, an extra 100 HP on that Turbo Chem tank.
Yeah.
Has really brought forward a lot of those champs.
All right, so one Fiora ban, one Victor ban, a little bit of support there for the top laner Gamsu then. 2 Sejuanis, 1 Gangplank so far on the split.
That sounds like a poker hand.
Yeah. I got 2 Sejuanis, 1 Gangplank.
League of Legends card game coming soon.
Already is one.
Poker set.
Poker set?
Yeah.
League of Legends poker set. Yeah, it's like, hang on a second, I've played this one.
You cast, did you not cast Worlds?
I cast
of that
Worlds
game?
for Legends of Runeterra. Yeah. Congrats, Alan ZQ, for being the world champion. Outstanding player. Anyway, we're going to move on to the fact that it is going to be LeBlanc. You named it.
Yeah.
It's one of the 3 that you named, and it's going to be the lock-in. Indeed, only the Victor ban to try to remove one of the scaling options. Dignitas more worried about late-game power. Volibear going to be most likely the jungle pick. We'll see. They're going to do some kind of jungle top double flex where they can go back and forth facing the matchup.
I think it should for sure be jungle. To me, this is actually what I'm spamming right now. So since I played for so long, I don't really care what champion I play in solo queue anymore, and I just go by win rates.
Oh, great, yeah.
Guess what? Volibear, because you get an extra 100 HP on those tank mythics like we talked about, is in an extremely good spot. I would say very, very healthy for the Volibear player. It is, of course, an early game facilitator. Later in the game, you rely on either buying Zhonya's or better positioning to try and survive because you will get melted. But early game, it is still one of the powerhouse champions that can really facilitate getting some of these lanes like Lucian Nami with some Volibear presence. Should be very, very aggressive.
Kale is a good Gangplank answer, has a very fast resetting auto attack to last hit barrels and beat him at that game. He doesn't bully her hard enough to keep her from scaling up. Not exactly the best gang assist either. Definitely a good matchup. Kale is going to be the better scaler, and as far as good target access in team fights, as long as Azir doesn't just completely shut her out of a fight, that's going to look really good late game.
Yeah, and if we are kind of taking a step back here and now looking at the comps overall, that LeBlanc centerpiece that we mentioned for Jensen does not have a hard counter on the enemy team. There is no Lissandra, there is no point and click lockdown. Maybe Volibear can flash Q and flash on her or something, and you can chain it into Nami CC. But barring that, Jensen actually does have a lot of opportunity in this game. So would not be surprised if Blabber focused towards the mid lane early on. LeBlanc with an early lead is great, does wonders for your mid game if you can get her some money to assassinate people towards the mid game, start roaming around.
All right, here we go on to the Rift. Cloud9 versus Dignitas. We've got a battle of supports. Biofrost looking for his 200th LCS win. Sven looking for his first as a starting support. Dignitas Cloud9, let's get it.
Summoner's Rift.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. As the lady said, Dignitas and Cloud9 hoping to reverse the trend from Super Week in Week 1.
Sneaky.
Yeah.
This LeBlanc we've been talking about, distortion over the back. Can he wrap around all the way behind blue? Doesn't look like it. Just get the deep ward on red.
Yeah, the ward is pretty much the goal. At that point, you got no CC. You've already used distortion, so cool. You don't know that we know you start red, but maybe they'll figure it out.
As far as that LeBlanc goes, too, Jensen, as I mentioned, one of his top champions, currently 77% win rate over his entire career in professional play on LeBlanc. Very impressive, 34-10. See if he can do it this time around. Has taken the teleports, all 4 solo laners with the teleports to get back to lane as well. This is one of the things, a lot of them going back towards teleports since, again, durability patch means less lethality early on. Giving you another way to get back to lane and continue having options for playing side lanes later on in the game.
Unsurprising to see that it is indeed a Doran's shield for Tom Kench. Berserker is going to be quote-unquote support there on the Senna, as she is. And we got a quick trade on a Biofrost. Nami, of course, very solid early training. If you can ever get to the point where you only get autoed once or Q'd once, you can see like the wispy stuff on her. That means you've denied the soul so far, and your trade's gonna look a bit better.
And I do want to point out, there are still rune choices that can add spice to this. If you're looking at a more defensive range lane for Lucian Nami, we'll see a lot of Guardian, but the Electrocute is so much damage for the burst combo of Lucian Nami. This is what I think of the quintessential Lucian Nami lane that wants to just annihilate you instantly. You get every little bit of extra damage that you can possibly get. So Biofrost with the Electrocute this time around, when you are a double range versus range melee setup here, you really want to keep up the offensive prowess of this lane. And as we talked about, the Volibear is going to head down, clearing from blue quadrant down to red quadrant towards that Lucian Nami lane. You want to support it. You want it to get as much leverage early in the game as you possibly can so they can snowball.
Yeah. One thing we saw a lot of from week 1 actually was junglers pathing at least a little bit towards bot side and just stacking dragons. And we were actually seeing like 6-minute Dragon 1, 11-minute Dragon 2, and it was like, oh, you're on a 22-minute Dragon Soul. They have to answer you fast, and Kayle is not ready to answer you at 22 minutes on Dragon Soul. And so if the Gontats actually play the Dragon stacking that we saw in week 1 and seemed very effective in pushing the tempo, I want to see River down there in 3 minutes.
Yeah. Fudge, ding, ding, there's level 3. Everybody in chat, I can see it now. I can, in my mind's eye, everybody always trying to count down the doomsday level ascension of Kayle.
Right.
Gonna still be a while before there's any sort of threat, as you mentioned. Won't be ready to answer a lot of these fights until you get those extra levels in. But bottom side, Scuttle Crab and the deep, kind of invade we saw there. No wards left behind in the blue quadrant of the jungle, but Scuttle Crab and complete river vision secured.
Pretty solid double right there. W gets blocked by the minions, so no extra bonus damage. They'll still get passive from the Nami heal. That is one thing that Aerie gives you, by the way, is since your E will give a shield, you can actually, I believe, get more of the Lucian passive stacks that way. Bit of a trade in the mid lane. The shield comes in, blue wants to get a bit of damage. Keep in mind, casting E gives a shield, landing E deals damage. So, take that in the trade if he's going to all-in you like that. Ignite on a Berserker, he will live. The Root's going to land on a 1. He should be fine for now, though, as Sven gets to land a Q, but takes a lot on the way out. He will regen it, but pretty heavy trade, seems to slightly favor Dignitas.
Yeah, and then you just put to the test the regeneration of this lane. Senna heals come through, great health regeneration for Sven. They're playing the wear and tear game. They've still got biscuits in inventory, so you constantly see this management of your health bar because you want to keep it in the middle here for efficiency, but not get within burst range of the Lucian Nami. And they're doing just that. Again, like I've been saying here for Sven, he is a new convert as a support and has put a lot of time on this particular support, so we'll see if he can start getting some of those early kills. He has actually done that quite a lot in the Champs Q games. Blabber now, after the full clear has been finished, starting to retake some of this vision around bottom lane.
Yeah, one interesting thing actually for Sven here is the fact that he is farming, so it's like he never left. He's like, look, I'm up CS on my lane opponent. What else is new?
You're playing him. Well, what's new is you're playing Tom Kent.
I know, of course.
You're a frog or a catfish.
Catfish.
The more particular people will want to bring up.
Yeah, but I do want to point out, Sven is literally up CS against Lucian Nami. Like, the man's pretty freaking good at League of Legends. On a melee champion. Like, that's impressive. That's well done. They got the lane push right now. We'll see how much it equalizes, but at the end of the day, right, like, Lucian Nami aren't winning this lane.
He brings those AD carry last hitting abilities to the support role here. Honestly, we've actually had so many in North America especially, role swaps from AD carry to support and been successful. Core JJ, of course, but also like Aframu, started out as an AD carry as well. And it's definitely been one of the roles that we have had most people transfer into.
And Sven's going to face Huhi later on this week. I believe it's tomorrow, and that's going to be...
Then we just talk about the roaming skills of his Aurelian Soul that he brought from mid lane to support.
But at least another convert to support, right? Who's like been successful. So it's kind of cool to see that, support is so easy. You just roll swap and you're one of the top 4 in the league. It's great. So, little shade thrown into my lane partners. Leo going to keep the lane pressure going on to the bottom lane. Could not quite get all the way to Noon Quiver first item.
We get some action, Freak.
River, Berserker.
Fighter. Oh.
Yeah, to be fair, you would just give away. So, for what it's worth, though, that is objectively correct because you just give Berserker a soul and he walks away from you and you're like, oh, that was nice.
Right. And, but you know who doesn't want to see a little Volibear,
scare tactics coming out of the brush. Surprise.
Yeah.
Dragon will be picked up by them, though, of course. As a jungler, you also just never want to give away your position, even if it wasn't a champion that can stack off you and get a soul and actually get value from seeing you, like Senna or Kayn is another case like that where you wouldn't want to show. But
Chain, again, wants to chain in. Good sidestep by Jensen. Again, basically dodges 80 damage but not getting hit by the E, so well done there. Lands the trade. Blue does his best to hit back as we still have a small CS lead to Jensen. We did see that 630 for his Dragon, so like clockwork, yes, you got the bot lane pressure for the most part. Your jungle comes down, you claim it uncontested, keep on moving.
Yeah. With the early games going as they kind of have trended towards, especially when you have set up like this with multiple scaling outs for both teams. Neither of them feeling super pressured early on. We become accustomed to basically just setting up a table of dragon timers so we can calculate here. Early pace though for blue team. I do like it. They've got the Gangplank ultimate to lend to the bottom side in addition to Lucian Nami being highly aggressive, looking for kills.
Yeah.
River's level 6.
TP up for Azir, not for LeBlanc, so a kill would be really punishing. They don't think they have the damage or any real threat to go for tower dive. Of course, Volibear is 6, so though towers are more lethal in 12.11, they were in 12.9 pre-early update.
They're not like the 1210 though.
No, it's not.
The early days of 1210 when a tower shot would do like 400 damage to you.
Yeah. So they're again about like 5% more lethal than pre-update, but not 20% like we were before. Big damage to Gamsu, and really she hits 6 and Kayle wins the lane. As long as you don't do anything too silly, this Scuttle will remain with you. But Blabber's gonna see it pretty soon. I'll look at Shelly, and there's the reset.
They're coming over. Berserker and Sven, of course, have gone for a swap with Jensen, and so that's why Volibear has to give up this Rift Herald. Cloud9 make the call here that they are going to be able to get early gold. I would love to funnel that Rift Herald into the Kayle. If this is a full recall too, you can even further optimize it and have Fudge come down and pick up the eyeball. It's very rare that you're going to have that happen, but if he's able to push this wave and they just leave the eyeball for him there, you could funnel full money into him. If the jungle picks it up as usual there, then jungle's always going to split the money from those tower plates.
Yep, Herald Charge has global range on giving it to the summoner, so that's going to guarantee at least 160.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's shared more ways, sure. But either way, he's going to be in the pot. He's going to share some of it. So Blabber at least gets to get money on Wukong as he goes towards his first item. Once it's summoned up, should be no problem in finding at least someone to deal damage. Bot lane turret, I believe, would have lost 2 plates, I would guess, off of how much attack damage Neo has. Right now, Senna's covering the marker, so I can't look. 2 plates gone. Okay, so if you don't get more than the turret itself, you gain 100 gold for killing Herald, and you're going to share equal turret plate gold back and forth.
Yeah. Yeah, it has to be a situation where you already kind of want to make the swap away from bottom lane, or you're thinking, hey, we're going to make a bigger play. And it's actually worth it, not just the money, but to have a tower down does give you places on the map to work with. And of course, you're the team with LeBlanc. You want Jensen to be able to go around in Fog of War. Once you get to your Ludens especially, be able to burst people. River setting up for a dive though. Volibear level 6 can turn off the tower.
Yeah. 2v1, Jensen ults up right now for double distortion if he needs it, as Blue is just hard coming in the lane.
It's happening, baby.
It's going to be a dive, but the question is, can Jensen get away from it? Because here comes the move. They know there's no wards. Here we go. Jensen, not going to distortion on anything but the Raptor Pit. And at that point,
oh man, that
not
was
even
so
round
cool.
2. That,
woo! Actually, so here's what that looked like. It was Jensen being the Matador, and Volibear just runs through here, and Jensen, with the red cape, woof, Volibear misses, distortion's right back. Magic, freak.
Magic. Wow. It goes right back in.
We actually had the red color selected here on the poster.
Yeah, that was good. Well done.
We rarely use that one.
Yeah, but use it correctly in this case. Fudge going to burn his flash. Will not be in range for a second barrel. Hits for some move speed, and there goes turret off. Ulti for a bit of safety there as well. Going to just press every button possible. A lot of R's, and that's going to make the Pirate pretty happy. We're going to get the shield, but Jensen's in the way. Flash into the chain. That should be a kill. That'll hand over the assist to his top laner. Thank you very much, Fudge. 100 the gold richer, first blood for Dignitas, but turned around.
I know that feels Volibear too. He's just like, I gotta make an early play. Gamsu now, red buff burn.
Minions know the W, and Jensen gets his second. Welcome back to the Summer Split.
Who was talking last week about whoever makes the first move loses? Because the counter there from Dig was actually better than the first blood move from Dignitas. The counter from Cloud9 with Jensen teleporting up, double kill on the LeBlanc Freak. That's where they want the money early on to snowball his champion, plus the red buff. Huge stuff there for Cloud9. Here's the first look, though. They know that they can get this kill onto Kale because of the ultimate, so that's why River flashes early to get the flash out of Fudge, turns off the turret during the duration of this Kale ultimate. Then Gamsu also flashes to make sure they get it. And of course, you do get the bonus for first blood, but as you know, Jensen comes to collect.
Yeah.
Jensen always pays his debts, and he's gonna be fully funding on next back. Some big burst damage here. So Rift Herald used on the bottom side for Cloud9 to get some of this tower damage back.
They'll claim one plate, then slam the next two, but it's going to be a very healthy and durable turret now, so not much more gain. So it is going to be just the 2-plate charge. Of course, we did see Cloud9 got their first dragon during that replay as well. We got this picture-in-picture, so pretty tied game state, except for the fact that there is a very small gold lead to Cloud9 as Jensen tries again down the mid lane. Blue, nice distortion back, hits the second half, and Jensen's totally safe.
Crowd loving the magic tricks.
Yeah.
The distortions here coming out from Jensen. See if they can actually catch anybody else here. Blabber does have ult and flash, so if they got sightings of River, this would be a collapse from LeBlanc and Wukong. They would definitely be able to kill him, actually. There's no ultimate, no flash on that volley bear. River is quite lucky that he wasn't seen earlier. If there was any vision there from Cloud9 and Jensen came over from mid lane, they would have been able to trap him on those Raptors. But pushing mid wave more important to them. They didn't have any vision, so no blood.
We're waiting to see if there's any action up in the top side. Could try to stealth you. If Gamsu ever went for anything roughly melee range, even an aggressive parlay, he's going to flash for it. Actually, really goes to the play. No flash on GP means there is no way out. Hand him the kill. Blabber could have turned off our hand him the money, but it's still going to go over. 300 to the jungler, 150 to the top lane.
Thank you for the vision toggle from the observers, too. I like that. Coming in with the W flash from Blabber to make sure Gamsu will have no reaction there. They get inside and get the kill. Again, more money here for Cloud9. Things going swimmingly, Freak. People were very critical of this team when they had only, 3 players of the intended roster. Even with those players here, also not having a lot of practice time.
Neither bot lane's doing anything in this game, by the way, Kobe. It's actually 3-on-3.
Excuse me, sir. They're damaging the tower.
Oh, boy.
Thank you. But oftentimes, it's not just how your bottom lane is performing. One of the questions people had for the Cloud9 team, even when the roster was announced, was who of the players actually has a big in-game voice? And that's something that doesn't show up, how you're playing the lane or whatever. But Sven is a very, very seasoned player as well. So that's one thing people were creating hypotheses for. Is he going to be a big, shot caller? Is he going to add much to how they want to play their macro, their early game control?
Yeah.
Still kind of up in the air until you get those comms listen-ins.
Yeah. Little root there. Okay. Not much more done, though. Sven's going to keep taking farm. Turret, though, very, very low plates are dropped, so it's a very squishy tower. River waiting in the wings. Right now, not willing to play too aggressively, though Neo, short range, can only do so much with Berserker in his face, and they will get no turret damage.
I love this point for LeBlanc. This is my favorite point in the game. You get hit level 11 when you finish your Ludens and pick up a Dark Seal.
Oh, that's a flash stun. That's Tom Kench, the target, which means he cannot save someone else. Sven, very tanky, staying alive for now, 100 HP. Flashes, Ignite is on. How many ticks are left? Not enough. Neo going to be knocked into the air, chasing down. Blabber's going to find him, and now on a Berserker. Gets chopped up. River in with the ulti. Gets one. Looks for two, but it's a really big shield. Do they have enough damage in time? They can turn back with the turret if they wanted to. The minions are there. Going to dive in for more. Blue shows up, but it's going to be knocked down by River. Turret's going to fall likely as well. Blabber left alone. Easy auto. Make sure he's not in range yet of Blue. And now with the clone, they know where he is. They see him through the stealth. Biofrost low. Jumps on. Blabber takes him down. Rest of the damage should be there, and indeed it will happen. 5-4 scoreline. And here comes Jensen. The clock is ticking. Big Benson here to knock you down. Is it going to be enough? He's on a ward. Going to find a bit of damage. There's a stun. He's got to be careful. Jumps back over. Finds a blast plant. Doesn't even need it. Gets away.
Yes, my job here is done. Oh, wait, you didn't do anything. We were trying to set up the LeBlanc Freak. I was trying to hype him up, and he doesn't come down for the roam. Dignitas commit to it, though, and they get so much out of it. Turret killed. So Dig, swing right back into this game. They definitely needed that big play to put a stop to this Cloud9 momentum that was building. And Jensen just pushed in a wave mid and then kind of disappeared from the map. So Cloud9, Fudge will be able to pick up Rift Herald. It's second Rift Herald on top side, so does have diminished value there. Don't get any instant gold. Still gives you some pushing power though.
Yeah, it does more damage than the first, but you're right, you get no guaranteed plates. So see if that turns into anything useful as the Azir turret falls. Don't need too many fancy graphics. FTX gold difference about 800. Still a very close game. Dragon coming up in 12 seconds, and I want to see who can get it.
I'd also say it's not that great to have the kill money go onto the Volibear. River does have a stopwatch though, so you can expect a big play pretty soon. With the stopwatch, you get to be so proactive. Cloud9 will pick up the Dragon though. It looks like a Digger pushing mid instead before they sweep over. Oh, 3k health. Maybe they can't even burn it. Blabber trying to burn it.
River has ulti, has smite, can walk in. Will he get it? It's going to be the turn back for the battle right now. No smite actually up on Blabber. He can't go for the play. He actually smited a scuttle earlier. Typical Blabber behavior. Has to turn away. Ignite is on now. Gets chomped up by Sven. He's going to be fine. But now they might get it anyway. They're going to burn it down. Yes, indeed, claimed. And there we go. Jensen finds his kill in the bottom river. The Dragon has been slain.
Freak, that is always a big double take move for me. When you look back over, like, wait, what? He doesn't have smite? They're literally trying to burn down a Dragon with all of Dig right next to them. And they still get it. Cloud9 able to pull out a heist of their own, pick up the Dragon. Does cost them mid push afterwards on the reset though.
Yeah, second Dragon for either team, not terribly important, but yeah, mid pressure pretty nice here. So Dignitas get 500 gold back in their pockets, keep the game relatively close. We are on the way towards Void Staff, though, for Jensen, so he will soon be doing near true damage to many of his targets.
I've got a question for you, okay? Because I've been in that scenario a lot as well, where all of a sudden you're on an important objective, and you're like, oh no, I don't have smite. And if I tell my team, hey, I don't have smite, does that absolve myself of all of the guilt of not having smite because I smited something else in the first place?
Hey,
it's their fault then.
It's their fault. Look, if you smite the mid laner and you're just like, I killed Azir, like, what's my red smites for?
I told them I don't have smite.
Yeah,
so.
if you walk over, I sping it and it's like 37 seconds, and it's like, y'all can peel off if you want. You know what I know, which is I'm not winning this fight. And if it goes, like, I told you so.
This is the world that we're living in now.
Yeah. I'm glad you can ping summoners, though. It absolves you of so much blame.
Yeah, at least you get to say I told you so afterwards, even if people don't read them.
Yeah.
All right, well, it's going to be Dignitas trying to move in and get some deeper vision here towards this mid game. This is really where it kind of stalls out because the safety of some of these outer towers starting to drop. And so now you see just catching these waves towards secondary turrets, causing Cloud9 to have these shorter distance rotations between mid and bottom, and then Dignitas trying to take over control of their jungle resources and increase their lead that way.
Here we go. Jungle matters. Mid lane will not quite get to the charge, but close to it. So a swift breeze will be enough. Fudge level 12 has actually not managed to sit side lanes forever and gain tons of XP. Jensen's actually ahead of him in experience. So Fudge grouped a little early. Level 11 kills, fine. She's a real champion, I would say. So they do get mid turret with the push. Jensen waiting in the brush for anything spicy. Nicely done. You can time the auto to hit the eye during the charge. Well done by River. It does require an auto attack. Spells won't do it. So that's actually a very tight timing that he hits.
Or a Volibear W, which counts as an auto.
Counts as an auto, right. Yeah?
Lawyered.
No, you're totally right.
A spell will do it.
That is a spell. I call them abilities.
Okay, fair enough.
LeBlanc Q is a spell. She's a magician. Or, never mind, we're gonna move forward. We got this one. Here we go.
Look, ready? Timing, baby. Slow-mo. Shelly's going for it. She's gonna get it. Oh, yoink.
It was W.
It was the W, baby. Because W's okay, never mind.
It was a W. He got the kill. Yeah, it's a fat dub. Bios looking for his first on the split, though. River on the way forward. That will be a stun. Ooh, aims the slow really well, forcing the flash out of Jensen. Ult's gonna land. Senna for the shield. Not gonna be in time. Kill comes over, 3 assists across the squad. Neo on the board with his first.
It's so fun to watch Volibear aggressive plays. They're so visceral. You know, this giant bear jumping on top of you, ripping them to pieces, and Jensen is no more. People definitely had some questions, you know, as far as him coming back. I was super hyped and hoping to see some Jensen of old, some classic Jensen carry games. Cloud9 definitely going to need it this time around. Very close in gold, slight lead on the Dragons here. See if they can actually start to make some of those surprise plays. They do have a lot of vision coverage here for Cloud9, a lot of red.
It's true, but will it be enough to secure an objective? Third Dragon for C9 if they get it in 1:12. It would actually put some pressure on as he would move towards Ocean Soul. Otherwise, Baron, of course, a possibility. They got their own blue ward there. Blue himself not going to spot and kill it.
Definitely one of my favorite things, too, as a jungler is having a side benefit of Senna on your team is they often will do the Umbral Glaive rush, and so you do get that benefit of the vision control and more sweeping effects, so you do have more, routes to try and pull off ganks from and stuff, and you can do a lot more aggressive vision-starving plays. And now you see Cloud9 trying to utilize it. Because the Umbral Glaive hasn't procced, they know they have not been seen heading into this red jungle, setting up for the dragon. Full Supreme coverage here. All control wards and sweep from Cloud9 around the dragon, prepping for this Ocean Drake in 25 seconds.
Yeah, it is nice. When you have that many just garish red wards, it just spells out Supreme. It's great.
I like it. I like it. Supreme's kind of old now. It's all about Balenciaga.
Oh,
okay?
yeah.
Everybody's moved on.
Okay, I wasn't even on the Supreme thing in the first place, so.
True,
even
true.
affect me. Oh, Fudge on a ward. On several, actually. And they're like, yes, we see you taking our Raptors. That's yours. You deserve that.
Okay. Here we come. Teleport's arriving. Everybody's showing up to the big party.
Yeah, we got 5,000 health left on the Ocean Drake, and it's got to be Dignitas able to walk in. River not the best engaged. Blabber on the flank. They're going to try to get away. Great shuffle. That was perfect. That pushes away the Kale nuke, and now, oh man, Blue is in towards Fudge. 500 health. Not a lot of escape tools left as well. 2K going to be claimed. Neo gets it again. The quick chop. Tomkin saves one. A flash of safety, Sven. Everyone's going to be alive for now. Really, really dangerous here, but no one dies except that poor dragon, which Dignitas claims. River will have Smite soon, and that means they can look for Baron, and they can force Cloud9 to fight without any of their important ultimates.
Yes, sir. Right over to it here for Dignitas. They're going to start burning through. As you said, Fudge does have teleport, so he can teleport up, and they can contest from the side of Cloud9. If you trap him inside the Baron pit, maybe they can find an angle.
They're going to try a little bit of move speed from Berserker, hitting the Shroud. They're going to get the team in. Jensen take a bit of poke, but he's going to be fine, and ultimately, they don't believe they can sit around in this pit. As everyone comes down, the TP was burned. That was the price of that Baron setup.
Exactly. That's what Dignitas is trying to force out of them now. Kale going to have a more difficult time split pushing and farming that experience. Freak, 2 more levels until the dreaded 16 Kale. So Cloud9 on pace, even though they do lose this dragon. Nice Chad play here from River to jump right in, and I believe a culling bullet was the last little bit of damage to get it. But here's the initial engage. That Senna snare gets 3 of them, and it's only due to Blue, as you said, sweeping back the Wukong. So Blabber doesn't get Wukong ultimate off, doesn't get Kale damage ult off. Blue does so much defense there for the team, but then culling plus River jumping in, they get the dragon. Tom Kench's ult is able to save Cloud9 from any tragedies there, and nobody does go down, but they did lose the dragon, and so we are very far from a dragon stall. This is the case where nobody's really playing off that one to end the game, and Baron is going to be the site where we win or lose.
Yeah, and at least in recent years, the Dignitas Baron has been more of a positive than a negative, so good to see that trend reversed. Yeah, because when Jensen first joined the league, Dignitas was synonymous with, we lost the game. You're right. That was silly.
Good old Skara and the boys.
Good old Skara and the boys. One day I'll learn shot calling, but right now, got the wards going down. I mean, if you have bad Baron setup, what is that but bad shot calling,
If you've watched Players, there's a line in Players
That's true.
directly related to said celebrity. Meanwhile, Fudge, 15, baby. We're 1 away. He just needs to keep split pushing. 2-level lead over Gamsu right now as well in the side lane. Doesn't even need the 16.
Nope, no. This matchup is almost unplayable from 6 onwards. Like, you can try with gank setup, sure, but you take an L for about 5 minutes, and you're like, you can't barrel me anymore. It's pretty free. So yeah, Fudge gonna feel good for a while. Up 50 CS there, of course, as well, and we just keep ticking down until it's a big power spike, basically permanently exalted. Means always has move speed for enemy champions, always has massive bonus attack speed. That's going to always feel quite good. The true damage part, that's been gone for a while, but yeah, still a very scary spike. Only towards Void 3rd, which, is going to be a bit burstier, but partial to things like Rileys, where you can just kind of keep them in the same spot for a while. Not a huge deal regardless, but they do want to make sure they can cut through the front line. And looking now a little bit more here. River wants to jump in, finds his stun. They're going to get a bit of damage towards Sven. We'll get the shield, stays alive for now. Bolivar still over the top. They're going to try to burn through both health bars, and they do, and going in for a bit more now. Blabber doesn't have a good way out. River pretty tanky. Gets the shield again, sidesteps, and a double kill comes through for Gamsu, and that should be the freest Baron setup.
Load up the Dignitas party bus. Jensen going to try and poke around on the outside, but Blue's not having any of it. Chases him off here. Going to pop the blast cone as well, so no one else can get in. There's no smite for Cloud9, so it would have to be a miracle for them to steal this. Where's the magic now?
They're gonna try. Jensen, can you get the spells? Getting poked out by Blue, gets the passive popped as well. Be careful, buddy. The clone is gone, ties him with Kale ult. Is it gonna be enough damage delivered? A shuffle back for Blue. They're gonna stay up there and take the fight. Berserker's down. A triple kill for Blue. Even the Baron belongs to Dignitas on the way to Biofrost. 200th LCS victory.
Dignitas are back, baby, and Blue is just stuffing this whole Cloud9 team. The control out of this Azir. Freak has won them back-to-back-to-back team fights. River with the engage, culling again from Neo behind him, gets a bunch of damage right up front, and then after the Tahm Kench ult is used, they chase forward. River gets the Volley Bear ult over the top. They pick up Blabber as well, and they know with the jungle kill on top of that, it's going to be very easy to force Cloud9's hand. They're just hoping for a miracle here from Cloud9's side. Jensen goes in. They didn't have perfect vision on the health, so it's a little bit early, but Blue was waiting for it. The Azir sweeps in right after he takes the distortion back. They get the triple. Oh my goodness. It's going to be Dignitas inside that Cloud9 base very quickly.
There goes another turret. So gold lead definitely resoundingly in Dignitas' favor right now. Red Bull Baron power play looking pretty solid here with a 4,000 gold lead. The 5th dragon of the game spawns should be pretty easy to claim with all the map control they've earned off of that Baron play and off the team fight that they won.
Yeah.
Blue shoves in. Doesn't even have to think about what damage Jensen deals. 10 stacks on Dark Seal, and looking now at the inhibitor turret itself. Not too far away. Here comes the first dive. A shovel back again brings him to safety. That engage is not good enough. Not yet turning out the tower as River's ulti is down. It doesn't get much done with it, so still some wave clear. Gamsu walks in, walks out. River a little bit low, has some shielding, has some healing. Turret getting lower and lower. Sven's forced to flash to safety. There goes the tower. Now the inhibitor is going to be claimed. You got to walk away from that one, Cloud9. They can't go for much more here, but actually, they want to play now. They think health bars are low enough that a TP play might just work. Jensen's in, gets marked, slowed down as the Cyrildos applies the slow, gets rid of the teleport move speed. Jensen again delivers Kale damage, but it's not going to be enough. They may have practiced the combo. The combo might get them kill 1 and 2, actually. They're going to leave River out to dry. Then it's going to be a riverbed, and they're going to pick up the pebbles now. 3 versus 5. Nearly enough damage, but not going to find that kill, and turns out Dignitas greeting for the inhibitor means they will drop that dragon when it could have been theirs.
And it's against a team that has Kale, Freak. How many times you have to really, really highlight playing safe versus a team that has big comeback mechanics? Kale, level 16 now for Fudge, looking for some more money, trying to find Neo. Find some little Kruggies.
Yep, flash. That's why I like Riley's. Slow.
Got like 12 gold off those Kruggies.
Hey, it's 6 gold each. It's like 18. Huge.
I don't think he got all of them, though.
Oh, I think I got 2. Okay.
Nice dragon pickup, though.
Was.
That's number
nice
3.
Try.
Dragon Soul point for Cloud9 now. And the question now becomes, can you buy space for Fudge to actually freely auto? Because as much legends have been told about the level 16 Kale, you actually have to be able to auto here. And so many times, Blue is sweeping through the Cloud9 team, and there's no space, there's no peel for this Kale. And you have to worry about the Gangplank barrels as well. But this initiation, there it is once again. The sweep from Azir counters the engage from Cloud9. Even though River jumps in there with the Volley Bear ult a little bit early, they're still able to back off from the turret, then re-engage, take down the inhibitor before Cloud9 go for the big play. But then Jensen, again, with the Kale ult on top of his head, double distortion, big chunk of damage onto Blue and Gamsu. And even though Gamsu didn't die instantly, the Zhonya's meant that he could not run away with the rest of the team, so they get him down. Zhonya's from Volley Bear as well, means the same fate for him.
Yeah, no lockdown, of course, the shield as well. Can't even hit him back, so good Kale damage delivery system. Those offensive ultis are a very strong use of that button. We're going to see just Cloud9 chilling for a little bit longer there. Wants the souls into Senna, sure. Let me see if we're going to wait 3.5 minutes for that Dragon Soul, or just 2 for the Baron. Dignitas try to siege in the top side. Gold lead still there, it's about 3,000. Yeah, Jensen indeed spotted, sweeps it, gets rid of it. Thank you very much for the 30 gold. Presses towards his next item, which hopes to be Death Cap.
And he has Zombie Ward. Interesting. All right, gonna, again, look for another angle here. Constantly flanking. Either Blabber or Jensen are good Kale targets. Jensen generally going to be the squishier and focused by Dig, though, so...
Barrel chain him.
He has been the choice.
Nothing about sweep for the wall. Even doubles, both of them, knows it. It's like, yeah, bud. Yeah. Power of sweepers. See champs, they don't see you. Or better than wards in some cases. Still trying to defend the top lane turret right there. 3 minutes till Drake. 120 on Baron. Dignitas, of course, they have the Nami for healing. And they've got Azir for decent siege. As soon as that turret falls, they can summon the Azir turret and have a nice bastion of safety for inhib.
Those double stack super minions built up on top on the bottom side while this delay from Dig. And so Fudge gonna have to go answer them. Decent damage dealt to that Nexus turret before he got there, though. That one's gonna leave a mark.
Yeah, Nexus turrets do not regen past every sort of third of health, so the max health will be 33% from now on in this game. Though it slightly regens up until that point. Gonna be finding top tier 2. Can they get the Azir summon in time because Blabber wants to flank. He is known. They have a control with what's going on. They need that turret. That will make the fight very hard to win for Cloud9 as long as they can live a little bit. It's gonna deal extra damage, a 6th member, so to speak, as there are some souls for Berserkers. Ven's still trying for something.
And Dig just want to buy time. Again, look at those super minions. They're going back to finish their job. The Nexus turret under attack. One more wave. Fudge just got to go save it. And Dig are going to get inside.
Yeah, that might be the inhib turret itself. They need the wave still. They got to wait about 5 seconds till it happens, but you can see Cloud and shove up mid. They know where Fudge is. Baron in 15, and Dignitas say, no, we'd rather play for ward control around the Baron pit. Be careful because Cloud9 are aware. TP is up for Fudge. They're going to meet right here. They know something's up. Is it going to matter? Blabber in the front line. Ults onto all 4. One's double coming in. Finally get a little bit of something, but here comes the dive in for Tom Kench. So I'm going to do some damage. Stopwatch burn for a second as the turret falls to the top side. River is low. Ults to safety. You never want to see that. Blabber's in for blood, and he finds some. It's going to be blood in the water. They're looking for 1. They're looking for 2. Nice bubble buys some time. They're going to go for a bit more. They're going to get the chomp. Azir will be digested. Chomps him up. Blabber dives in for a bit more. Gamsu is low. Barrels will land for some damage, but the shutdown comes through for Fudge. River's got to hide away. Now this is going to be a death. He's going to drop. Now shield for a moment. Jensen, does he have it? With the heal, he's going to be okay. Maybe not.
He's not done yet. All right, Cloud9. Are they going to try and push all the way to Nexus turrets? I think they need to Baron instead. Just probably take a little bit of towers and then go back for the Baron before Dignitas revive. Death timer's already coming up pretty quickly here. They're going to opt for an inhibitor push.
10 on Lucian, 20 on Azir, 23 on Gangplank. They're posturing for Nexus in a 5 versus 2. Azir still 15 seconds away. They're going to have Lucian. Will it be enough to the front line? Just evaporating. River dies right away. Still at 5v2. Sven pretty tanky. Second turret falls. Cloud9 look for their first win of the split, and they're going to get it. The new roster, and a Slobberknocker is undefeated.
They're not messing around, no hesitation there. Push straight through to the Nexus. Cloud9 get their first win of summer. The full intended roster is here, Freak, and the full intended outcome to their games is also
the outcome
here.
As intended. This was a rocky road for sure. Either team had claim to that Nexus. In the end, it was Cloud9. Dignitas just slightly overplayed their hand playing for a bot lane inhibitor. They got the inhib to have. Good job, Sven. Happy to have him back here in the LCS. Yeah, come on, dude, come on.
Good hustle, good hustle.
You got to bow in front of the audience.
Oh my God.
Of course, Fudge at home.
Look at the height difference on that, baby. It's actually funny. It reminds me of the meme of Sven versus Jensen. When he bowed to him on stage. And now they're standing next to each other, reunited on the same team. Cloud9, though, of course, Freak, they have a lot to iron out still with this team. But again, as kind of said and illustrated here for the Cloud9 members, starting to rack up the wins now is important because they're aiming for these top spots towards the end of summer. And starting out super weak, 0-3, definitely going to put themselves in a hole. Fortunate for them, though, they also had strong strength of schedule in super week. So some difficult opponents. But it's all about this play right here. The party bus takes a left turn towards the red quadrant of Cloud9's jungle, and they get annihilated. Blabber, he did not hesitate. He saw them and immediately goes for the engage. You got that huge Wukong opening. He singles out Neo. You see him on the top side. W's over the back of Baron Pit. He goes to finish off Neo, while Fudge is just making everyone else run from the level 16 Kale on the other side. And Cloud9, off of this single play, win the entire game. Was curious if they were actually going to pull off and go for Baron with the kind of early death timer there on Lucian, but they run it right through. Teleport enables them to get right back in. They burn through 4 towers, the inhibitor and the Nexus.
And good idea, right? To realize they had the time. They looked at the time. It's like, yeah, Luce is coming up, but we're going to be in the inhibitors already, so.
I love those confident calls when you get them right. You look like a genius, like, I knew it all along. But if you make a blunder, kind of like we saw on the top side, and then all of a sudden, ooh, a team with Kale, you know, you stayed around too long, they get a comeback, they get a dragon as well.
Yeah.
Those sorts of things, bouncing right back. That's what makes the difference between the best and the
merely good.
The meager.
The meager. Wow, okay, that's harsh. Well, we'll see if Biotic says 200 to win tomorrow. We are stepping away. On the other side, though, Sven is going to the analyst desk to break down his game and get us ready for the face-off between 100 Thieves and Golden Guardians. Don't go anywhere.
Upgrade your shimmering slippers to keep sparkling.
Hey, Ash, what's your plan?
A new and very serious game, Jake from State Farm, but these in-game purchases are wrecking my wallet. I can't keep sparkling, Jake. I need a sparkle.
State Farm has options like combining home and auto, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Very nice. The gameplay is really strategic, I swear.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the LCS and the State Farm Analyst Desk. As promised, we've got Sven on the desk following the first victory for Cloud9 of the 2022 LCS Summer Split. Also happy, though, that we're joined by the only historically undefeated support in League of Legends history.
Let's go.
Look at that.
Good.
100% win rate, man. That's, I mean, top. You're the top of a list. No, but how does it feel? One, back out on the stage. I know you're always hungry as a competitor, so regardless of role, back out there competing in the LCS and picking up a win at that.
Yeah, it feels good to be back, but the game was a bit disappointing. I wasn't actually that important in this game. It was slow and I don't know, not super satisfying to play, but winning is more important than anything. I think I did my job in the game for the most part, so it's good to be back.
You mentioned off camera the difficulty in terms of what you've seen in scrims compared to what you've seen on stage. Can you kind of elaborate on what you've been seeing in scrims versus this actual LCS game?
Yeah, there's a lot of fake data, we can call it, where champions like Senatom or Kalista, they're just so much stronger in scrims than they are on stage. And then the champions that farm for late game and do nothing, like Orky or Ezreal, champs that normally lose lane in scrims, and then the game is over in like 15-20 minutes, they always do much better on stage. So it's important that you can replicate your scrim gameplay. And Senna TK, a lot of fighting, Senna gets a lot of souls, not really strong, but in this game, the game pace is very slow, and we're kind of relying on just our top-side scaling. In this case, our last big kill is what carried the game, together with Blabber having really good engages. So I think Senna TK is still our best pick in this game, because you can't just ban every ADC on red side. You have to just pick some matchup that you're okay with and just play it.
We were talking before we went live as well about like, you're fine with us asking you anything. And I apologize if this has been answered before, but you are the type of player that I think can pull off a role swap to support, because I know you think a lot about the game. Like even when you're playing with Mithy or like any team you've been on, you talk all the time about the theory of the game. But I also want to know, like, do you think support is the best role for you now, or are you doing it so you can play LCS?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie about it. I am playing support initially because it's the only way for me to play on a team that I think can win LCS and go to Worlds. It's just more important to me to make Worlds and win LCS than it is to play a certain role. I don't care so much about the glory of playing ADC role, like it's like the striker in football or whatever. Yeah. It's not that important to me. So I am playing it for now because I want to win LCS and go to Worlds. But if it goes poorly, then maybe we'll see what happens after the year is over, right? And if it goes well, then yeah, I might just continue playing support.
Are you worried that like, so it's about, right now you're just kind of very short term going forward. Yeah, that you answered the question. I'm not going to follow up on this.
So my follow-up then is there anything specifically appealing about the support position as compared to the marksman position? Just for you personally, you know, obviously very different roles on the team.
At first, I thought like, yeah, I'm gonna play Millions, I'm gonna engage, hell yeah, I'm gonna get in there, you know?
Yeah.
And now I'm like, oh my god, every game is just Nami, Yumi, Tom. Like,
and
it's like,
I mean, that happens with AD carry too, right? You're like Varus, Ezreal.
Yeah,
Jin.
but like, at least those champs are like fun to play.
Okay. Yeah.
But right now, the meta is very ADC-centric. It's like, okay, you pick Siri, you pick Yumi. You pick Lucian, I pick Nami. You pick Senna, I pick TK, right?
Yeah.
It's like, I don't actually do anything in draft. I'm just like, Berserker, what do you want to play? Senna? Sure, pick TK. Lucian, Nami. Kalista, Renata. Like, you see all these combos every single game. It's the same thing. Saya, Rakan. Like, it's not that complicated to draft right now. So I don't have much to say in that regard, but I do enjoy playing the role. It's a lot of fun for me. I never had this much fun playing the game recently, I think. So I'm enjoying it a lot. And even in our first week of scrims, it's just, my joy of the game has been like reignited.
Yeah.
So it feels good to play.
It's usually like that sense of discovery. For me, like when it comes to like players that have been playing for a very long time, and for your case, like you've been in internationals, you've gone far before, like, but you're now in a new position. Is there a different perspective, something that you've learned like in the recent months, like making that role swap to support that you didn't have while playing AD carry?
Yeah, I think the biggest difference is the skill set required to be a good support player is way different.
Yeah.
Things like map awareness and knowing what's going on in other lanes is pretty important. Whereas ADC, you can't really just roam top out of base, right?
Yeah.
You're tied to a lane, so to speak. You have to farm X amount of minutes per minute or you're going to be useless.
Yeah.
Supports have a lot more influence on how the game actually goes. Normally, at this game I'm playing Tom Kinch, so I'm the ADC in this game technically. But just things like map awareness and knowing what's going on in the game is a lot more important. ADCs, they lane, then they go mid, they kill 6 minions, they alt-tap, they go back, kill 6 minions again, and they repeat until the dragon spawns and you fight, right?
Yeah.
Supports, they have to put wards down, they have to be covering side lanes if you get dove, these kind of things. So it's just a very different skill set required. And at first, I was really bad, and I was like, wow, this is going to be an uphill battle. But nowadays, I feel, okay, I think I'm getting there.
Going back to that macro perspective, obviously you got to see the team without you, and a big fight that was going on in the community is like, well, they don't have their bot lane, but also they have other team issues. So I wanted to ask you, diagnose C9's team issues in week 1. What went wrong?
Woo. I think it's a combination of bad play from everyone, but also poor drafting, and then the fact that C9 had about 10 days of scrims. And at first they played with Dasha on top because Fudge was in Korea with COVID. He came back, so they had like about a week practice with that roster. And then naturally, it's not their main roster. A lot of time we have a sub roster where you know someone is coming soon to replace them. You kind of feel less motivated in a way because you know you might subconsciously blame these people, like King and Destiny in this case, for everything that goes wrong, even if things aren't their fault. So it's like, it's hard to judge, but it's a common thing that happens. But I think that C9 had more issues than just their bot lane in last week. So today, Blabber and Fudge played a lot better than did in week 1. But I also think that sometimes you can change a player, not necessarily better or worse, and it will make a huge difference in the team, the atmosphere. This was really, I remember back in Origin, we changed Xpeke for Power Evil, and it was a huge difference, even though everyone considered Power Evil a better player than Xpeke. And Peke wasn't like some sort of genius shot caller. He just had a really good vibe.
Yeah.
He just fit in well with the team, and just made the whole difference.
Those kinds of synergies and intangibles, right? Like, I mean, it's so hard to evaluate how important they actually are until you lose it. Kind of a thing. But I do want to talk a little bit more about your specific transition into the support position, and then a little bit about working alongside Berserker. But first, on the individual front, not the first marksman to make the swap to support. But I'm just kind of curious what your approach has been like, and ultimately how you feel maybe your history as an AD carry and a marksman either aids you in that swap, or even at times maybe detracts. Like, I don't know if there's like habits that are hard to get over or to like break yourself of, you know, in changing the positions.
Yeah, I think I'm a lot more critical of his gameplay, his builds, his runes, his summoner spells, everything he does, his picks. And sometimes I let him fail. For example, we were in a draft in scrims the other day, and I said, we should pick this. And so he was like, no, we should pick this. I'm like, okay, we pick it, we get destroyed. And then he's like, after the game, I ask him, so what do you think? Yeah, you were right. And I'm like, oh, I'm right. But I think that overall, I understand his point of view a lot better than other supports.
Yeah.
The main disadvantage I have is that I understand my own point of view a lot worse now that I'm playing the support role.
Oh, no.
But I think our laning phase is pretty good overall. I think that I understand what he's thinking in the game a lot. So I think that's my advantage. But yeah, I am critical of his gameplay a lot. And I think it helps him grow because I think last split he was doing a lot of things on autopilot, building bad items, just always playing to farm only. And I think he's a very aggressive player that functions best when he's playing the winning lane champs. You see like 380 bans every game. I think that'll continue. But I hope that we will get to show lane prowess in the future games.
Something that I was interested in on top of that was, in your career, you've been with supports for a very long time. You've had like Mithy as a duo. You've had Vulcan as a duo. And in this case, like just fairly recently, you know, you've been working with Isles a bit, and then now you're working with Berserker. How has it been? Like, have you had to change anything that you had to do and how you communicate certain things? Because when you were with Vulcan, like before the season began, you were in with Korea like really grinding to understand the duo, but now you really don't have that much time to like work with these specific individuals, especially this time around.
Yeah, unfortunately, I couldn't go to Korea because I was doing my green card stuff in the EU, and it took a lot of time because the embassy lost my passport. Long story.
God.
Oh, no.
Long story. Let's not get there. But the main issue for me in Berserker was the language barrier. I talk really fast, and I'm hard to understand sometimes. Even now, maybe. So for him, it's even harder. And he's not the greatest at English, I have to admit. But we try to dumb it down a little bit and use some words he understands. Sometimes he writes down words on Notepad that I use, and it's like my lingo. But it's getting there. So at first, it was a bit hard to communicate in the game. It's very simple, like pings, or I go here, I go word, you know, like nothing else, no complicated. Oh, if you use this spell, I'll dash here and exhaust this guy, and blah, blah, like that doesn't work. Just very simple stuff, and I think it's working for us.
Well, I'm so sorry to cut this
Dude,
short.
I'm owning.
I know you are. That's what what I was saying. I'm being told we got to move. I don't really want to because I'm absolutely loving the conversation that we're having. Maybe we'll get to pick your brain a little bit more in just a moment. But, you know, from one role swap support to another, as 100 Thieves prepare to grapple against Golden Guardians, Huhi remarks on his time spent with his former teammate Stixay. Check it out.
My history with Stixay goes pretty far. We've started in LCS at the same time on CLG, and we've had some great times. We won the first championship together. We went to MSI finals together. We were really close, but I think this industry is always like, if we go to a different team, we can't really connect because we don't have that much time. And here and there, I've been talking to him nowadays. When he got promoted to LCS, like I was really happy for him because I know that he's a really talented player still. And yeah, I think Golden Guardians is actually a pretty good team, and yeah, I can't wait to really face them on stage as well. Hi 6A, welcome back to LCS. My advice is you can crush every other bot lane, but not me and FBI. So good luck.
Is that really advice? He's just telling him, you can't crush me.
My advice is hello.
My advice is, I'm better.
Yeah, that's good. But it's good to set expectations,
yeah,
right?
True,
because if you come in thinking you're going to beat Huhi and you don't, you'll be disappointed.
Yeah, exactly.
You come in thinking you won't, you're like, oh, normal day at the office. You know,
I love it. I also like how so many of that team of CLG that he's talking about being on with Stixay, like Smithy is also a coach now, coaching TSM Academy. You know, Stixay bouncing between coach and player.
Yep.
But coming back in here, I think it is super hyped to see them go back up against each other again. In the previous game, we were talking about players role swapping to support. And you mentioned Huhi, and I was like, yeah, the roaming skills from his Aurelion Soul days.
Yes.
What do you think his time in lane versus out of lane is going to be this game? I feel like it'll be abnormally high in lane, so he can, you know, fight Stixay.
Oh, just fight Stixay? Yeah. I'm going to say it's entirely based on the champion he's playing. If he's Yuumi, once his jungler sticks, he's gone. He's like, I've got a new lane partner. It's Wukong. It's banned. Damn. Oh, we're almost right about that one, though.
I actually, it would be funny if our proximity stats were more detailed, and it was how close you are to your teammates, and Yumi's like, I'm on top of him.
That's the highest. I like that one. That's good. One day, yeah, it'll be a sliding scale. You know, it'll track up by more. Well, we'll see what the rest of the bands end up being. Karma, often paired with Ezreal. We had Sven a little bit ago talking about how so many of the support picks right now, in his view, are just prescribed by the AD carry pick. He said, if it's Zeri, you're just always Yuumi. If it's Senna, you're always Tahm Kench. Yeah. And I want to, you know, Kalista, Renata Glass, which, by the way, that duo is up right now.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned in the first game as well. In the champion select coming into it, it's really easy to, you know, draw these pairings up. So, with a couple of them banned out, this is actually less than usual, I would say, because usually we get even more bottom lane bans, but only 3 of them taken out here, with the Karma basically banning out Ezreal too, as we talk about those partners that always go together. So this leaves up a whole host of options here.
Another marksman, Kobe!
So excited. Are we going to actually get a Kalista pick, though? Because Kalista is something that Sven also touched on this as he was owning on that analyst.
Oh, he was.
The Kalista is like a champion that does do better in scrims than on stage a lot, as it you know, gets a bunch of kills and stuff like that. But then fans seem like the fan sentiment always hates Kalista because the fans see on stage when, oh, it eventually gets outscaled or something and then they end up losing. But it does so well in scrims and in solo queue, and you know, has you know, decent uses there. So we do get to see it locked in. I'm happy.
And they can wait till third for Renata if they want to grab something else high priority, like a jungler if you think they're not going to pair. Obviously, Lucian Nami is the other.
You're talking about 100 Thieves now, though.
Well, I'm curious. So, like, on the 100 Thieves side, like, they can go Lucian Nami, and you'll expect it for the most part. Obviously, you could try to break things apart. Golden Guardians, we probably see Renata Glass on 3. But it's like, you can grab it now. You could wait to see the duo lane just in case you care. Go for the high priority in case they're going to break the duo apart and go for a high priority jungler.
Yeah. It's interesting to me because Renata is actually one that, to me, doesn't have to be always paired with Kalista. Renata, to me, is just a very good range support. And isn't quite like some of the other pairings of the Karma Ezreal or the Lucian Nami, but since they have the Lucian, there you go. Yeah. And oh, this is actually perfect because there was a social interaction on Twitter. Someone was saying that Lucian, I Will Dominate was saying Lucian Nami, most overrated pairing. right now in Pro League. Shout out to Dom. And the replies from 100 Thieves, I think it was Closer, tagged FBI and Huhi because they spam it so much and they have such high prio on it in their scrims. And he said, yes, Lucian Nami is overrated because the teams don't have FBI and Huhi on their team. Our team rightly prioritizes it as the best bottom lane because they're so aggro, they can dominate people. So now we actually get to see it.
Yeah.
Perfect. It's played out. It's the Kalista Renata versus the Nami Lucian. We actually get some data here.
Yeah.
Are FBI and Huhi just that much better? Because Dom was saying in LPL, yeah, the Kalista Renata does absolutely fine into it.
Well, you heard what Huhi said, though, in the interview, which is like, sorry, Stixxay,
Yeah,
you
you're
can't
not
beat our
better than
lane.
us.
It's everyone else.
I
Yeah.
like it.
So, unfortunately, it's been spoken for. No options here. Gangplank, Kale,
Perfect.
both off the tables here. As Gwen and Trundle are gone as well. Keep in, of course, Golden Guardians have their jungler. They can also kind of pick both solos here, so I would expect a mid laner he likes in the Corki. I don't see why you'd blind your top laner. I feel like there are always a wealth of options that are strong, so I feel like you should want to wait. Aurelion Sol, I like the Huhi shout at the very least. Actually, that's great. Right?
From 6A, yeah.
Yeah, 6A and Huhi get the A-Sol.
I mean,
hover, off it
it's
goes.
not really fair because Huhi got a video interview where he gets to talk at 6A. And
6A gets to hover a champion.
Yeah, he doesn't get to say anything. He's like, still love you, man. Here's the Aurelion Soul hover. The good old days.
Someday gets to play Ornn. This will be his 10th Ornn game of the year. Twice as many as his next pick champion. 100 Thieves have, I think for most of the year, really been about mid lane and bot lane. As the carries, obviously, Close have been a really big deal as well, but onto the Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Generally not going to have that same, 2v5 team fighting prowess. We'll move Lee Sin to his 11th
Au
pick.
contraire, my friend. Closer Lee Sin.
Nope.
The
Durability
LCS
update.
LCS Finals MVP from last year.
Yeah, from last year.
But it is
Not
going to be
so much
the Gnar answer to the Ornn. Not one of the more aggressive counters that I like to see, like the Mordekaiser or something where you're really just like, it's about me now. I'm the main character. Gnar's not really a main character pick. Gnar is a team play pick there.
I think he's above an extra. Like,
Okay,
he has
yeah.
lines.
Yeah.
You actually have to pay him, as a speaking role,
and you
but
got to pay him double for Mini and Mega.
oh my gosh, wow. That's impressive. That's
Two for one character.
Yeah, as long as you're in more than one episode, even if you've done the same footage, they pay you for each episode you're in.
Now we know because that happened with
I know. I've got all these showbiz anecdotes now. It's great.
It was such a nice message to get. You're like, oh, you're paying me more? Great.
I'm in 106 now. Good to know. Cool.
All right, let's get into it.
Relatable, Kobe.
I'm super excited for this one. 100 Thieves currently sitting at 2-1. They, again, surprise, surprise, going super scaling. You mentioned the proactivity that this team has had with Closer and especially FBI, Huhi on the Lucian Nami. I expect it to be all bottom lane focused.
Yeah.
Because Ornn and Corki, they're a scaling.
They are. And that's going to be waiting around for a while. So, Kobe, here on the LCS, we are known for taking the best parts of Europe and making them home here. We brought over Pride Stalker. We brought over Sven. I was watching the LEC
What about
today.
that Caps guy? When are we getting our hands on
Yeah, when
him?
are we getting this Caps guy? Come on. You grab Perks, other mid laner. Anyway, I was watching the LEC today, and this is a great idea because there's a trade bug we're making champ select. Where
So we've got like 7 minutes or something.
Great. So, you, I, and the audience are going to play a game together, all right? We're going to name a champion, and the last letter in the champion name is the first letter of the new champion you name, right? So if I say Alawi, it ends in I, you got to keep going on I champion.
Okay.
So, Alawi.
I'm just going to listen to the audience.
Yeah, sorry? I heard Ivern. Okay, so Kobe and N to you.
I was going to play on the audience's team.
Oh, you're just on their team?
Yeah.
Okay, sure, let's do it.
Because I want to be against you. So we're
Great.
we're gonna win. Audience gonna win, baby. We're gonna win. Down with free.
Okay, so you're stalling.
It's your end. I'm on their team. We answered
right,
Ivern.
they said Ivern. Okay.
Yeah.
Nocturne.
Wow, I already won!
This guy said Nami.
Yeah,
I already won.
He was confused on the rules. I'm the megaphone spokesperson.
Okay.
We crowdsourced our answer first. But what's our real answer? That was a joke.
Nocturne ends in E, by the way.
Elise.
Evelyn. Wait, I heard Echo. You're losing again. Y'all are really trolling.
For the crowdsourcing.
I hear the first word, I count it as the answer.
Huh?
This is Jeopardy rules.
Ezreal?
Ezreal. All right, Lux.
Ooh.
Zaya.
Zaya.
I don't know what that was. I don't know what that
Zaya.
handshake thing
Zaya.
was. Zaya?
Yeah.
Zaya. Hecarim.
Ooh. Mordekaiser sounds good. That was loud.
Mordekaiser. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Cool. We're going to keep the theme going because I'm going to get bonus points. I said Zaya. Rakan.
We did a lot of the end champion. Nami? Did we do Nami? I don't think we did Nami.
Okay, sure. You know what? Actually, I screwed up because
look at that reaction. That was his reaction to our game, by the way.
You know what's sad, actually? So I actually knew this from the LEC. They couldn't come up with more than 3 I champions. So I actually realized, oh, the real strat is to end with a Lowy, then you win. Because they can't. You get
because it takes one from the pool. And it resets.
So once you get tossed, anyway. So the last one is Aurelia, and then
But I did like that you started with Lowy because I was talking about Lowy for like all of last split.
Yeah, it's a good champion. Anyway, Aurelia to you.
Okay, that was a fun game. I'm gonna call it over now.
Great.
Because of the reactions from Abadag.
That means I'm 3-0. Nah, it's too late.
We have no.
Oh, yeah, I heard you going with Ari. It's too late. Kobe ended it, which is good because I would have lost right there. Thank you, Kobe. He's got my back after all. This man can do it all.
See, that's what a co-caster's for.
That is impressive.
We can't just stomp him that hard. Right? Sometimes you gotta give him a game, okay?
Yeah, I mean, you saw Dignitas finally let Cloud9 get a win. You're my Dignitas, Kobe, and I appreciate that.
We can't talk about the team comps.
We can't
here because we do have the trade bug. I wasn't here in week 1, but I've been informed that the trade bug is
frequent,
prolific. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, as we mentioned, we went over the 100 Thieves side because they've got the scaling Ornn, Corki stuff, and a lot of action for bottom lane. I'll wait to retell the social story once we get into the game.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
Nobody's going to be listening to this
oh,
period right now. This part of the VOD, no
one's watching this part of the VOD.
Nobody is watching
this. Being skipped.
Only the most hardcore are going to be like, hey, tweeting at us like, hey, we were listening, okay? Just so you know, we watch the pauses even on VOD.
Right, yeah. So yeah, everyone who's here live, y'all are wonderful. I want to be clear about that one. Y'all are amazing. Round of applause for sticking around. Thank you.
And you still won the game in my heart.
Yeah, but that's not true, though. But yeah, if you're watching on VOD and you're somehow still listening to this,
you're at actual All-Star.
You actually need to tweet at Kobe or me and just be like, yeah, I saw this.
You can't
tape.
do it early. We're going to know you cheated.
Yeah, don't bring up a scheduled tweet for like in 4 hours like you're Jojo Pion.
If they're watching on YouTube right now and then they wait like 10 seconds to just rewind it, that doesn't count.
That doesn't count.
That doesn't count.
Needs to be like the day later.
Exactly.
All right, here we go. Yes, we've got some claps from the audience.
The trade bug.
We've defeated Fly Swatters fully in use. Here we go. 100 Thieves and Golden Guardians 1 game apart right now in the LCS regular season standings here in Summer Split. And let's see if 100 Thieves is going to pick up where they left off last summer, which is winning the LCS.
Okay, so now I'll retell the social story because, hey, hello, all the VOD listeners. Guess what? For this Champ Select, it was super hype because earlier on Twitter, Dom was talking about how overrated Lucian Nami is, and he got a response from Closer from 100 Thieves, who was talking about it's only overrated by other teams because they're not as good as FBI and Huhi as a bottom lane. We can really abuse the Lucian Nami, but Dom was talking about the Kalista Renata in LPL used very effectively into this matchup, and now we get to test it. How good are FBI and Huhi really?
We'll see, maybe from their coach, because Latagris is on the sidelines with 100 Thieves coach Reaper.
Oh, update.
Welcome, everyone. I've got Reaper. Speaking of bot lane, what do you think of the state of bot lane right now? Because we've heard some calling it boring, but we do see Renata coming through.
It will be pretty spicy game because they have Kalista and Renata, which is pretty strong early game champions, and then Volibear, which is they are looking for dive at the bot. So our game plan is defending the bot dive, and then their game plan is attacking our bot, right? So it will be quite spicy, not a boring game.
How worried are you about what GG can do if Pride Stalker decides to bring that attention down bot?
I mean, we were already talking about during the draft, so that we are planning for it, but let's see how it goes.
All right, let's see how it goes indeed. Back to the game.
Well, perfect, because guess what? Volibear is pathing from top side down towards bottom. Lee Sin picked up red and is going to do a reverse clear, it looks like. So I think Closer is going to get back down there for a counter because he skipped both Raptors and Krugs. He's not just doing full red quadrant. He's going to get back down there after 3.
He might end up seeing Lee Sin. We'll see what he kind of pivots his camps around. He can, okay, no action, I can finish Krugs here. Oh, there is action. Okay, I'm on the way over. He's obviously going to be nearby, so we'll have to see what the timing ends up looking like. Level 3 coming through for Oliver in a second as he finishes up the Raptors and moves his way down. Lee Sin, similar boat off of red, blue, Gromp. Always need one big camp on a 3-camp clear if you want level 3. Pretty big hit. Oh, Someday sidesteps the house, but the stun could be enough. Licorice getting a bit more damage. Flashes, and it's going to be enough, is it? He's got no flash. The minions help, and Licorice solo kills Someday.
I love these fights in top lane where you know they're so close. They've committed to the all-in, and someone is going to die. What a breath of fresh air from the first game and from a lot of the games that happened on durability patch. They just committed to it, baby.
Yeah.
Both of them committing, and Someday there does not flash. The minion auto damage in the air already finishes him off, and Licorice with the solo bolo in top lane pre-3 minutes on the durability patch. He doesn't care.
And he even started Cole. It's like, I picked the greediest option, and I first blooded you. Hop is in time to flash for the stun. Is it enough? Hop is down. He doesn't have flash for a follow. That slow could be enough. It's gonna be Someday taking him back.
Woo, I love top lane, baby. Forget the rest of the map. I love these two. Someday gets back out there. Guess what? Makes use of that flash advantage. And because the wave didn't get pushed all the way in either, there was not any, minions lost off of that. So it's just good, clean, fun action up there, Free.
Yeah, turns out Licorice, the main character after all on this number. The camera can't get his eyes off him. This is amazing. There we go. Waves go down. I do want to take a little bit because I think nerding about draft is fun sometimes. So obviously we have what I would consider the believed premier bottom lanes, right? Lucian, Nami, and Rana Kalista are like the two big ones that we see the most.
The aggro playmaking.
Right. What was interesting is 100 Thieves were like, we could first pick one of these. We'd rather take Corki and then just trade you later on in the draft. And then Golden Guardian said, okay, we think the Renata, Kalista side is better. Like, we can pick either bot lane. We want this one. Go ahead and answer us. And so it was interesting to see the priorities that 100 Thieves would rather have a Corki, and Golden Guardians like that side.
And that was the whole point of the social interaction. There is the increased priority by 100 Thieves on Lucian Nami compared to everyone else. Really believing in it. Plus, for me, I do like the Corki side of Corki Azir, but I know it is down to personal preference of the players right now. Donk, donk. Did you know that Volibear and Ornn are brothers?
I didn't know that.
They have one more sibling. So I've got a game. If the audience knows the other sibling of Ornn and Volibear, the other demigod, then you get the win over Freak. Oh, they do know. I heard Anivia. Boom. Nailed it.
I also heard Udyr and Teemo.
Yeah,
you can't just be like, well, there's 75 answers. They named all 150. I heard one of them.
But I can. Crowdsourcing. Selective hearing here.
Great, nice.
I am biased, by the way.
Maybe. Closer, I believe. Maybe didn't get seen by it. Regardless, is going to path down to the bottom side. We have not yet seen a bot lane gank. Very small gold right now. 18-8 all time. Lee Sin in the LCS. Yeah, definitely pretty strong player.
5 KDA.
That's good.
That is very good. You know on op.gg when they have the different colors of your KDAs?
That's blue.
Yeah, probably. Because you have to get like, what's the cutoff for like the gold?
Aatrox after Aurelia.
Got him.
No, because the second X champion.
Congratulations!
Yep.
But Xayah was already used.
There's a third as well, Xin Zhao. So, we got Xayah, we got Xerath, and we get Xin Zhao.
True,
so, it's actually free. So, sorry, bud, but step ahead.
Swing and a miss.
Yep. Oh, no bubble there either.
Bubble and a miss.
That's good.
Yeah. Hop in a miss.
Ooh, oh, that's going to be a nice knock-up into the ult combo as well. Pretty good damage here. Someday going to find
hell yeah.
the Brittle
Round
knock-up.
3,
Yeah, they're still fighting, and there is the kill. Ignite, Brittle, clap, 2-1. Someday wins the best of 3.
This is the single greatest Ornn Volibear match or Ornn Gnar matchup I've ever seen. Actually,
that's fact.
This is the single greatest matchup. I've never seen it be 3 kills, 6.5 minutes here, and 2 of them going to the Ornn.
Yeah,
buddy.
I wonder, what is the LCS record for solo kills pre-7 minutes? Because we've got 3.
Yeah, I mean we're definitely leading the way. I would say.
Get on it.
Congrats to us. Yeah.
I have a talkback button. I'm choosing to say to the audience as well. But I know we have stats on call, so I'll be told. Good luck finding out.
They've got phones, okay?
Yeah, great. Yeah, it's true. All right, we get it again.
Round 3, Rumble in the top lane. Licorice looking for the minions, does push it forward, and someday bides his time. All the abilities have been used. After the ult into the wall, Mininar comes, and here comes the ultimate. He's only got a little bit of mana freak. Guess what? We already know the end of the fight.
Ignite clap!
Well, the ignite there was, it got one tick off when you apply it.
Yeah.
And that's all the damage from the ignite he needed.
Yeah, it was interesting because, yeah, the end of Mega Gnar, Licorice is doing a wave clear combo. Like, cool, I'll clear the wave and get out. And he's about to recall. Yeah. But a really good timing by Someday. He's like, I have this. And he's right.
It's also thematic to Spellbook over to Smite there for Ornn for his Forge duties.
Oh, yeah. Just light him on fire.
Yeah.
Bellows Breath plus Ignite.
Plus the fire of the Bomby Cinder Explosion. You know, someone asked me yesterday in my chat, why don't Ornn players just build Locket of the Iron Solari? Because they have enough wave clear without Bombies. But Bomby's Explosion is actually really good for trade. And Ornn, as you can see, will get kills with more trade damage.
Yep.
Won't get that if you go Locket.
That's true. Yeah, he's actually pretty good at scrapping, and because Bombies is like a mythic component, you can't stack them. Like, you can't get like a Lost Chapter and a Bomby Cinder. Yep. You're just not allowed, because it's exclusively into mythics, and so those things are locked out. Same for Leeching Leer. And Noon Quiver. There might be one more, but I think that's close to the list.
I, for one, am ready for round 4 of the Rumble in the top lane. I have not had enough yet.
Well, here we go. He's already brittle. There's a pillar. Get away from it.
Dragon will be taken, but Dragon doesn't stand
Less
a chance.
important.
I literally, when was the last time you saw Dragon win a fight?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, Baron, like, every day.
Yeah, Baron wins fights all the time.
Yeah.
But Dragon,
yeah,
they need to buff Dragons, actually.
I mean, no, we're just playing the story quest of Skyrim. No matter where you go, Skyrim's still there. You're meant to beat the dragons in that game.
Oh, we got it.
Yeah, Todd, you did it again, you sneaky. There we go, bit of a slow. Is going to be enough. We'll find a trade of stuns back and forth. There's a bit of move speed.
Ooh, he's learned his lesson.
Yeah, but now somebody's a little bit out of cooldown.
Hyper?
Flash was back up, so theoretically can get low enough that it can matter, but Licorice with almost no sustain at all, just the Cole for 4 health per auto, I think, 3 or 4 health per auto.
I mean, nobody should die, because they both have flashes. There's no Spellbook over to Smite, and no ulti.
Quite good damage, good shield for the move speed, finally gets away from the Culling, 6.5 HP. Pretty solid stuff. Check a look at the bot lane. It is a 10 CS lead for FBI with about 4 to farm, so call it actually 6. I think in fair estimation.
Ooh, Volibear, though. A new challenger approaches.
There we go. Are you going to get away from this one? But he's going to ult. He's going to flash over some of it, still gets a bit of damage, and won't chase the follow just yet. There comes the dunk. No, it's going to be FBI flashing away the kick. The follow-through. Closer's already there. Going to chase into Ole. Second auto. One more would kill. Not going to find it. The shield's too much. Closer cannot get back in a range, but that still is the 3rd kill on the board for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, he's not baited in. Beautiful stuff there from Closer, wrapping around through, and FBI with the fancy footwork. Abbedagga also just able to Valk the attempt here from Ablaze Olive. So cooldown win, but health is negative for him.
True. See if it matters, though, if he has to recall. Of course, he has TP, so is always able to get back to the lane when he needs to. Otherwise, can play the lane out with his 100-something mana left over. Licorice soon to be Mega again in the top side.
Yeah, and he's going Cole tier Corki as he's going to get maximum value from his farming here. So playing it for the long run, stacking up pretty quickly. Chem tank done. Turbo Chem tank Volibear, baby. See if he's able to utilize this active, because he does not have boots, but he can still run quicker with just the active. Right back out to it. Doesn't have ult, though, off the bottom side play.
And as Someday sidesteps the house, want to keep the wave a little bit in front of his tower, maybe find himself a gank possibility. Now, where the wave is right here, that is out of range, and indeed, this is now Licorice stuck very far up.
It's a mini Gnar with flash, though, so as a jungler, when you're evaluating your time spent, you can burn the flash from Gnar, but it's going to be pretty hard to actually kill him, because Someday still was waiting on his ult, and you didn't have Dragon Kick or flash either for Lee Sin, so you just are like, all right, it's not worth my time just to blow a flash. Now, maybe with a Spellbook over to Exhaust and the Ornn Ultimate available, if he was around.
Wow, yeah, trades on to half HP. Of course, at this point now, Licorice has gotten his own ward down, so can reactively get away from Lee Sin. But you're right, it's tough to find anything to do with that one. First Dragon had gone over 100 Thieves. FJ's gold advantage, very, very low, just about 100 gold. We'll see if they want to play for this next Dragon in 2 minutes. But as their bot lane has mostly had control, the CS lead remains around 10. Notice that it is a Serrated Jerk Rush for the Lucian. It's a really, really strong early power spike. That is one of the most efficient items in the game. So serrated into a more normal build like an Essence Reaver or a Gale Force. Definitely the possibility you can kind of upgrade it later.
Yeah, always love just building a lethality item as a jungler and then sitting on the next Serrated Dirk because of the efficiency. Flash burned.
To get him to flash, actually, was afraid that Wasn't gonna have enough if he got knocked up and slowed, so gets his way out. Can't find the spear there either, as Closer was on the way, but Pridestalker and Blaze Olive now want to be in this one. Corky's here as well. Abadaga has a big rocket ready, ward in the brush, and it's gonna be a bit of a smite fight claimed. Nicely done. I believe that went to Pridestalker, but now Abadaga get a little bit more damage.
The E on Volibear does so much damage. It was one of the buffs they gave the champ quite a long time ago.
Yeah.
But nice timing there with the burst from it.
We're going to play again. Abadaga, yep, has to go for the early Valkyrie. If you do it reactively,
the ward fights,
you're going to be actually still in range of the shuffle backwards. You have to actually hit that one when he's showing up, unless you trade flashes.
That ward survives. That is now the son of Abba. Abadaga saves it with 1 HP left. These are the things, Freak, that we really have to invest in. Honestly, all these control wards, that defense of that control ward behind the red buff that we just saw is going to be pretty big for the next Dragon setup. A lot of vision there.
But exhaust Closer's here, has his own kick, has to hop early, ward hop, and he wants to bait the flash, then he goes for it into the wall, flashes the knockup, but Ornn might have enough. Closer drops aggro, flash to ult early. Does he have the damage? Is this slow enough? Turret should kill him, and indeed it will. A trade 1-for-1, a Blaze Olive here to claim the wave, and Closer shoves in.
Oh my gosh, the double wards down, and the auto on the first one as well. A Blaze Olive, though, teleporting up to the top side to the turret. This time, round 4 ends up being a 1-for-1 in the top lane bloody brawl.
It won't find himself lower there. I think Closer probably should have held turret aggro for a couple of more auto attacks. I think he would have. I think Azir probably would have found the kill, so end of the day, it would have still been the 1-for-1.
For sure would have, has flash, has flies.
Yeah, but yeah, dropped aggro and had the earlier death of this poor Ornn. But 3-2-0, 2-3-0, still almost all the kills involve top laners.
Yeah. Nobody's claiming top lane's been super clean this game, so I think it's fine.
It's fine.
A little bit of dirt up there, it's fine.
More
Brush
fun
it
that way.
off. All right, Cloud Dragon has arrived, though, and all that vision that we were talking about for Golden Guardians being put to use.
The instinct of like, this is dangerous, I don't want to go forward anymore. Still gets it by Renata. Nice little shot right there, gets a bit of a trade. Not too much, though.
Interesting that Golden Guardians are actually forcing on Rift Herald number 2, valuing it more than the Cloud Dragon here. Really putting some stock in the power of getting down an actual turret with Rift Herald number 2.
It will automatically kill mid by itself. Though Herald will globally share plate, that does not, I believe, give you guaranteed local turret gold. Someone will have to babysit if they want the injection of 400 for local turret plus first tower gold itself. Second Dragon does go 100 Thieves' way. Closer even saves his smite. The real swag players walk away, let it burn. They're actually going to be top lane instead. They do have the squad around there, so Stixxay, Ole, going to be able to share that money and go for a bit more. I think they can find the charge on the second turret. No one's defending.
Yeah.
An unanswered Herald can actually be the entire tower there.
Yeah, that's the whole point, is you have to answer Herald push. Because you get so much value. Secondary towers here are another 800 gold for the Golden Guardians. That ended up being a very good second Herald trade. A lot of the times you're like, the value of second Herald because I don't get insta plates, it's not that much, but 2 whole towers for the Golden Guardians in just an exchange for a second dragon there. I really do like that call. Of course, you have to add into the equation that 100 Thieves got 1 tower on the bottom side.
Yep.
Abadaga also pushing, and a Blaze in the reset gets most of the rest of mid, so do have to also count the losses there. But if you're thinking, the other side of the map already, you know, that outer was going to fall anyways. It was kind of sunk cost.
Yeah. If there's one sort of grand macro trend I can identify for Golden Guardians, hold on, we gotta look here. We're gonna look for the, whoa, the hop into the kick flash. Stixxay only brings the support to safety. This revive is not gonna matter. Really beautifully done. I take it back. Closer's gonna carry on Lee Sin after all.
That's LCS Finals MVP someday coming through, though, trying to cut them off. Just a little flex thing.
Yeah.
Scares them, shows us.
Yeah. Okay, so back to a very close game. Again, 200 gold lead to Golden Guardians, though, to Drakes, to 100 Thieves, maybe favor them a little bit. The one thing I've seen Golden Guardians willing to do a lot is aggressively cross-map. And I feel like most times I see it, they get more, right? So a tier 2 tower for a Drake was the sum total trade, and I think in most contexts, that is actually a positive trade. And I think they've been really good at identifying, okay, I know what the game state's gonna look like in 40 seconds, will be the better spot there. And it's been really good. I think they've actually consistently throughout just this split, these 4 games, made a lot of those choices intelligently.
I will say, Abadaga was the one on 100 Thieves that got the isolated outer tower gold too, and I am worried about Corki starting to really scale up, because the poke is at the point, even though Muramana is not transformed, where
Good wave clear.
Yeah, it actually leaves a mark, and they've valiantly defend this mid tower.
That's actually really impressive. That's actually, I think, important. Obviously, a spike of gold can always matter. Even though it would have been shared, it's still 500 gold to the team, and that can definitely change some item timings. Landry's in for the Azir. We are on, of course, typical AP Mage Poke Corki. And also, I think relatively standard, we often do see these defensive options second for champions like Azir. The Banshee's Veil, of course, once it's fully completed, is a incredibly efficient source of AP, MR, and haste. The shield actually, you don't even pay for the shield. You actually get like efficient stats before even finding the item. Compared to Zhonya's where you're paying for the Zhonya's active, Banshee's has like just infinitely more stats.
Yeah, I love actually both of the spell blocking items. Both of them feel really good.
Edge of Night as well.
To finish, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll be looking for that. Every rocket that you block or dodge, definitely towards the end game. I mean, that's saving you like 400, 500 HP sometimes. It's a big one.
Yeah, it can do just a ton. Ludens, of course, adding to that. The Magic Pen feels good, and now we see that we're a minute 40 from the third Drake of the game, and Golden Grinders will have to start to feel nervous. Mountain Drake, the generically winningest Dragon Soul in League of Legends, so I think very highly prized, is the slowest to kill. But again, Drakes don't win fights. Champions do, so though it will take longer to kill, Golden Grinders will have to actually step up, or they risk getting put very far down by a Dragon Soul.
It's good philosophy. I like it.
Yeah.
You can apply it to everything, actually.
I think so. Drakes don't win fights, champions do.
I need a freak t-shirt.
We put that just over the, like, every time you like leave your bedroom, it's like over the door frame.
Yeah.
Just like, okay, I gotta hit that one.
Motivational.
Yeah.
Wake up in the morning, remember one thing. Drakes don't win championships.
Champions do. Have you ever seen demotivational posters? Where it's like,
I have not, actually.
Okay,
I have not. I'm just only thinking of Ted Lasso.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that
Great
believe
show,
was,
by the way.
I've been watching that right now, actually. We're in the middle of season 2. But winners never quit. Quitters never win. Those who never quit and never win are idiots.
Fair enough. Wasting time. That's what I would call that. You're just wasting time, man. All right, let's
Would you like another, or should we wait?
I would not, because I think there's going to be an attempt at FBI's life.
There is an attempt at FBI's life. He's got a turret, but doesn't even matter. He's going to cleanse a bit. Price Soccer does not want to turn the turret off. They still won't kill it. That's going to be a knockout around a glass. Golay could be saved. The ulti is up, and there's the safety. Tidal Wave gets a whole lot of nothing. Tidal Wave's goodbye, more like it.
They would have been better served. Volibear Q charging at the turret, and then both of them autoing the turret and just killing it instead of actually going after Lucian. They got the cleanse though, Freak. Will the cleanse end up being the difference in this dragon fight? Corki's on the way.
Yep.
Package in tow. Abadaga's coming.
Here we go. TP
Glute's
coming
package is ready. It's the evolution.
I like that one. It's the PG version.
Yep.
The G-rated version? Probably the G-rated version. Glute's package on the way. Will it be enough? 100 Thieves holding the line right now in the river. This Drake, again, tankier, but still being attacked, and they're not going to have much of a problem. Ole quite low, no safeties here. They got to find the knockup, and that's going to be a flash away from Licorice. There's the package. Then he's going to get Meganar just in time and jump back to safety. Big dump comes across from Pride Stalker, but not a kill just yet. Stixay low, but staying alive. And it's going to be Licorice on. Actually, 2 health, blocking for his life. Ablaze Olive in danger, goes for a bit of a trade. Will they find the knockup? Shuffles in. Oh, gets pushed back. I don't know what that was,
something
but
with
someday
terrain.
stayed alive.
Yeah, something weird with the orange terrain. He goes down, though.
Abadaga went in, just found himself dead. Now this means a possibility. Prize Sucker has Smite, has Flash, can get the Drake, and it's going to go to Closer anyway. A knock of a flash to safety, a chase down. Closer gets one, and he's going to go for a little bit more. Blaze all over the wall, burning, but he gets the Lucian. Traded back by Ornn. Still more kills. Stixay falls. Nami finds the kill. Ole, he's going to die. Supporto combat, a double kill for Hui.
Ooh, that was a fun dragon fight, Freak. And in the end, the big winners, 100 Thieves, pull off the heist of this game. This is for Cloud Soul Point. Anyways, let's take a look at the fight first. Licorice on the outside is going to be the first. Wait a second, the action continues, and on picture-in-picture, Licorice found the kill on the Hui. But in the replay here, he's getting pushed out of the fight. Abadaga, big package through, separates the team. The edge of Licorice's ult, as he gets kicked away from the Lee Sin kick, does find him there, and then the Q slow onto FBI is enough to gain him distance to live, but then the return onto FBI, or Ablaze Olive. Oh, it was the handshake. Handshake, yeah, we both saw that. Handshake around Ornn there, puts them back at the same time, overrides the other move block, and then we get a smite fight, baby. Those are always exciting. Meanwhile, Pride Soccer flashes away from Someday's knockup, but Closer followed him. then Zonia's. He's going to be able to live here, flashes on Stixay, and Closers Lee Sin finds that kill with the extra damage from Huhi, who also picks up that kill. But as we know, in the picture-in-picture, he ended up dying too, Freak.
Yeah, we got 3 kills to Gnar as well. So the kill leaders in this game are Ornn, Gnar, and Nami. You love to see it.
Got him.
Yeah, exactly. Put some respect back on those players' names.
Now, though, Someday gets to start handing out Ornn upgrade items, and Licorice gets to hand out
not stopwatch. Okay, but is he going to get to safety is the question. Can only really walk one way. Ornn has teleported enough damage. Abadaga, 100 HP, but not dead. And a Blaze Olive certainly is, though. Good defense as we get kill number 5.
It's a huge pick, too, because of the timing. Because Golden Guardians can't capitalize on the overcommitment topside.
Please attack us once. Literally once.
No,
Okay.
The minions?
Hey, the minions did it, but Stixay is going to find himself killed. FBI way too tanky. He's going to get that one, no problem. That turret has baited Golden Guardians 7 times this game. Every single one of them turned bad.
I have to say, FBI is a dang good Lucian as well. The Lucian Nami for 100 Thieves, the investment paying off.
Yeah, it has. And we get Corki in the side lane. Abadaga always trying to find something to demolish. He's going to find 500 more gold as well to grow that gold lead.
You can't get away.
Licorice going to jump. There's the chase forward. Is it going to be enough with Gale Force setting it up? Going to find a little bit more. And there's a transform and Mega Gnar, but not enough. The dive comes in. Lucian finds his 3rd. Mid turret will stay alive, but top will fall.
Yeah, Corki loving it. Loving life not on the camera. Gets another outer turret by himself while the rest of the team take care of the Golden Guardians. This is the best way to play Scaling Champions, Freak. Have your team be able to win the entire other side of the map without you.
Yeah, I'm 0-1-1, but we're 12-5. Scaling!
Got him.
Got him.
Don't worry, I'll show up later.
Yeah.
Couple rockets in the back and
5 kill Ornn. Thanks, bud.
Game over.
Level 15.
Dude, this is why someday you're talking about 10 plays on Ornn this year. Of course, we had Ornn just overrun the entire LCS of spring, basically, with everybody on that train. But someday never got off the train.
Nope, good champ. He's been playing actually largely supportive for most of his LCS career. Obviously found a really good roster here with the new 100 Thieves as they brought in some ex-Golden Guardian members, right? Closer, FBI, Huhi kind of really made their mark on the LCS in these roles on Golden Guardians. Moved over, joined Someday, and after they signed Abadaga, immediately won an LCS title. So Golden Guardians with their new look. Blaze Olive replacing some of those shoes, and we'll see what they can get next. It's an 1800 gold lead right now, and we are on Dragon Soul points. 100 Thieves really holding all the cards.
They certainly are. Let me check on the package timing too. I don't believe they're gonna have one for it. Yeah, it's not up currently.
Usually you're allowed, like, as long as he's able to beeline over, I think you can grab package for a Drake and do it again.
It's the new 5 minutes, so if you're able to delay them.
Okay, a Blaze Olive getting chunked dangerously low health, but they get a huge Renata ulti, and that's Lucian going down. He's got a sidestep board, it will kill him, and he can't find R2, so indeed, it's gonna be one picked up there, GG, 1-0.
Right. So they do have the package now, but without FBI, this is gonna be very risky for 100 Thieves. They're gonna have to 4v5 this one. The timers are desynced enough that it is going to be FBI running from base. So 100 Thieves trying to delay and hope that Golden Guardians don't just burn this Baron or this Dragon down.
They'll definitely get there before the Lucian if there is a real 5v4. Smite is going to be up for both junglers. No flash for Closer.
They've got Rend and Smite. They should get this. They should burn it.
Wards in inventory. What's the play going to be? The Abadaga, of course, hard to lock down. They're really playing it slowly. Closer over the wall. Here comes Azira. Blaze Olive. Does he find a shuffle? No ulti, so he can't. Package is defensive, though, and that should be burnable then. Licorice, almost Mega Gnar, should stay safe for it, and it's only going to be Closer trying. He's got vision. It's smiteable. It's not going to happen. Jumps the wall. Ward hops right back to safety. And Blaze Olive going to find only some poke, nothing bigger. He's got to be careful. He doesn't have E. He's left himself alone. And Blaze Olive dives in, and Lucian has arrived. And that could be enough. The Renata will not find the revive. Or gets the kill. Lucian goes right back into the dirt. And now Closer has Guardian Angel. Gets revived for this one. Still a lot of damage to the 6A. Jumps the wall. Stays alive for now. Back over goes Someday. Big damage from Closer now. Will he kill Oleg? And it's the Gore Drinker just doing all of the work. Closer picks up a double. And it's time now for Golden Guardians to run. They may have claimed the dragon, but they lost the fight. A 4v2 on the map could mean a Baron afterwards.
Closer does so much work here. For 100 Thieves, they may have lost the dragon, but they kill so many members of Golden Guardians, they can move over to Baron. Bigger prize here. Abadaga at level 15 on the Corki. they actually opt not to. They don't have the DPS from FBI coming through. And yeah, you're right, no smite there either to ensure that they secure it.
Unfortunate overstep by Golden Guardians. I mean, just a mistake. Blaze Olive dove in. It's like, well, I can auto attack, but the respawns were there. I mean, that fight looks so good. They're just stuck on top of Horn knockups.
So they actually buy a lot of time here. Golden Guardians do really well with Licorice avoiding the full engage up on the top side. Runs basically a ring around the 100 Thieves. So they get the Dragon. It's the chase after Closer because Blaze wants to seemingly punish him for blast coning and then Wing back over. But as you mentioned, he's got no escape, and then he does not get bailed out. Look at Closer's life. With Guardian Angel and Gore Drinker, he lasted so long in here in the middle of 4 members. So even without FBI, Abadage comes around full circle over the Dragon Pit, flashes around to the edge, finishes out the extra damage here, and then once Closer got back up with Guardian Angel, he's gaining life throughout this fight.
Now they know, okay, this is the world we're in right now. Sure, Mountain Soul was delayed, that's good, but 2,500 FTX gold advantage here for 100 Thieves and looking for their Baron. At this point, they do own the river. You can see it's tough to play for Vision. Pride Stalker does not ulti the bubble. Lives, but still has to ult away in the end, so gets very little for that one. Could sweep, but knows versus CC could matter. Lee Sin now spotted on the wings. Gets Oli to kill it. They ward over the wall, but still, sweepers are there.
Oh, 16 there for Abba on the Corki. Those big ones are definitely going to hurt.
Increasing not only the base damage, but the AD ratio as well, so it can really just turn things up. And it's going to be a walk away. Still not willing to play Smite fight here. Pride Stalker, no flash, no ult. Couldn't easily get in the pit without a blast plant. Not even sure that was up, but Blaze all going to summon the mid turret here for Azir. Can make that siege look pretty good. BI fine for now, but will this mid siege even do anything? Decent poke on a Closer.
Yeah, getting them priority over Baron River here to try to clear out a bunch of this 100 Thieves vision.
And now you have to guess. The blue trinkets, not sure which ones are up, but now they actually spot a Blaze Olive and Licorice on the way over as the remnants of a ward. And mid lane turret indeed will fall, close to waiting in the wings. Looking for big ultimates, all 5, well, only 4. We're missing Lucian ult on the one side, missing Volibear on the other. Otherwise, is there going to be a fight? Licorice wants 16, it gives a much shorter ulti cooldown, which...
The cannon got through. They got a 100 Thieves cannon through. They could go for the push. It's causing Golden Guardians to give up their river positioning. That cannon getting all the way to tower made Golden Guardians think 100 Thieves were going to push for the tower, and that opens up the entryway.
A little bit of stun, a little poking out. They know Licorice is not a threat in the team fight anymore, so this actually gives a lot of confidence to 100 Thieves to play up because the engage not as good. Again, they know Pride Stalker has no ulti, had to use it away from a Nami bubble. It's not going to be too much. It's going to play the safer route of saying, you know what, we can go for Drake in 115. And those are the kind of coin flips that you're happy. Like, let's say it's actually a coin flip, and either one gets it. If you get it, you get soul. If they get it, they get like 7 armored magic resist. It's like, that's a good coin flip. Heads I win, tails you get nothing.
Yeah, not the best of deals to make. Plus, you're the ones with the level 16 Corki, so range means so much. If we look at this Golden Guardians team, the reason why you take a couple points off for their scaling, even though they do have Azir, which does a lot of damage, the range is not there. And that's what means a lot in these late game objective setups. So definitely range advantage plus the Ornn ultimate through the jungle quarter setting up for Dragon. 100 Thieves are like, you know what? We're chilling here. We are just awaiting for this Dragon fight to come up. Because as you said, there's very little risk. And they have so many advantages with their champions, forcing Golden Guardians to come to them. Golden Guardians are then, they have to just charge right in. You can't hesitate. You can't wait and get poked out.
Yeah, that's the difficulty though, because there's a lot of space to be given. If you're diving in, Nami Wave is going to make it really tough for all of you. Maybe they can sidestep Renata afterwards. And Dragon, now up in 5 seconds, would be Mountain Soul for 100 Thieves. TP with the thigh package, and here we go. Is it going to be enough? A big shot coming across. Nice, actually, bit of Berserk there. Puts Huhi down to 2/3 HP, but he heals himself right back up. And ultimately, that is now a Renata Glass ult down for very, very little. On the front line, we have Licorice on Meganar. Still holds on to Flash, still holds on to the ulti, but he's not in range of enemy champions just yet. That might be enough. Flashes in, gets a bunch of them, but will there be a follow-through? Out goes the package. Most of it is engaged, but it will kill Pride Stalker. He's going to burn down for his entire life. Stixxay as well, 3 for nothing. And Golden Guardians will get nada. Zilch. It's going to be no one left alive. Licorice, I guess, running for his little heals, but honestly, it is 100 Thieves with everything. They've lost 2, they've killed 4. This belongs to them.
This annoying little mini-Gnar on the outside trying to pester them and distract them from the Dragon, but the eyes on the prize. Dragon Soul here for the 100 Thieves acquired.
And a great team fight. Despite the engage from Licorice, the turn was just so much better, and nothing could be done. So the lead grows. That gold, triple it in your mind, because there is almost no way you one-shot 700 Thieves anymore.
Yeah, I mean, they just have so many added factors for 100 Thieves. It's the gold, but it's also Orin item upgrades and the Dragon Soul and better late-game sieging composition here. Extra range on your team. So many advantages. So that's why, like we said, it's going to be hard for Golden Guardians, and they can't hesitate. This is why when we see the flank from Pride Stalker, Golden Guardians call for go. This is their best chance. You know, just try and get an engage. Pride Stalker flank. Licorice here does have Mega, so they've just got to go. There's only one hope, and 100 Thieves group up. There they go. Flash in. Both of them get onto Abadage, but they immediately get packaged away from, and then look at the backline. Closer and Someday annihilate instantly the backline of Golden Guardians, and they completely collapse on this team fight.
Yeah, really well done. We had a good sidestep on the Ornalty or the Tidal Wave via Blazalo, but still couldn't get in a range. By the time he was able to press R, everyone already gotten all the way out. Yep. 100 Thieves did not take enough damage there to be killed. And now with run of the map, looking at Baron.
Yeah.
Know where Pride Stalker is.
They've got a little split push action going with Licorice committing to bottom side. So I think that is just going to be the call. Go for, oh!
Okay, Shuffle's not going to land a Blaze Olive in. A lot of danger, knocked up, Tidal Wave, and that revive means nothing. FBI gets another. A bot lane turret falls, but guess what? A kill and a Baron worth a hell of a lot more as Pride Stalker's on the way out. We'll find a slow, but not much else. Ult if he needs it, will not be chased down. Baron acquired 20-9 kill score. At least an objective bounty goes to the Gnar. Something on the other side for Golden Guardians, but this game is slipping away fast.
Yeah, two of them there. 6A actually, I think, grabbing the mid one as well, yeah. But again, you're losing your whole base because this is a minion wave with cannon, 100 Thieves, Baron buff pushing in. They want to end this sucker.
Inhibitor turret probably going to fall as well. They're still waiting for a 0 to spawn in 20 full seconds. And against Baron, against
teleport.
Dragon Soul is going to be tough. So teleports to a minion, turns it invulnerable. This will be the inhibitor given away as well. They still have to wait. They will get a chance at a 5-on-5 for the Nexus turrets themselves, but we're going to look to the big play. The flash, they get stunned in time, but he's got GA, he's got Gorge Ring. It's not going to be enough just yet. Pride Stalker walking away for now. Berserk looks good. Big damage. He doesn't have HP. They might just get the kill. There's one. It's a trade of 1-for-1, though. Now can a Blaze Olive get in for more? His flash is down. Someday holds the front line. Not going to get much more of the chase. A scoop is not going to land. Good. Valk back by the Corki. And now we got a Tidal Wave. We got a lockdown. Pride Stalker will die. And still no trades yet for Golden Guardians. They got to get back to the fountain. Need the Azir to heal back up. The siege could continue, but honestly, you got a lot here. 4v3 might look nice, but it's a pretty safe recall if you want it.
Yeah, they do have Nami on their team, healing them up bit by bit, and Abba's still a lot of mana to throw at these rockets.
4v3, 12 seconds. Armanata has Ignite, no flash when it comes up. Good damage out of the Calling. Licorice might just die. Oh, it's going to be the support. No, it's mid lane. It's a death. It's a Blaze Olive just falling to the ground again. His 6th death of the game. Next turret now under fire. We've got Ole back on, but it's still just a 4v3. Knock-up lanes. Mega Gnar there. Big damage on a Someday, but it can't find the kill just yet. Looking out, FBI gets blown up. Kalista goes in for more. Stixxay doing his best to carry from the down position, and it will be a couple of kills picked up. Golden Guardians live for another day, but Licorice, he's burning. Gets a shield, sidesteps the rocket, and gets out.
Yeah, he saw his life flash before his eyes there. Barely dodges that rocket, grazing him on the outside. In the end, the damage is done. Although they can't finish it now, 100 Thieves, you best be sure that they will be back. There's no wards left behind for any like sneaky teleport cool ending, but yeah, that does come through the front door.
Exactly, and in about a minute and a half, we're going to have the package back up as well. It'll be before the Elder spawn. Elder is always a 6-minute wait, even if it was off an Elemental Drake kill, so he'll have time to play with that. If he wants to go early and do some weird cross-map stuff, he can. If he wants to delay it and play for Elder, he can. It's going to be his choice. Abadaga so far has made pretty good ones this game. 1-1/1-1. 11. In binary, he's, 1-1 and 3, but that's silly.
Yes, it is.
I don't know why I went for that one. I just saw ones and I'm like,
because
I know what those numbers can mean.
Because you're you.
It's because I'm me. That's accurate. No one else has nearly as compelling scoreline here.
That's why we love you.
Oh, thank you.
Let's take a look at this ending push, though. I don't think Corki will be ending this game. 1-1-1-1. 1.
We got there.
So we'll see where he gets his next assist or kill. Probably everybody's going to push on this bottom lane. 4-1, just keep Ornn in mid. They're even calling over Someday. He's got no teleport, so Super Minions topside will be generic pressure for them, easily accrued over time, and they're just going to walk right in to finish this one.
Going to get Binary Jet going. So if a Blaze Olive is split pushing, 100 Thieves in Binary is 4. So it's 4 thieves.
Yes.
And then there's the one over there. So it even fits the comp. Okay.
Woo, and look at the payoff for that joke. The crowd goes wild.
Thanks for being my side, Kobe. I appreciate that one.
Told you I got your back.
Yeah, you really do, and I appreciate that. So turret's gonna fall. Gold lead grows yet again. Elder Dragon in 45 seconds, but I think they want to go for something juicier like a Nexus. So it's the front line. No Guardian Angel, still a ways to go on that cooldown. Oranhorn sounds a little bit from Pride Stalker, but he's just kind of so squishy at this point. Easily shut away by the Lucian damage, but some wave throw to stick safe. Feels safe for now. When will there be any kind of an engage? FBI shoots in for the turret, has a shield, no big deal.
What's more juicy, the Nexus or a Gusher?
The Nexus.
Okay.
I'm convinced,
very juicy.
I'm convinced that Nexus is filled with strawberry.
Like a Pop-Tart Nexus.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I prefer, maybe tomato flavored, but.
You prefer tomato flavored?
That was not really.
What?
That was a callback to my Cast with the Zale where we ranked red fruit.
And you rank tomato over strawberries?
Yes.
All right, I'm no longer supporting you.
It's okay, I'll roll flop someone else
we got
to
an elder
support.
fight, Freaky.
We got an elder. Is it going to be enough now? Someday, the Elder of the Rifts right now sitting in the front, making sure no one can come in. 7K left on the Elder Dragon. Pride Stalker needs to spot what's going in. Sidesteps a bit of it, a little bit of fancy feet. But does that matter? Has a blast plant, does not yet have vision. I don't believe, there it is. Okay,
Big one coming.
Gets killed, gets summoned. Ole gets just shut down by rockets. Can still travel the ulti over the wall. A flash away. Licorice is still minion. He's got to be careful. Big damage coming to the bottom lane. A flash forward. Bubble's going to land. The jump on in. He will transform, but he's still going to get nothing for this one. That is going to be Dragon Claim. That is going to be Pride Stalker dying and shut down by the Dragon. Closer on the board for his 7th. Finally eclipses top laner and kills a Blaze Olive Falls. That is the ace. That is 100 Thieves taking the base. That is 100 Thieves improving to 3-1 as someday on a 6-kill Ornn pilots the team to victory.
What a fun top lane that was up there, speaking of him. Banger from the beginning from him. 100 Thieves in the end. They scale their Corgi up into the late game monster you all know and love. And they take another win here. 3-1 for the 100 Thieves to start summer.
Pretty good. And it was fun to see every single piece of that squad kind of step up. Honestly, FBI had a bit of a tough time with how much they were diving him specifically as this squishes member on the team. Everyone else had, I think, sort of better safety tools. But, I mean, yes, top lane was scrappy. Closer looked excellent, as he tends to do in those team fights. GA, the Gorge Ranker, that kicks back. He had some really amazing flashy plays.
Definitely did. Told you, the Lee Sin can carry those late game team fights if it's closer. Absolutely good stuff here from this team. And projecting forward, too. A lot of these players, there's only 3 now, but started as a 4-pack that came from Golden Guardians and have really built this synergy of this team over so many years. 100 Thieves is the only organization that kept the same players over to this split, over from last year as well. They've been playing together for so long, and it continues to grow here. Abadage, the one piece that changed, a little bit of coaching staff change as well. They're bringing in Reaper, but like the progression so far. And Closer for sure, absolute monster here in the jungle.
Yeah, he's actually really incredible. So, yeah, so 3rd split on this roster. Of course, they won the LCS. They made finals last split. Finals again, right? It has to be the path. If you make it every single time, that's kind of the road for these squads. So hoping they can kind of continue. They are, of course, a very, very good team, and eyes, of course, are on them. Now we are joining the Tigris and 100 Thieves Huhi on stage for our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you, Freak. 100 Thieves victory to start off the week. I've got Huhi. I actually spoke to Reaper a bit at the start of the game. He said we should all be watching the bot lane. There's a lot of action on that top side as well. What did you think about the action we saw?
Yeah, I mean, based on the draft, we knew there were gonna be like some kind of fights on bot lane, but I think it was more interesting in top versus like Ornn. So that was pretty weird, but someday got the edge of him, I think. And I think it's still in the bot lane. We didn't play too aggressive, but I think we played normal. So yeah, I'm happy with it.
I know that you had some words for Stixay going into this as well, that feel free to smash anybody else, but not our bot lane. Do you feel you accomplished that goal in keeping them tempered on the other side?
I think we could have done a little more, obviously, but I think, yeah, I told him that we were kind of bantering before the game as well. So I'm happy that I got the W, and I'm gonna go banter him again.
A win on the day, that's for sure. What do you make of 100 Thieves so far within summer? Some wins, some losses, building up some momentum here.
I think I feel really good right now about like our team performance, like of how we are learning game and how we're playing as a team again. Kind of reminds me of the split that we won the championship, and I feel like as long as we can keep this momentum and everyone being focused on the goal that we have, I think we will be a really good team going forward.
I'm sure you want to carry that into tomorrow as well. I believe you face off against Cloud9. Full roster here. They picked up the win. What are your thoughts on that with Sven going into support?
I'm actually pretty excited to verse their bot lane. It's always fun to verse like a really strong bot laners, and I think Berserker is a good player, and Sven, I'll have to see, but I think he is a really good player as well, and he should have a lot of knowledge on the bot lane as well, since he was AD carry. So yeah, I'm really excited to verse him tomorrow.
As a role swap support yourself, and you just mentioned that he should have that knowledge, do you think there is a benefit, generally speaking, by having that experience in another role and going into a role that tends to be very indicative of strategy overall?
I think it definitely does. I think Core is a really good example over there. He was an AD carry that turned to a support and won World Championship. And Sven is kind of the similar path where he turned AD carry to a support, and he will naturally have those knowledge and to win bot lane. So yeah, I have to see how that goes.
A bit of a different path from yourself, but still some similarities in that swapping of roles. Congratulations on the victory here today. Thanks for joining us for the interview.
Thank you.
We got more LCS action to come, everybody. If you haven't checked out Players, though, you definitely should. It is now streaming on Paramount+. In fact, had a new episode released this past Thursday. Let's go ahead and check out a clip of it.
That's it right there, man. Mamba mentality. You belong on that throne, because you a king. I love it. Looking good.
You know, so far our time with Fugitive has been a little rocky, but my brother's still getting some well-deserved attention.
Organism, would you like a water?
No thanks.
I'll water. Thanks, Phil.
Okay, Organism. That was
Room
great.
temperature?
Now we're gonna record you and
You work
do
for
it
the
straight.
New York Times? Okay.
Do you want it?
No, I don't want room temperature water. I'm not psycho.
A guy like Cream Cheese, you know, he hasn't shown respect for my brother's talents. But the thing is, Cream, he only got a job if Fugitive wins. PJ, he got a career in streaming no matter what.
Hey, quiet on set.
I'm getting ice.
Okay.
I can't get ice in my own
Why don't
home.
you take a seat?
Jesus.
And I think that makes Cream jealous.
All right, let's just get a clean take of that. At what age did you realize playing League was something that you were going to pursue professionally?
At what age do you have that written down there? That's crazy. I was gonna literally ask you the same question, dude. At what age did you think that playing League
Excuse me, sorry.
was gonna make you professional?
Cream, let's go. Let's get out of here. Come on, come
Was
on.
that not the same question she just asked?
If you're gonna
Yeah,
come
but
on,
can you
come on.
let her ask it, please?
And by the way, can I just say something? Not a very good question.
Cream. Is it?
He's not even that good a player.
Get ready to brawl. It's the return of Assist of the Week presented by State Farm. This assist is a bait and switch from Counterlogic Gaming. TSM think they'll only be fighting Contracts and Luger, but the rest of CLG are waiting in the wings.
Goal! Boom finds two, and Palafox goes in front. Luger finds a kill with his ulti, and now Maple's a touch too late as Palafox is gonna get stunned up, but it's not gonna matter. This is the sort of pride that gets you in those big moments, allows you to take down giants.
feel like this year, or this split's team environment is way better than last split, partially because Maple is, he's like a very positive guy. He's always looking for feedback, and he is just general very easygoing. So I felt like that is a huge benefit to our team compared to last split. You know, obviously we're winning more, so I feel like that also contributes a lot to just having a positive team environment. And but so far, you know, it's just been really fun in general, I think, just working with the new players, and hopefully we can keep it up. I feel like going against TL, they're a very experienced team, obviously. They've played together for one split. I consider myself a new team, so I feel like it's definitely gonna be a hard matchup. You know, they also went to boot camp while we didn't really boot camp at all, so wouldn't say we have no chance, but I feel like we still have a lot as a team to improve, so we'll see how it goes.
All right, welcome back to another episode of State Farm Neighborhood Tactics, and I'm actually going to be talking about an early response that TSM had in their game against 100 Thieves. It was kind of a good harbinger of maybe what's to come with Maple and Spica working together, and just in general, their entire top side working together. So the things that we want to take note going into this are that Spica pathed from top to bot, and now he is returning back to the top side. The wave states here. And Puni is actually going to be the unsung hero of this, because he's the one that tracked Closer's start over at blue. He's about to go and pop Scryer, so they'll have vision here. And his topside control is actually a lot of what allows them to have the wherewithal to go for this. So Spica is going to wrap around. Closer is going to be coming in for a gank in the mid lane onto Maple, who has the shove in this wave. Instead of going towards Crab, Spica is going to be able to respond to it. And even though Maple does end up dying, they get first blood and Spica gets a double kill. And now what this actually ends up setting up later on, it's also just really good for TSM. As we blow up the minimap, they're shoving here. Ari's actually going to be able to come back and catch most of this wave, so that's kind of unfortunate, but they do remain having the push in this wave when Maple returns. And then Puni, once again, has control topside. This actually ends up allowing them to set up a topside dive later on. That they trade 1-for-1, so still, again, a little bit of snafu up there, but it's, I think, a really good indication for TSM that they're able to coordinate and respond, especially through topside, as opposed to just relying on tactical to do a record amount of team percent damage.
Yeah, and I know we'll talk about it, but like the biggest thing that has given them early game leads, even in some of their tougher losses, like versus the 100 Thieves, they have gotten early leads because of those ganks, and it's a positive, especially after last split for how poorly they went. This time around, it's been working really well with Spica and Maple.
I mean, we know how damn good Spica can be. More than anything, it excites me to hear him talking about a team environment and a player that he's enjoying working with and does have confidence that they will get to a place of, you know, or a level of competition that he's proud of and feels like they can actually make waves in the LCS. I think that's really what we're waiting for. You know, all that said, matchup today is not an easy one.
I will say, though, there should be no intimidation for Maple against Bjergsen.
Okay.
Because in every instance that he's faced him, you look at the numbers, he has actually been the guy with the upper hand. This is international Bjergsen versus international Maple is when they've met. And looking at these numbers, 3 wins, higher KDA, better goal at 15. Maple should be fairly confident going into this.
What? Okay. Sure. I'm gonna take
So you're going with
some
TSM,
amount of that
right,
at face
Jack?
value.
You know
but-
what I found interesting?
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Was Spica being like, we've won a lot more than last year? They won a single
won one
They
game.
won a game.
It might feel like a lot
But
more.
what that means to me is their scrims were probably really, really bad in spring.
Yeah.
And they're much better in summer. So maybe they actually will be better.
So, jumping us back to that graphic, my real question was going to be, what in actuality do you glean from that? Like, or their past experiences against each other? What was it that brought Maple's success over Bjergsen internationally? How could maybe some of that be replicated by TSM here in this matchup? What if it can't be? Just what ultimately we glean from their history against each other?
I mean, most of those are from Flash Wolves days, peak Flash Wolves days. So I think the big thing here is that for the TL side, we've already talked about this. They're looking like the best team in the LCS right now due to how aggressive they are early. And yes, they are playing around bot lane, but Bjergsen's LeBlanc was like massive in their last game, right? Off of a bot side play where he got a double kill. So I think overall, TL are obviously the better team, and Bjergsen is on the better team going into this matchup.
Yeah, and what makes TSM better is just the fact that they more clearly have better direction.
TL.
Yeah, but I'm talking about TSM here because like we got them a little bit better.
Okay, I just thought you were making the claim that TSM is better than TL, and I was very intrigued all of a sudden.
Oh no!
I was ready to change our whole segment was about to change.
Oh, you know what? With how cold this room is, I think I need a hot take. But no, for me, it was about what made them better was like clear direction and experience, and I think that's what really gleaming over the international experience means. Because like, last split, what Spica was working with was later down the line takeover. But 100% as we're getting the camera close up, I'm sure on Maple, is...
yeah, they're getting the camera right in his face, probably.
And Kai Duo. And so, like, being able to clearly have a, direction from your mid laner is a big positive. And on top of that, Mia as well. So, like, I think, yes, it is a new team that you're working with if you're TSM, but at least now you have a clear direction that I'm sure they're winning more scrims with.
Yeah. Last thing I want to talk about when it comes to the Team Liquid side, is still related to Bjergsen. He's deathless through the 3 games so far in this split. But that, to me, is only amplified, Jap, by the fact that we heard from both Bwipo and Bjergsen themselves about this, this new style, for lack of a better word, or rather this commitment to a style of aggression. So to be deathless while playing at a more aggressive pace is pretty cool.
Yeah, they said 2 things. One is that they are playing through bot lane, but 2 is that they're trying to play a lot more aggressively. So you can have a conservative draft or style philosophy while still playing very aggressive and trying new things. So I like the Team Liquid to simplify because I think it'll show them a lot of success.
31 KDA through 3 games. We'll see what he can push that number to today. As we head out to the arena, TSM's Huni, had some thoughts on the experienced Team Liquid Honda lineup.
About Team Liquid, I'll say they're old team. Also it's not bad. Like, we know there are 5 men, like all the names, like they're like the names are big, so they definitely do have like they know how to play the game, like because they've been playing for a while. Like the experience is gonna be easier to fit it together.
Hello and welcome back. They realized they needed more support as you turned on me. So, Mark, you're now here to be my best friend and back me up when I say some really dumb stuff.
I'm Team Kobe, dude.
Ouch. We got some
we got stronger. One more to the crowd, baby. We got stronger.
Yeah, some TSM chance the audience though as well. Always good to see. Would love to see TSM bounce back from a weak spring split. We're also got some of those.
Listening afterwards, then they start answering.
TSM was faster. Like they get all the credit because they started it.
Yeah, they were first.
Yeah, TL just following along. Get better, TL fans, is what I'm saying. Yeah, cheer for Santorin now. Come on, like let's.
All right, maybe the fans need a little bit of help, but the team itself is doing great.
Oh, they're great.
They'll catch up because Team Liquid has looked incredible so far in the summer split. 3-0, absolutely dominating as well. The Bjergsen 31 KDA. I love start of split KDA stats when a player hasn't died, especially like you remember those old days. I think it was Chovy got over 100. I'm looking to see how high
he approached
can get.
it.
Yeah, I think he got close.
He
BDD had a close one. I think Chovy got over 100.
Okay, so Faker is the unkillable Demon King. What type of unkillable mythic thing will we deem Bjergsen? The unkillable Grandpa ex-coach.
No. I mean, I think you got to go like, some Norse mythology going on, right? Since he's Danish.
I like that.
Viking.
I found out that my mom's side is like 98% Viking heritage also. So
oh, wow.
So
you're 49% Viking. Yeah. That's incredible.
So we'll go with like Odin or something.
So Northman was your favorite movie of the last
I haven't seen it.
What the hell are you doing?
I'm working my way.
Easy for Ensa. Aren't they Finnish? Like wrong Nordic country, Like, I appreciate though. Like, I'm glad we got some CS:GO memes.
Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah.
Celebrate.
Yeah.
Hoping we're gonna not have the trade bug this time around.
Yeah,
but,
Mark was telling us. Go ahead, it's your story.
Okay, so I was gonna say I have not had the trade bug yet, which probably means we're gonna get it now because I've acknowledged it. But I think I've played like 4 games without trade bug.
That's good. That's impressive.
All right, well, ex-TSM coach in draft versus TSM.
Ooh.
Let's see how it plays out. Focusing already, I'm assuming a bunch of AD carry bans. Draven already off the table.
Yeah.
Honestly, already seeing some targeted stuff here. Rumble, of course, is just for Huni. Rumble's actual solo queue win rate is in the dumpster right now. So this is so much respect just to Huni, or disrespect saying you don't have other threatening champions.
That's exactly where I was about to go, because the one game that we've seen him on the Rumble thus far, it was not a particularly impressive game for the TSM. So I think it's one of those things where TL on red side just don't have other super high priority bans they want to throw at them. I think they also seem comfortable leaving a lot of 80 carries up, because that's the other part of the meta right now, is you ban like 4 80 carries and take Ezreal or whatever's left over. And here, other than the Lucian Draven from the TSM side.
So it's even more trash talk. It's like, Tactical, pff, we kicked him for a reason.
Your team's so bad, we don't even need to ban your hoot. Like, good champs. I don't know. Yeah, it's weird trash talk. There's a ban for you, all right? So they respect Tactical. Yeah.
There we go. The Zoomer ban for Tactical. The respect is there. I like it. Tactical versus Core. It's always really fun to watch them in Champs Queue as well, because they have massive ego wars. And speaking of ego wars, the insta-lock here, early Kalista for Tactical.
I mean, I think... Go ahead, please.
To me, it was one of his best champions when he was still on Team Liquid, too. One of the best performing for him with Core JJ. So, going to be interested to see what Hansama.
Yeah. Haven't seen Senekent from them yet. Karma, of course, is up. Going to play for the Ezreal side of it. This will be Hans's 3rd Ezreal game of the split. They are staying on that one. It's interesting. So when Sven was on after their game in Game 1, he's saying, you know, Ezreal tends to actually work a lot better on stage, where you don't just hyper lose lanes, people aren't as aggressive, and it's fine. You just scale up, and it's no big deal. What's interesting, though, is throughout this split, Team Liquid have averaged 4 bot lane plate kills a game. They like hard slam bot lane across the games they've played so far, and Bjergsen's just like helping out as well. Like, he's just always going down and help them. And this is going to be a less aggressive lane by far.
Yeah, and also the fact that Kalista Renata is one of the strongest combos in the game right now. Even just in the previous game, Arrow of players was tweeting about how he was surprised the Lucian Nami lane was losing that, because in his mind, he thinks even the Kalista Renata lane should win that matchup, which is the one that's often banned out as well. So this should be a very strong bot side for TSM.
I will say the great equalizer is, of course, jungle, because doesn't matter what your setup on that matchup is if Santorin heads down there on Volibear. Volibear right now is so good at making these early ganks on some of these lanes that are going to be pushing, as the Kalista Renata is definitely going to look for it.
Ooh, this would be the 2nd Bard of the split, actually. It'd be his most played. It's going to be locked in. Ezreal Bard. It's going to be the bot side for Team Liquid.
Core JJ Bard, baby. He makes it look so good. Plus, then we get the mini game of trying to track if they get Rift Herald and the lowered value of Rift Herald, because they have a denial opportunity there for Team Liquid on the side of TSM trying to focus on picking it up.
And I think it's just a great sidestep of the Kalista Renata lane, where we're like, oh, that's really scary. Well, I'm just going to go mid and help Bjergsen versus Maple. You saw them talking about it in the graphic. I think Bjergsen's going to want to equalize those stats a little bit, and he loves getting help from his support in mid lane.
It's interesting because Team Liquid have been so outspoken about playing 4 bottom lane, too.
Yeah.
And that speaks to the turret plate stats that you're talking about, Freak, with all the ganks down there.
I've got another fun stat that's similar to that one. Total mid lane plates killed by TL across the split, 1. They've killed a turret plate in mid lane. They might gank for him, and that's fine. They get us some pressure, but they don't go for mid lane. It is all about that bot lane, about crushing it down. I'm just guessing 0.3 plates a game is just the lowest in the LCS. I haven't checked anywhere else, but TSM's triple that.
The funny thing is, when we talk about all this bot lane domination, Core JJ is also the lowest in duo procs in the league right now. It's small sample size, 3 games, but that previous bar game and whatnot, he's still staying on the map active, and it's one of the things that's been characteristic of him and Team Liquid is we slam lane and then roam, not like totally sack priority to make it happen.
Speaking of the roamers, the Twisted Fate already banned out. Corki joins the rest of these mid lane bans.
4 mids.
Huge focus here.
Not available, by the way. Yeah. Velvet's enabled next week when we are on 12.12.
I think she should get play as well, by the way. If the LCS junglers have actually dedicated some of their time to it, very good scaling champion.
Gonna see the Stingray slaps coming in.
If you're going to be scaling, she's a very good champion. The early game, definitely not so much.
What they're going to do for top lane will have to be blind picked here by the TSM side. And respect what the counters might be. Zoe is going to be the Azir answer, but still, Huni's going to need to blind pick his top laner.
Yeah, you always kind of want range poke damage into Azir. Vel'Koz, Xerath, those are other good answers, which, by the way, did also get bust. But Zoe is the pro play favorite. So we'll see if they can actually get that mid lane unlocked early, because Zoe also can set up those objectives really well if you're able to get some mid prow and vision around.
Yeah, the prio right now is pretty heavily in TSM's favor, assuming bot lane matchup goes like how we're expecting. Zoe as a counter pick into Azir has usually been able to get the advantage early on.
Whippo throws it down instantly. Love it. Whippo again with the Olaf. Top Olaf did receive some nerfs, but he did not shy away from it. Whippo is just plugging ahead.
Yep, 22 unique champions in the year. Has, of course, repeated the Olaf now for the second time this split, but has the largest champion ocean in the LCS just for any player. He's just, played practically the entire roster at this point across his year. But yes, gonna look for some pretty heavy aggression out of the Olaf top side. Bash Brothers duo with Volibear coming through as well. A lot of early pressure with an Ezreal and Azir to back him up the end.
Yeah, it's such a good top jungle 2v2 if Volibear and Olaf. You close the distance so quickly, Mininar has no chance at all.
You get steamrolled.
Exactly. Volibear and Olaf, that's your Viking combo that you're looking for, actually.
Oh, there you go.
There's your Nordic gods right there.
That's good. All right. Well, is it going to be Team Liquid continuing the trend of being the fastest winning team of all the major leagues? They have crushed all the competition so far. TSM 1 and 2. Every team they have lost to has had 3 wins so far. CLG, 100 Thieves, and now TL might be the third in that row. We'll see if they can step up today, though, because Maple historically has had the edge over Bjergsen. Is it TSM? Is it TL? Let's find out.
Count that big pen.
I do want to mention that Bjergsen was on TSM for those Maple wins over him, and now Maple is the one on TSM, not on Flash Wolves anymore, so might be a little bit of issue with the data.
When Maple's involved, TSM are 2 and 3. That would be an improvement over the current, so maybe it gets a bit better. Like to see that.
I love dueling chant. This is actually my favorite.
And I was worried there for a second that Tactical was going to keep running forward. Good little Spidey sense tingling there and backing off because TL has blitzed down bot lane. They used the Volibear E to check the Tri-Brush, and now they made a little wrap around through there, exiting now, getting a ward on red buff.
Yeah, and they did see, TSM saw the ward placed here, so Spica will know there's a red buff on his, well, there's a ward on his red buff.
Yeah, he answers with the Raptor ward on the other side. Good little trade of vision there, knowing that that was an open jungle entrance.
Yeah, nothing too spicy overall. With Vision known, it makes it pretty easy to know what's going on here. TSM 1 and 2, the Team Liquid's 3 and 0 record. We'll see if it's going to continue to be a record-setting split. I know, Mark, you were the one who brought that stat up. I just want to give you credit.
You trolled the hell out of me, man. Kobe stole it from me in waiting room. Then you took my TL fastest team in the world stat there for this major region.
But Mark, I said it before the intro thing. Those on VOD start at the start of the game. No one knows it yet.
I found that stat.
What's the stat, Mark?
They're the fastest team. 27 minutes. 27 minutes and 4 seconds is Team Liquid's game time right now. It's the fastest. And you can see all 3 lanes, baby.
Woo! T-Tours in chat, please, everybody. But yes, a quick look at how each lane is playing out. Maple, Zoe so frequently has early lane pressure. You can get 2 passives off of the Q. Both halves that has AoE. It looks pretty solid. TSM also pretty comfortable down the bottom side as Core takes a quick trade alongside Mia. Unsurprisingly, very early, Gnar looks good as well. Whippo realistically can't actually chase down his own axes.
Yeah, level 1, Mini Gnar feels great, trying to use the range advantage and the boomerang spam. So then you can get the push on the minion wave. This is something we touched on in Champ Select. TSM should have pushed in all 3 lanes, and they do, in fact, have that. Thank you to the observers for the fancy new tri-lane setup here.
Yeah, I like seeing the aggression out of the bot lane, stepping forward, denying some level 2 experience from TL there, who did a good job backing off the wave, make sure they don't get caught out of position. And this, and how long this kind of triple lane push is the big question, because that enables Spica to continue popping off.
And I do want to call out, because people already have trouble watching the minimap when they're just looking at their own screen.
So we're helping.
Don't ignore the junglers, which have both started top quadrants and cleared towards the bottom side, towards that aggressive, Kalista, Renata matchup that is pushing ahead there. And just now, we'll have the finish up on the full clear there from Spica on bottom after Raptors. Meanwhile, Santorin did skip his Krugs, so heads back to the top side to link up with Volibear, who again, with Ghost, especially the Olaf Volibear, is incredibly oppressive.
It's interesting, both junglers going for top scuttle here, with the lane pressure from mostly TSM, but that was really well comboed. Smite takes up the shield, E lands, chomp, it's mine, thank you very much.
Oh, he's
Lane
waiting.
top scuttle.
Yeah, Speaker's gonna wrap around.
Into the start. Oh, it doesn't sidestep into the bubble. That means Bjergsen gets away completely free. Tries to play the mind game, but Bjergsen just walks in a straight line.
I really like this kind of punch, counter punch move here. I think Santorin knows he's going to be a down priority in all of his lanes, so he wants to go up to the top side where he doesn't think Spica's going to be ending his clear, but at the same time, Spica wants to go up there and meet him there to try and get a fight in their favor because they have these priority lanes. It was a nice read by Spica, just a little too slow getting up there to fight over the Scuttle Crab, and then the gank, the setup missing with the sleep.
Exactly. You leave a Scuttle Crab alone with Volibear for 1 second, and it's instantly eaten. Nice burst damage there from Santorin. Gets away with the kind of weak side Scuttle Crab pick up there as Spica tried to traverse. Meanwhile, this is just in time for the second respawn of the small camps. So because they spent extra time there traversing back to topside Scuttle Crab, he can just continue on with his second full clear here until Zoe yoinks away.
You got 3. 24 gold stolen, bit of XP there as well. Hansama getting some hits, has to flash away. Handshake, still good into core JJ. He's ignited, exhaust is well timed. And still good into Jay's Tactical. Cleanse, flash, rend. The mechanics are there, and Tactical finds first blood.
Hello to my old lane partner. Tactical says, core JJ, you shouldn't have let me go.
Getting the 2v2 kill there. That's huge for Tactical. They were so maligned last week after a pretty tough opening weekend. A lot of mistakes, like on the Ezreal game, getting picked off. And I think for Tactical, it's got to be feeling really good to go up against his old teammates.
Oh, that is a huge confidence booster. And Tactical, everyone who has worked with Tactical says he's so much of a confidence-based player. To have Mia land this handshake on core JJ and set him up for the cleanse into Flash Rend, finishes it off on his old partner. Now I want to track and see if Tactical can just run with this momentum. Immediately, Team Liquid want to shut it down, though.
Yeah, luckily the wave is close to Tactical. Make sure there's no follow-up gank coming here. I also like that they got the flash out of Hansama there. It looked like the handshake was going to hit him as
they're going to get a gank here.
They go over the wall. They will find a stun to the minions, and it's going to be complete deletion. No way out. Revive! That's what he wanted. Still goes back down, but at least a kill traded back. A nice stun means a bit more. Nicely done, though. A 1-for-1 off a gank that TL started.
I love it. Both junglers want to play off that aggression. Everybody knows they're going to go right back at it. It's Tactical versus core JJ. They're going to keep swinging.
The bailout almost came up big, but just not quite enough help when you come back alive and you get to finish off. Yeah, it's pretty tough when there's 2 more people still on top of your head right there, but a nice 1-for-1. I think more or less is still advancing this game plan from TSM, trying to snowball this game, pick up the pace of it, and keep these kills coming.
Early pressure now still. It's going to be pretty close CS for Bwipo and Huni. Is on Ghost, by the way. You can actually sometimes really want Flash just to like get there for the auto to keep your ult going, but obviously Ghost in a long fight going to do more overall. Still, of course, TP to play for lane control. Has burned that to get back in the lane just recently and shoved that one in. Bottom Scuttle goes to Team Liquid here as well. We can see a relatively close game, but it is TSM favored off of some great early laning.
Yeah, the Ghost for Bwipo is so abusive in the Gnar matchup because the low cooldown is the biggest part. You can blow Huni's flash, then just repeat, constantly going for these engages. The new Olaf here too, where as long as you get into range with your ultimate, you can just keep that ultimate on, and Gnar has nothing to get away from you. So level 6 acquired here for Bwipo. Did take a little bit of an early CS deficit, but can pick most of them back up right here in front of the tower. Doesn't drop one.
I hope Huni can stay alive despite this kind of advantage you're expecting to turn on now post-6 for the Olaf, because Huni has been a player historically a little inconsistent about how well or how much he's dying, as we see a little bit of trading here.
Core can always jump the wall, so he can always kind of play on these edges and be like, if you need me, I'm just going to Magical Journey, and saves the cooldown anyway.
Yeah, so Huni, just in a tough matchup where it can go south very quickly once you start dying, it's one of these situations it's hard to stop because that Ghost is always going to be up. And so his job is to push the Olaf in and try not to die because it feels like a lot of the attention is going to be going down to Tactical and Mia now that they have this advantage.
First Earth, though, for back around. Does hey, Control Ward, but Spica and Maple are on the way down. Again, Magical Journey is pretty safety. Yeah, going to be just fine. That was the E, I believe, not handshake, so didn't yoink him out of it. Wouldn't mean too much. You can always right-click it back again and take the cooldown.
Turret plate acquired for Huni as well, while the rest of TSM can get their blue buff invade off on second blue here. I like the timing. concentrating their efforts off of mid lane, pushed up here with Zoe. Maple then links up with Spica to roam through the jungle with the bottom lane push.
And linking up with Spica is such a huge part for what TSM's game plan should be in summer. In Spring Split, he had that tweet where he was like, I feel like I wish my only job was just to jungle. It feels like they got a lot more resources around him, and he has kind of returned to that MVP form from summer last year, where he was able to find, as gets out again, stop baiting me with that. He is actually plus 800 gold at 15 for Spica. It's the highest in the league for junglers. The next closest is Santorin down at 300, so it's almost a 500 gold advantage of second place. Spica has been morbing out all early game long. And I think
I knew you were going to get one of those in.
I had to. I actually watched it last night.
Why?
It was terrible. It's just nothing else to watch.
Have you heard of players on Paramount Plus?
I've already watched all 5 episodes, waiting on 6.
All right, we got the mid roam from Core JJ. You guys were talking about his roaming stats from the support role, especially on Bard here. Santorin, though, just wrapping around up to the top side. Maybe they even try and focus on the Volibear Olaf play or Rift Herald play that we've been trying to set up for them in the top triangle for Team Liquid. Whippo here with the early pickaxe does have some extra damage to work with, and Huni is freshly mini.
Yep. He just gets attacked away from far away, so really just ready farm. A small lead, though. Right, gonna be up 5. Cool. Well done. Herald is alive. Control ward gets rid of the vision. He's like, yep. Mine to start.
Look at this bottom reset, though. You can tell from the minimap, heading out through mid lane from Tactical and Mia. It's what you always want to do when Rift Herald is up, so you can choose to go either way, and TSM will keep them up at Rift Herald. So the reset timing from the bottom lane is going to guarantee this for TSM. You can see the teleport being used by Hansama right back to bottom.
Yeah, I just really like this play out of TSM. There were a ton of pings going down on it, calling this out. They don't actually have to commit. You do this kind of half roam where you run up mid lane, then cut back through. A little scary sometimes going through your jungle if you've sacked that you can see T and Liquid did get a lot of wards in there, but nothing to actually stop Tactical from getting down there. And it's obviously such higher priority for teams in the current meta to go Rift Herald over Dragon when trying to snowball.
Yeah, I think it's a huge win for them. And of course, because you go with the early push from your bottom lane, you already had Prio, so it was an early recall from Tactical and Mia. He gets back down to bottom lane to catch the wave when it gets pushed to his tower. No turret plates given up to pay for that Rift Herald. So Tactical back down there in time for the cannon wave. Picks up the rest of the CS as well with the Rens.
Not even a play taken, though, so cool a Dragon, but yeah, feels really good for TSM to get kind of everything they wanted. Of course, TL, also they know bot lane remains just equal. It's actually a pretty winning lane. Plus, of course, better early game than an Ezreal, but you're hoping to scale on that side. We've got a chance. What's he gonna find? Nope, it's just Viego faking it out. What if we're going for a stun? Now he's recalling.
And I just like seeing Mia and Spica link up in the jungle, clear those wards out that you know are going to be in there after you've committed everyone up to the top side, so that your bot lane can reestablish dominance now. They have the pink ward in the river. They have pretty good vision control to keep pushing, and Spica can kind of pick where he wants to drop this Rift Herald. You would expect bot or mid, most likely. It feels like Huni has been left on top lane island, not getting a ton of help right now, but holding his own.
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking mid lane focus there from TSM. They spammed out a jungle invade here from Spica. He's got the Heralds and wrapping around here with Maple. Not too much early damage, but Red Smite goes in for the extra little bit of auto too for the burn. Trying to poke away at him, whittle him down. Spica though, blast cones up to top side. They're actually going to focus on Whippo, and they have the execution damage with the ultimate.
Could look really good. There we go, ulti pop. Not going to be stunned up. Goes for a bit more damage, but just running for his life. Goes to Zon. They wouldn't even go for more because Bjerx was on the TP, and they would have lost more if they stuck around. So Whippo bought enough time to bring in teammates. But Tactical, first run is slow. Arcane Shift gets them to safety.
I'm so surprised actually that Spica didn't flash to get another Q or auto to finish off the kill onto Whippo. Guess he thought he couldn't have it. And the teleport was coming in. It was imminent response for defense. They didn't want to get too risky, but man, it looks so close. Like one more for the flash to finish it off. In the end, still going to be able to cycle the teleport cooldowns, and Whippo just takes over mid lane.
I think it's a nice level of restraint shown by TSM. Yes, I think a little bit more diving there with the flash committed, you can probably pick up that kill, but the fact that he actually reset as fast as he did allowed him to drop the Rift Herald. On the minimap, Core JJ had reset and was roaming topside, trying to get in range to ult the turret for that denial that you were talking about. And because they made that play happen so fast, CoreJJ couldn't get in range to stop the plates from going over. They also got the teleport out of Bjergsen, so while it's not as flashy and sexy as finding the kill, like that's actually still a really heads-up play to just pick the pace of the play up and make sure you get the Rift Herald off.
Yeah, when you're holding the Rift Herald like that, especially against a Bard, it's burning a hole in your pocket.
You're like, I gotta get this value.
I know that feeling. You're like, get it down quick. We gotta get the gold.
And it's easier than getting it on mid or bot because the Bard's in closer range, less of a roam. So I actually think that was a really heads-up play.
If you knew that the kill was going to work, though, and you get to make the choice, do I either get the gold off killing Bwipo, because then we can deny him CS also, because he'll be dead?
True jungler mentality right there, Kobe. Deny the other guy, set him back. That's all you care about. Living in his head, rent-free.
Yeah, but the plates go to me only, so you know that feels good as well. The assist, I'm only getting half.
That's an 80 carry mindset right there. This is the difference.
Exactly.
Look at these boots of swiftness, though, from Mia. He dodges out on the harassment from CoreJJ over the wall. Nice footwork there, able to take down the ward, but Santorin keeps up on that invade on red buff here. And the war over this red buff is costing a lot in vision. Double control wards placed down as well. CoreJJ still throwing Qs over the wall, but Mia's too fast with the Swifty boots.
It's going to be a red buff claim. Looks like no problem at all. Spica can auto smite. Gets it. Not a big deal. A couple of Raptors taken away. Those a good job, Santorin. Ignite was on from Maple's Spellbook. And nothing too exciting, though.
And we're talking a lot about this game from the TSM perspective, but it's because Team Liquid's comp doesn't have a ton to do in the early game. It's mostly reactive unless it's topside.
They found this one, though. Tactical not going to have an easy way out. Cleanse. Flash gets away from the first time, but the tower's turned up. Santorin's turned up. And he gets the second kill of the game for Team Liquid.
Yeah, Volibear's got stuff to do in the early game, baby. That looked good. Goomba stomps him under the tower. Callista goes splat, and Hansama is able to finish off the push as well. That's going to be the teleport used to the bottom lane, though, and they got to pick.
Or is in no man's land. Flash the safety. Berserk only really hits Volibear, which doesn't actually connect to anything. Buys a second. No tempered fate yet. Health bar still getting low. Mia still playing on the edge. Maple on the way up. Going to find some damage. Exhaust on Sama. Doesn't get the rest of the shovel, though, and this should not be a kill. It's going to just, a burn down. He's going to drop one. Bjergsen will be traded back. He's going to heal. Will it be enough? As Maple flies in, and it's number 2. And it's going to be CoreJJ left alone. Tries the happy feet. A triple kill for Spica, and Maple picks up where he left off, putting Bjergsen in the dirt.
Ooh, Spica says, thanks for the body and the reset, coach. And they run right into the jungle as well. Maple's going to get some damage done on the turret as well. Wow, Huni on top side still hammering away. He almost destroyed this whole top turret with the help of that Rift Herald.
TSM looking good, almost a 2K gold advantage 15 minutes in. We'll take another look at this play. I was surprised that this ended up working out for them, but I think Spica does such a good job here while Mia is kiting out a lot of different abilities like CoreJJ's ultimate and stuff. Spica's working in a lot of auto attacks and Qs over the course of this fight. He's obviously chunking Santorin down so low over the course of this, so it makes it hard for TSM to actually press forward because they have to run through Spica to get to Mia. They finally commit to it, but look how much damage they take while all that was happening. Him and Maple turned this 2v4 basically after the death from Mia, and just such clean play by Spica, picking up all the bodies.
Yeah,
really smart.
It was a really good ult too, dodging over the Ezreal, then the flash as well. Nice stuff. Plus, since Maple had used the spellbook, teleport pre-spellbook down to the bottom side, he was the one dragging off Hansama. So even though Team Liquid looked like they had this big numbers advantage, they couldn't actually use it.
And looking at pressure on the bottom side, me and Tactical know they have to play safely from the 2v3. You can see Hans happy to play up. He knows he's not in any danger just yet. Spica will walk by a ward. They know now that jungler support is back. And that means the 3-on-3 is not one that Tia will play aggressively. Santorin waiting the wings. He does not know he's on a ward, though. That brush has a control ward in it, and Teal have not yet just swept that one away. But it's from the regular vision, but the rest of it's still going to be there behind them.
Look at the mini-map, too. Looks like Huni is starting up the Rift Road by himself. The top laner luxury. Being able to win top lane, push on in.
Olaf's coming down.
Is it going to get yoinked?
Here comes the
Is it going to get yoinked? No way, he bullies them. Meanwhile, on screen.
Yeah, but here comes the rest of the squad. Yeah, it's a Viego. Keep it at like 1K health. It's fine, I'll get it. And yeah, on the bottom side, low health bars, but no deaths.
The triple ultimate by Mia there, keeping him alive. I think everyone got scared about the Berserk status on them, and they just kind of let him go because he kited out just enough. Everyone was scared to step forward. They grabbed the Rift Herald and mid turret.
Great counter engage there. Yeah, Spica went over to settle that top laner fight over the Herald. It's still going to be the tower for Team Liquid, though, on bottom side, so the investment of extra members still gets the objective.
We're 17 minutes in, and TSM are up 2,500 gold. This is the best anyone has looked against Team Liquid all split long.
And it's come off the back of early game king Spica's jungle domination again. He was individually up 900 gold over Santorin at the 15-minute mark. He is just continuing to run over teams in the early game. But the question is, how well can they keep this up? Because it was a similar story against 100 Thieves in their opening game this split. They had up to a 5,000 gold advantage. Yeah. I want to see the improvements from TSM from here if they can actually keep this pace up and start controlling these objectives.
Yeah, it was all about that river fight, the triple kill for Spica. Definitely is quite good at League of Legends.
Understatement of the year?
Yeah, but it's good to be subtle once in a while. I don't know about that, but I've heard
tactical is good to be caught.
Tactical, I'm sorry, buddy. Who's getting it? Probably goes, yep, there you go. Give the gold to Azir Wise Choice. Bjergsen is now half the kills on Team Liquid, but they start working back a large deficit.
And TSM can't really get anything during that time of, 3 members bottom side for Team Liquid either, so no real setup, nothing gained by that sacrifice, just a little bit of extra gold given over to Bjergsen.
Yeah, and then they're going to need to start feeding the rest of these carries because they're not super far ahead right now. Team Liquid should have, in theory, the better late game you would expect with Ezreal, Azir. But, I mean, if they can get some poke off with the Maple Qs through the walls and stuff like that, you can actually win the poke fight a little bit here.
Yeah, Zoe picks with mid turret down is the big thing to me. The biggest objective with this champ is always trying to get that mid turret down so you can then move into the jungle and throw out these bubbles and really gain your team the advantage that way. Setting up around objectives, being able to throw out that poke that has such little danger to you to be able to throw out because of your range is such a big tool that TSM do have for the mid stages of the game to try and actually grow this gold lead. Because they're not content at, the 2K mark here. Really do need to grow it since Team Liquid were able to nab one of those early dragons themselves. The dragon stacking isn't really a big threat.
And you can feel that TSM are trying to get a foothold back on this bot side of the map, but these are the same wards that got Tactical killed a couple minutes ago. They haven't really had to have been replaced. TSM has not been able to get control back on the bot side of the map. Yeah, they're just like, Squirrel, we're going top again. Let's go play around Huni. It's tough to clear that out.
End of Mega Gnar. He's going to go ahead and knock down the wave. Quick stun, but not really much of a dive just yet. Olaf's still around. Has ult if he needs it. Has Ghost if he needs it. Sleeping for a second. Just attacked and knocked down the turret with a Herald. And love to get it onto the inhibitor itself. Those don't heal too much either. Can they find the timing? Good job by Core JJ. Immunes it. And it's going to be like 12 damage, which will all be regen.
But we are only 20 seconds from the start of the Dragon, and all those wards you're talking about, Mark, for Team Liquid still exist in the lead-up. Can they get the reset and to actually defend those wards, though? Because TSM moved back down with the teleport. They just brute force retake all the vision.
Well, it does look like TL want to give it up. They're also going to TP into the river. Whippo coming in right now.
Huni finishes his recall, gets his purchase off. Here comes his teleport as well. Is ready for Mega.
Damage on Bjergsen. Oh, sorry, Santorin. And also Hansama down to about 1,200, actually. Decent damage out from Tactical here, taking the river control. And it's Mega Gnar now for Huni. Dragon not vital. It'll be second for either team.
Whippo behind him.
Half be fought over. Whippo flank. Is Olaf going to do enough there? Huni waiting in the wing. Still Mega Gnar could jump in. Here comes the dive. Will it be enough? Tactical forced out. Going to be okay for now. Mega Gnar comes in. There's a quick revive. Claim now. The Dragon goes to the blue side, but already one down for the Olaf. Nicely done. 1-for-0 Team Liquid. Dragon the TSM. Good to get away. Core JJ might want something. Still cutting away is TSM. Not going to find the stun. Core JJ one hit from down as a flash to get away. Bjergsen not going to dive in for any more. Has ult, has flash. Does not like the fight though. Sleeping, Arcane shift back. Will it be the engage? Huge damage. Not quite a kill, but TL may not fight anymore. Whippo out of cooldowns, heals up, gets a shield, fights in, still shut down, and a second sleep. Bjergsen will die again, an overstep by Team Liquid, and TSM get two. They're going to get a third.
They can go Baron.
Continues to get everything done, and Baron is on the plate.
They've got Red, and Spica's coming up. He could run straight from base. They could try and rush it. Santorin has ult and flash Volibear, though. That is a possible steal. He can definitely get over that wall.
Yeah, he can get over the wall, but Huni also has ult. He's going to have Mega Gnar here. He can probably try to play zoning duty, hop over the wall himself, and keep it low. They also have the tactical stacks coming in that can probably deal more damage than the smite.
You have to time it correctly here with that Rend. It's not a guarantee. They forced the Volibear out there. There's no ult.
They force him out, but they're low.
Temporary vision. He's going to die to Baron, and one more auto hack has to get all the way out there. Kane's out of range. 2 more honey fruit left. Will claim it for now. Going to wait around Maple, though. Sticks around too long. That should be an easy stun. Could be a kill. He's going to try his best. He should still die. There's the Q. But this should be an easy smite Rend, and it's going to be claimed. Another one comes across, though. 2 kills. Renata Glass finally dies, and it's Spica fighting for his life, but he will drop as well. 3. Oh my gosh, you're kidding. He's got it.
No.
He's okay. Yeah. 3 dead on TSM. That actually pays for the Baron itself, kind of the assist. The question is, what now happens as the respawn timers tick?
So overall in that team fight, I think it's a 3 for 4 in Team Liquid's favor. Spica died twice in that entire sequence there, but you end up with the Baron, and now you can actually use that to start pushing down some turrets.
But you're going to lose the turrets while you're dead. So Team Liquid, their pushing power and their turret killing doesn't come from the Baron buff. It comes from winning the team fight. They get the outers down. That's going to be 2 turrets for the team that did not get Baron. That is already a negative Baron power play from TSM.
This is going to look so funny on the post-game gold graph, where it's just up and down for the last 2 minutes, where TSM win a fight, then they get the Baron, but then they die, and then they're going to have pushing power after losing these turrets. I wonder if in the end it will be worth it for their comp. I mean, it's kind of hard to answer right now.
This is what peak pushing power comes from.
And it's Baron on 1 champion. 2! Yeah, I know. It's
well,
actually 2.
It is. Remember Zoe and the massive work that Maple did with the poke at this dragon fight? They can try and recreate that when they push here with Baron. Bottom outer should go down. Hooney's going to be able to finish that one up.
Quick smite in the Gromp walking away. Team Liquid know they're going to try to defend some sparse Baron waves. Hooney shoving in on the bottom side. Looks like he's actually just working down onto a tower, so it will answer 1. Walking back to that gold deficit somewhat, but Bjergsen's still unanswered on the side of the map. Again, not Baron, just soldiers up for move speed and E to safety if needed, just wailing down that structure.
And this is one of the problems when you don't have everyone on your team with Baron buff. You don't necessarily have the 3 winning lanes easily of pushing power where you can send someone there, push Bjergsen out of lane.
Can he get out, though?
Go.
Can he get out?
Spot.
Tactical is on his heels.
He's out. I don't think Maple can stop him in time. No way the sleep would land at this point, so well done, Bjergsen. 2 solo push turrets, a bunch of CS, and okay, TP's down, but that's worth it.
A minute left on Baron. You can see the gold power play is still in Team Liquid's favor, and the gold lead is about what it was before that dragon fight. So after all of that craziness, we are basically in the same spot as before, just 5 minutes later.
I love that kind of veteran shot calling when you're in this situation. Team Liquid trying to push on the other side of the map completely negated the Baron push that TSM were trying to get out. The value there is it just goes into the dirt, and Bjergsen commits to it. Hate to keep on bringing up the coaching memes, but there you go.
Are
Good
they
call,
memes
coach.
if they're true? Can memes be true? I don't know. Yes. Absolutely. I think. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No.
Not worth it. Not worth going down that rabbit hole.
That never stops me, Kobe. I think just enjoy it.
Fair enough. All right, well, let's see if Team Liquid can get their 1-3-1 to actually get some map control. Currently, they've got Whippo split pushing on top side, and he does have Unleash teleport ready if the full engagement comes. Plenty of time that Team Liquid could buy with, the sweep from his ear, and they're actually going to go for the pincer movement here.
All right, well, bit of damage towards Whipple right now. 25 seconds till Dragon comes up. He's popping the ulti. He's trying to get himself away. Ren for a second, and it will find 1, keeping the rest of the team alive. Mia's still there.
Whoa.
And now Spica might be the better roll-off, a dive forward, looking for the engage, and Hansama's going to drop as well. 2-0. Whipple picked a fight he could not win, and TSM looking for their second now, as it's only 3 alive. Santorin low, and TSM looking to end the game.
What are you doing, Team Liquid? Oh my goodness! Whippo tries to go in by himself, then the rest of the team are stuck hitting themselves in Renata ult.
Mia had such an insane ult there. It looked like he was aiming it just at Whippo, but it ended up sniping the entire rest of the Team Liquid team, locking them up, making them hit each other, and just sending up TSM to run through that team fight, grab the dragon off the back of it, grab an inhibitor, and just leapfrog into complete control of this game.
All right, I know Spica is the star and he deserves it, but big honors to Mia. This whole game, he has just monstered it. Hooney looks like he's going to be able to get away initially. It is a Bard chase. Those can go on kind of long.
Kind of close to the TSM base, though. I hope they call it off. To your point, he's got 100% kill participation right now with Mia. Like, this is such an insane ult. I think a lot of people were tunnel vision, myself included, on Whippo here. He thinks he's going to die. You think that's just ult and ult there to stop that, but it's actually for the rest of the team to help out Hooney, who had gotten jumped on, locks everyone in place.
Yeah, the speed is very low for that spell, but the range is long. And Hansama had just arcane shifted into it as well. Mia had multiple very big Renata ults. Remember the one on bottom side as well? That one didn't kill anyone. It just saved lives. Mia's been saving lives for TSM this whole game.
Taking some from Team Liquid, so well done to that one. 4 minutes to go, of course. third Drake for TSM was claimed. They are on Ocean Soul Point. We'll have to wait for when that one happen. Under a minute, though, till Baron comes back up. That was a bit bittersweet for TSM, but they've remained in control. FTS hold advantage of 5,000. And now looking to keep this one going, holding on to control for quite a bit longer. We have crested beyond the average game time of TL, but also not likely to be a victory at this point.
TSM did way better without the Baron than they did with the Baron. That's all I'm
Baron's
gonna
a
say.
trap. That's what the data says.
We've got a new Baron coming up in 27 seconds.
They might want this fight. Here comes the Berserk on a 3. It was an R flash to set the team up, and that means they've shut down Hansama. Mia set it up, and it's the rest of the team finding the kills. CoreJJ is going to be a freebie. Whippa going to fight for his life, and it's not going to last long enough. 3-0. Engaged from the Enchanter. 14-8. The TSM chants resound, and you will not keep TSM down for 4 splits in a row. They will come back in. They will kill another ex-TSM member.
They literally win the game. Who needs Baron, Mark? Don't go for it anymore.
Don't go for it because you got Mia on your team. That flash ult pullback by Tactical re-engage was absolutely disgusting, and it's going to hand Team Liquid their first loss of summer.
TSM signs of life. It's looking beautiful. Bjergsen will fight as hard as he can. He'll trade one back. CoreJJ will try, but the Nexus is going to burst, and TSM crush Team Liquid.
What an insane game out of both Spica and Mia. The combination kiting out that river fight. We tunneled on the Spica triple kill at the end, but Mia had fancy feet all game long. That was his coming out game where everyone just sees how incredible this player is and why TSM invested in him in the offseason.
Also for the top lane, we had expectations set for Whippo. And he fell short. Huni did such a good job on this Gnar, taking turret plates, getting pressure. Really nicely done by him. Huni did not die a single time this game. That's what TSM fans have been looking for from him. That's all they want. The bar set at not dying.
We talked about it even in the game. I said that's what you need out of him. Play weak side, don't die. He took turret plates.
He
got
delivered.
gold.
Everybody there from TSM stepping up in this game in a really big way.
Keep in mind lane control there as well, right? So it was, a lot going on for him, able to keep pressure, as you mentioned, farming the plate. So I'm excited, right? Because I want there to be many competitive teams. Everyone's like, it's TL, okay, here they go. And I'm glad to see TSM stepping back up and how live this roster looks.
Yeah, we only have 2 now undefeated teams left in the league.
Who's going to be the last one to fall?
CLG or Evil Geniuses. Definitely getting spicy up there at the top.
On the side for Team Liquid, though, it's hard to feel good about that game. I think in the draft, you had a bunch of losing lanes. Then Team Liquid TSM kind of just outplayed them every step of the way after they had been so dominant through the first week.
Yeah, I think that's the key. The split on the last play there, like that was devastating to them. And then it feels like the game ended off that, but it didn't. It was another repeat play right up mid. TSM, no hesitation. They engage again. It's those back-to-back. It kind of felt like Team Liquid lost their set plan, and they were left very disorganized.
Yeah, I mean, you compare what happened in the first games to this one, right? This is a team that averaged 4 turret plate kills a game in bot lane. You can't get above 5. That means, there's only so much more you can do. And they're like, Ezreal for us, please. Like, yeah, sure, take the only good lane. I don't remember which team banned Lucian, to be fair, but if, only one team banned Lucian, and then you're like, just take Kalista and crush our bot lane. Oops, our game plan's dead.
Don't disrespect Tactical ever again.
Right, and it's like, okay, I can accept, actually, we're going to try to play late game instead. But you can't play through bot Ezreal and a Kalista. That's not how that lane goes. I guess you can, hope your ganks are better, but you are losing that lane outright. That is just a fact of what's going on there. And you grabbed Azir, right, and it's like, well, guess what? There goes your early game plan, where you're winning every game in 27 minutes.
To be fair, they still kind of tried to with Azir roams and Volibear ganks down to the bottom side and just failed at it.
But they outright got 2-on-2 killed, right? That is what happens in that lane. You can pretend your ganks are there, but they got 2-on-2 killed before that guy showed up. And that's what that lane matchup's like. Ezreal does not win that lane. Lo and behold, they didn't win the lane.
Yeah, it was tough, but at least we finally saw TSM step up. There was a big debate. Top 5, not top 5. Parth was tweeting about it. Looks like trending towards top 5 after that one.
They are trending up. A very exciting game. So we're going to be joining Latigris and Tactical for a full-screen interview after the break. And right after, it's the battle between reigning champs EG and Immortals Progressive. See you there.
I call it the wheel.
I don't think so.
This is a miss.
Brother David, behold! It's a fork.
I got 10 forks right here, baby! A toilet? We're not animals. We go outside like humans.
Hancock.
No king! The people shall have the right to vote. Even the stupid ones?
Edison, can I be honest with you? It stinks.
Nobody's gone to the moon, ever. Why not? It's far. It's too far. It's far.
の未来はポータブルミュージックです。
バカか。出て行け。語りがいいでもやるぞ。語り。
Like I was saying, it's FTX. It's a safe and easy way to get into crypto.
Yeah, I don't think so. And I'm never wrong about this stuff. Never.
This is a league built on speed and precision, where everything needs to perform at a pro level, especially your hardware.
They blocked the road. They want to complete the final piece of the puzzle. They don't have enough damage for it, but who cares? It's all a formality, baby. The winner of LCS Lock-In.
Even if you're hard stuck plat, like me, forever. Roccat, the official mouse and keyboard of the LCS.
Welcome back to the LCS. I am here for our Verizon post-game interview, joined by TSM Tactical. All right, Tactical, so many people calling out Team Liquid as one of the strongest teams, if not the strongest team thus far. You just took them down, starting off with a kill on Core JJ. Tell me about that game.
During the draft phase, I thought that when they were picking Ezra Bard versus Close Renata, that was a really disrespectful view of us. I think that's too much. That was too far of a reach. And obviously we killed Core Lane. It was due to their mistakes, but I think we were really confident in our draft we had. I felt like we could control the early game, and I guess we did that and won.
It seems they forgot about the highlight plays you had on Callisto when you were on Team Liquid yourself, now doing the same here on TSM. I know we've talked a lot about how you play when you're feeling confident and really online within the games. Can you tell me about what you were doing leading up to the summer split to really prepare for this moment?
So I did go to Korea in between spring and summer, and I played a lot of games. It might have been like a 3-week period of where I played League the most in my life, maybe like solo queue wise. I did that, and I came back and I rested a little bit, and then I feel like going to the split, I was feeling pretty good, and yeah, it showed today.
It felt like you were hitting that live stream button every single day while you were over there. It was so fun to watch. Tell me about now on this roster, playing with Mia here in the bot lane, had such a presence across the entirety of the map for the squad.
Yeah, so with Mia now, I think our coordination on the map has gone a lot better. It feels like we're able to connect to each other more, and as a result, we can like look for more like descriptive movements, I guess. So it's nice to have.
You got to have a game plan when you're going for the victory. TSM now 2-2, but having such a strong win here at the start of week 2. What is a successful split for you and TSM?
So I probably had my goals changed from last split because obviously we're 9th. And before that, it was obviously Worlds would be the goal for someone who went to Worlds twice. And for right now, I want to focus on the small steps, which is going to playoffs. And after I achieve that, I want to see how well we could do, and hopefully we can win summer. And then I will think about Worlds. I'd say I want to focus on taking it home this split.
Well, we will be with you every step of the way at Tactical. Thank you so much for stopping by, and congrats again on such a huge win.
Thank you.
More LCS to come. We have our next match readying up. I did have an opportunity to catch up with your MasterCard Player of the Week, Inspired, earlier today. Check it out. Welcome back to the LCS. Following a 3-0 start for Evil Geniuses, I am so happy to award MasterCard Player of the Week to Jungler Inspired. What were your expectations going into the start of summer, considering the rapid schedule that you had?
I mean, I was expecting us to win because I think we are a good team, but I didn't think it would be that easy because looking at the other teams that we faced was like C9, 100 Thieves, so we sent them home kind of early, so I thought they would be very hungry to beat us in this season, but it was kind of easier than I expected, so I was a bit surprised about that.
Do you prefer to go against those type of teams right off the start, the ones that you consider to be more difficult opponents?
I think it's a bit better to start at the easier opponents because then you start like with few wins and then you are maybe more confident going into upcoming matches. But if you start against the better teams and you lose, maybe your confidence can go a bit lower. But for me as a player, I don't really care, honestly. So getting the better opponents at the beginning and beating them was for sure the best option, I guess.
That's definitely one way to build momentum. And you were such a big part of these wins. A lot of other junglers giving you credit. For instance, Contracts on Bud Light League Lounge said that he thinks you're the best jungler in the lead. So how do you evaluate your performance as a jungler compared to the other ones that you're competing against?
I think I just know how to win games with my team. I'm not only focused on like jungle matchup. I know what's going on in the game or like on the lanes, and I know what's the most important in order to win, and I play around it. I think other players don't really have like very good view of everything that's happening in the game, so I think that's the biggest difference.
And you always have to change that view and make sure you're adapting as the meta evolves, which we're already seeing that happen. What is your take on how things are shaking out with all of the changes?
I think it depends on the draft a lot, on what champs are open in the bot lane, because when there are champs like Lucian Kalista, then the game is the game and other lanes are usually picking to play around the bot lane. But if there is more scaling, like I don't know, Azir, Corki, mid, and Zeri in the game, then you just need to pick something to survive the early game and then play well in the team fight. So I think it depends on what your laners want to draft, because I don't think it's the best meta for jungler to carry the game. It's mostly you just adapt around your laners.
So that does put a lot on you in a different way to make sure you're adapting around those that you're playing with. So going into the rest of this split, you're only 1 week in. You already said it was easier than you expected against 100 Thieves and C9. What is a team that you are looking out for most as far as being a threat?
I mean, obviously, Team Liquid, right? And even last split, I thought they were like the best team and they would be the toughest opponent for us. And somehow they didn't manage to the finals. That was very surprising to me. And I think this split, they are still the best or second best after us team. So I think the game against them will be like the closest one.
We've gotten some insight from them as well as kind of the strategy they're bringing forth, wanting to play through the bot lane, though we've seen some variants. Does that affect the way that you view them as an opponent?
I mean, honestly, I thought that they are a team that are playing hard through bot. And then when I talked to Hans after we beat them, he said that he didn't feel that way. He felt like they kind of were all around and he wants to take more initiative during the game. So we'll see how they do it this time. But I thought they were already doing it last split, so we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. And we'll see how EG does for the rest of summer. Congratulations again on MasterCard Player of the Week.
Thank you.
Time for us to go to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, Tula Tigris, who has apparently learned how to teleport around the studio in the off-season. That's pretty damn impressive.
I was concerned that she would be in your seat. We came back.
That would have been...
There we go.
That actually would have been, if she had managed stage
Yeah.
interview into Player of the Week interview into hosting, she could do it, no less. Inspired picked up Player of the Week because of his performance in EG's perfect Week 1, Jeff.
Yeah, but it's a little bit of an perfect week because of the 3-0 teams, they definitely died the most. And there was a few things that were very not clean about it. You can even see on that graphic there, a negative gold average at 15, but their team fighting strength still did shine through.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say is their team fighting is so phenomenal. And I do think you can see a few little things that they're bringing in terms of set plays from MSI, but it was definitely their team fighting that stood out to me the most.
Exactly. They're on point of where they want to go on the map. There'd be times more famously the JoJo inting into turret to Abadaga, but still being ahead in lane.
Yeah.
Like he was willing to take risks with the advantage that he had. He kept pushing it, but when those mistakes happened, they just like played like well enough, slowly at that point, and then just doubled down in another play.
Yeah, and if anything, the fact that they are still doing so well with making those mistakes, I think speaks to the coordination that Inspired was talking about in that interview where he's like, you know, things have shifted. It's about me and my laners and working well with them. And I think they still have a really, really strong level of coordination and synergy that can carry them through, even when things don't go perfectly.
And it's so interesting to me as well because they were actually a 9-9 team in spring.
Yep.
Right? So having the 3-0 start here in summer, I think at least assuages some doubts of them being, oh, this team just like peaked in playoffs. Right. I think the MSI did a little bit for that too when they went 5-5, that they are legitimately good. But like figuring out, is this the top team? Like, should they be the favorites? Inspired mentioned Team Liquid in his interview, which I think most people did in the preseason. Yeah. But it's a new level of expectation that they're going to have to continue to deal with throughout the split.
Yeah, very, very cool to see them start in 3-0 fashion. However, we cite that it was done in an imperfect way. Right? And so we still expect to see a lot of growth out of this team as they continue to hone in on the meta and their strategy. I will say, Jat, you pointed towards that like negative 13 gold at 15 minutes.
Yeah.
If JoJo had gotten that first blood solo kill mid lane,
It'd be even.
the average would have been positive.
Yeah.
It would have completely flipped.
And
he was an auto away from being positive gold differential.
If they had beaten G2 6 times instead of lost
there
6
it
times,
is. Hey, then they maybe would
this
have
would be a wholly different conversation.
That's
like
a
this
good point.
conversation.
All right, fine. We'll move on from EG. We'll talk about their opponents. Immortals, 1-2 super week. It's definitely been a struggle for them, to say the least, but it's important to talk about kind of the limited, I think, amount of time that this roster has had together again in this kind of continuing conversation around every team trying to find their identity and their best way of winning. We have to spot them that same amount of time we're giving to other rosters, which are just now becoming whole.
Exactly. IMT is the team that probably made the most changes of all the LCS teams, right? New bot lane entirely, new junglers coming in from Academy, and also a new coach, an interim coach that they announced in Nightshare. So, like, the fact that so much has happened, and you just didn't have your mid laner for the majority of the practice because, you know, he's just been coming in with visas and everything. So, like, it's great now that they have everything that they can get sorted and be on the same page, much like Power of Evil was talking about. But it hurts the fact that they couldn't get the ideal start.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm really curious to see what they decide their team identity is, because Immortals is one of those teams in spring when they were really struggling. We were like, what does this team kind of want to do? And they settled on setting up around Revenge, who was playing really well, and like basically being like, you're going to split push. We'll give you the picks you want and kind of support you that way. And then even then, their mid-game decision-making was kind of wonky. So
to that end, their one victory from week 1 did come off of a very stellar performance out of Revenge, right? It was the Gwen, I was going to say Zoe for some reason. It was the Gwen TPing in, great team fight around Baron, right? And so I am, again, likewise, very curious. Is it Power of Evil playing a supporting role to a continued, build around Revenge? What's the best look for Immortals in their current form?
Well, if I remember correctly, I forget whether it was Revenge that said this, but they said that PoE was the one that made that call, correct?
Oh, yes, you're right, yes. And it was Revenge who said it. PoE had identified that the Azir was the problem, that's who they needed to get on. I'm being told that teams are just about ready to dive in, so without more practice under their belt, we'll see if Immortals jungler Kenvi and the rest of the team can steal their nerves and deliver on stage.
When I step into stage, I hear like fans like cheering. I was very excited, but then when I was in game, I get like nervousness or like I don't want to make mistakes.
It's really nice to see the crowd and fans supporting the rookies. Mainly after the win against FlagQuest, they supported Ken, so that was really nice to see.
The way I feel about my nervousness is like I can see the angle that I want to go in here, like to kill him, but I'm too scared to go in to like make mistakes. I don't want to lose the game to myself.
I think Canvy will scale into the season, and around middle of the season or heading into the end of the season and playoffs, I feel like he'll be one of the best junglers in the league.
Welcome to game number 4, everybody. My name is Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, and I'm going to be joined by my good buddy, Mr. Isaac Azale Cummings-Bentley, here for our last couple games of the day. You just heard from Kenvi and some of the coaching staff of Immortals talking about him stepping up here to the LCS stage, and they've got quite a task in front of them, Mr. Azale.
Absolutely, going up against the defending champs, EG, undefeated so far. Their team fighting has been absolutely immaculate, and they are a team that you have got to take advantage of opportunities when they present them, because EG will not give you a lot. And if EG are able to play the game at the pace that they want, they're so hard to beat. It is absolutely impossible to take this team down when they're already ahead early. So I would like to see that killer instinct from Kenvi.
Oh, yeah.
But it does take a lot to adapt to this stage. You know, when you're playing on the big stage for the first time, there's a lot more pressure having people watching you in person, you know, knowing there's a lot more people watching you at home as well compared to when you were playing in the academy. So Kenvi going to have to adapt to that, and also to the different circumstances, right? You know, he was playing in a team that was very much playing around him in academy, and Immortals, you know, moving into that roster, Power of Evil is usually the player that you are enabling as the jungler, not usually the mid laner that is enabling you.
Yep, being able to play all them different styles. That's what separates the goods from the greats. Being able to play every different kind of League of Legends that may or may not be optimal at that time. We got Kalista, Corki, Lucian, Zeri, Ezreal, and Senna. 6 marksmen. Although, granted, Senna's more of a support, Corki's more of a mid laner, but still very, very heavy bans towards one class of champions in particular. But what is that first pick going to be? Wukong has been very popular recently, very effective there in the jungle. EG might lock that one in, and yes, they will.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense seeing the Wukong get locked in. 4 marksman bans is kind of what we had been getting, but a little bit surprising to see it actually ramped up that much. Danny did play 3 straight games of Ezreal last week, so that is one that was kind of added to the pool here that wouldn't normally be in there. And then Corki as well. Power of Evil, obviously loving to play that style of champion. You know, Azir, you know, the Victor, the Corki, that kind of thing is really his bread and butter. Xayah grabbed early on here for Immortals, also grabbing up Viego here, who was kind of one of the popular ones, you know, we've been seeing a lot of ever since MSI, but it's interesting to see them go early on for the Xayah, which makes me think they might have been going for the Rakan pairing, and I think that's why we're seeing Vulcan go for the takeaway here, more to kind of deny what his opponents were looking for.
Yeah, it gives you a great other engage option along with the Wukong to go in together, plus it causes Xayah and Rakan to break up, and that's exactly what EG is trying to do.
One thing that's interesting about it, though, is that, you know, Xayah really is successful against dive comps, right? So EG is, by taking away the Rakan, kind of indexing more heavily towards that sort of a dive style comp, and thus making the Xayah maybe more of a valuable pick. MF coming out here for Danny. Going to be really interesting to see what style of build he does go on it. There are so many different options. There's the auto attack focus build. There's these hybrid AP builds that have been popping up. There's the most common, which is kind of like the lethality tier style of builds that is very ultimate and spellcasting focused. And I do think that Rakan and Wukong can set you up very well for that. If you can get a multi-man knockup, lock them down, ulti over top with the bullet time can be incredibly tough to deal with here.
Well, with the 6 bans that have already focused towards those ranged attacking champions, it's no surprise to see both teams drafting those AD carries in the first half, supports next to them, junglers as well. So that means solo lanes are the name of the game here in the second half of the draft. Who's going to get targeted and where? Remember that Immortals will be the ones with the final pick out of everything, so it's all up to who they want to give that ultimate counter pick to.
Yeah, and that's why I'm expecting them to ban mid and then pick their mid laner on 4 and then just, you know, have revenge, because generally 5th pick countertop you know, is going to be the most effective way to go about it on red side. So LeBlanc banned away here from Jojo Pyun. That has been, I think, you know, his champion that is most associated with his lane dominant style, something that he's really, really effective on. So targeting that. Fiora, the ban here, I do like it against Revenge, because Fiora is just at the point where, I mean, yes, there's 5th pick opportunity here, but it's basically to like blind pickable status. This champion is just ridiculously strong. You can play it in most circumstances, and if you're really exceptional on it, you can team fight very well on it too. But with the Fiora ban, you're already thinking, hey, maybe Impact is going to go towards a tanky option. You know, if he wanted to play something similar to the Sejuani that he played last week, you'd really want to get rid of the Fiora. He
Orange
also
still
could,
up too.
Yep, and Sejuani actually going to be banned out, so you could go to an Orin. If he wants a more aggressive option, I also think GP is great here. GP is a pretty strong blind if you're very proficient on it, as Impact is, and it also really does set up well for your engage. GP ult to slow them down, Wukong, Rakan flying over top, bullet time from MF layered there, so I think they have some strong options here.
Well, they got 5 more seconds to pick the ban here on the side of EG. What's that last champion
like
going to be?
Oh, okay,
Azir. Okay, so the Corki taken off the table nice and early. You already talked about how Power of Evil loves playing these long-range, scale-up, control mage types.
Yeah.
So Azir will be gone. Gwen locked in for Immortal, so it is Power of Evil getting final pick of the draft.
Very interesting. You know, I actually thought they were going to ban the Gwen, to be honest with you, because I was thinking, okay, if they want to deny another scaling side laner, that would have been the one. But you know, GP may be the option, kind of as expected there. But it would be 5th pick mid for Power of Evil, which makes me think if you're going to 5th pick mid, you basically have to be willing to do something a little bit more spicy. Otherwise, there was no real point. Like if you just go Victor on 5, who cares? EG does have the ability to go GP here, just take away Victor as kind of like the other obvious scaling option and say,
the big 3, right?
All right, Power of Evil, now you got to play something more aggressive. Like try to actually call his bluff here, which I would be pretty happy with kind of as a choice.
Yeah.
But you also can go another way. If Jojo just thinks, hey, I don't care if he plays Victor, you could kind of pre-counter pick that pick, assuming that he's not going to have a deeper champion pool. Of course, we did see the Ahri come out 1 game from him last week. It will be the Sylas, so a bit more of an aggressive option here.
And because you see Alistar on the enemy team, it is the best ultimate in the game for Sylas to steal. You don't have to worry about sending flashing Leona lasers. Well, that's the thing. You don't get to do the coolest thing in the game, no. But you get to do the most badass thing in League of Legends, which is staying alive and killing everybody else. Nobody's taking Sylas out of the picture when that thing is active. And it ends up being an Orianna 5th pick for Immortals. How do we feel about this?
Well, I mean, it's clearly for the combo, I think, with Ignar. You know, it is very much in the wheelhouse of Power of Evil. It's a scaling AP mage. You know, I'm not sure, like, how comfortable he's going to be in the matchup. You know, you would think that he's looking at the scaling options and thinking what is going to be the best option early on for him. The ultimate steal from Orianna is like fine, but it's not really that big of a deal. As you said, it's going to be mostly about the All-Star ult, but because that's a low cooldown, you can get it almost every fight, at least later on. So I do think it's a pretty strong pick. I think it rounds out their composition fairly well. They're going to have pretty strong team fighting over on the Immortals side, but the engage is what is so powerful on EG's side of the map. The initial engage there, the follow-up going to be incredible as well. They have a really, really powerful wombo combo, so going to be interested to see if they can pull that off, or if IMT can slow it down a little bit, kind of spread the map, get Orianna to multiple items, have Gwen winning out on that side lane against GP. That's kind of more what they're going to be looking for.
And you were talking out at the very start of the draft about not letting EG play their game. Don't let them get ahead. Don't let them play the pace they want to. Don't let them have those focal points that they're looking to get the right guys ahead at the right time. Immortals, I'm looking for this team to have good comms. We were hearing about Power of Evil not being there for all the scrims for week number 1, the visas, the issues. Yeah, all that happened in week 1, but now I'm looking forward to seeing what a real week of practice looks like for these guys and how well they can coordinate.
Absolutely. I mean, Power of Evil wasn't there for a lot of the practice, but they also got an entirely new bot lane, and a new jungler, right? So it's like 3 new pieces and your mid laner wasn't there. That's really tough to be able to get kind of game shape for week 1. Immortals, though, moving out towards that top side of the map.
All grouped up together, lost a little bit behind everybody else, but they will take a defensive position here in this brush. Kenvi gonna walk out, so it looks like it's just Kenvi, and Ignar with the flash into the headbutt, or pulverize, excuse me, but Inspired, ready to flash away on his own, doesn't want to risk everybody following up on that one, so flash for flash, jungler for support.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, there's not really any follow-up from Immortals, so the chance of a kill was pretty low. It is just a trade of flashes. We'll have to see, though, like, I'm trying to think. Normally, you would say support trading for someone else's flash is pretty good. In this case, I almost feel like it's a bad thing for them, that trade.
He's got Hex Flash, though.
Yeah, he does have Hex Flash, but I'm just trying to think about like how the 2v2 is going to work.
Okay.
MF and Rakan is going to have so much less threat on you. It is this kind of like poke style. It is going to be Spell Thieves on the Rakan. It is Tier Comet on MF. So if they can actually play pretty aggressively and harass down Lost, this lane could become a lot more difficult, but we'll have to see if there's any punish in that 2v2 because you are going to have significantly less threat, especially if you get the push and you have them under tower. Really, the only thing you have to be worried about. Oh, really nice combo.
Level 1, going after Power of Evil like that. Vulcan pulling a little surprise here in the mid lane, giving JoJo a great start.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's going to be basically all the charges of the flask there are going to be gone here at level 1 for PoE, but yeah, I mean, if MF gets the push and Ignar doesn't have his ability to threaten a flash combo on them under tower, then, there's really not a lot of threat. You can kind of just harass constantly without being worried about it whatsoever. So we'll have to see if there's any sort of advantage Kenvi can maybe get on Inspired, given that he's missing his flash.
Well, we do have our junglers starting on opposite sides of the map, both of them beginning around their blue buff. So it'll be Kenvi pathing towards top side, Inspired heading down here towards his bottom lane. And right there's a little bit of what you were talking about, just the power of the E with Misfortune coupled with the Comet. E slows you down so much that it guarantees the Comet proc. And then here's our lovely new preview of all 3 lanes at once.
Yeah, actually, I love this. When the game is slowing down, you get to watch all the lanes. You can kind of choose which lane you're most interested in. Top lane going to be also really interesting because you're kind of expecting this to be very important for Revenge. GP versus Gwen, I think, is a pretty skill-based matchup. We saw a lot of this at MSI, and it did go either way, depending on who was really able to play it out better. The Gwen does really like those kind of extended trades. If you can find GP in a long lane post level 6, you have the ability, especially with the Ignite, to potentially chase him down and kill him off. But GP can harass you down, can poke you out. And it can be really difficult if the Gwen doesn't play from ahead and isn't able to threaten those all-ins.
And I like how you talk about it being a skill-based matchup because I love that you have Revenge being willing to take those. Like, this is a guy who's not afraid to play the carries. We mentioned the Fiora ban too. Mid lane's going to be a little scrappy as well.
Spicy.
But JoJo's at 200 HP. Power of Evil still just going after him here, but doesn't want to chase any further. JoJo getting whooped on a little bit there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ori has really strong auto attacks early on, and you are playing this range versus melee matchup. Vulcan did help out JoJo early, but still, JoJo out of potions. He's going to have to TV back here almost 100%. Would like to stop that base.
Yep.
And they will be able to do it. Kenvi's in the area. Vulcan is here, and Inspired is here.
All right, Inspired bonks Kenvi over the head real quick, but he should be able to just walk away from this one. JoJo doesn't have an E2 connection angle, so he can't jump in there either.
Oh, they're going to freeze the wave for him, though. This is actually so annoying if you're Power of Evil.
Yeah.
You're winning out your lane, but if you base on this wave, your advantage goes away because you actually will deny a full opponent wave. So he's going to have to TP back and try to actually fix this. But this is a really big deal that Vulcan moved up. It's great that Inspired and Vulcan were both there to cover him. Ignar did not make the initial roam. So it's a 3v2. Immortals can't push it out. And that means all of this additional farm is going to be there for Jojo Pyun to collect. So we'll see how well he's actually able to do. But this went from basically dead even to now he's up more than a full wave just on CS.
Yeah.
So it is a pretty significant swing off of what seems like a small play.
Yeah, wave and a half, depending on how many he's able to farm up. But Revenge, I was praising him for wanting to take this skill check, but Impact just smacks him around.
Wanting to take this skill check is one thing. Having enough skill to pass is another there.
Not good for Immortals up in the top lane. Impact continuing to just be a force of nature up there. 1-0 on the gangplank.
Yeah.
Only kill on the board. Got a close game otherwise, but that's, if nothing else, Isaac, it's a confidence shaker. If he's able to take you down just 1v1 like that early on, you're not feeling so good about the Gwen GP now.
Absolutely. And I mean, Revenge had not been back to base yet and wasn't really playing with enough respect because of that. Impact walks up, and he is only on a call by. It's not like he got a sheen or anything, but look at him just walking straight up, tries to actually get the auto on the barrel, not able to get it. Even using the Ignite makes it so much worse because now you come back, you've both traded TPs, but Impact has a better buy. The wave was slow pushing towards him, so Impact had the better wave. He is down a bit on farm. But Revenge not going to have much kill threat whatsoever until the Ignite is back up. So Impact kind of in that comfort zone. And that is going to hurt Revenge significantly in that 1v1. As you can see, the farm is going to even up. And when you get ahead as GP and you get that early sheen, it can be very punishing as a melee champion in this matchup. You're just getting queued on cooldown. You're not even close to having enough sustain to kind of survive through that. So you got to be really effective with the Shroud and try to dodge as many of those Qs as possible.
Grasp as well for an even stronger laning phase. Like these days, you see a lot of Gangplanks taking first strike too. I know that a lot of high-level Gangplanks will argue for first strike, saying like, yeah, it's better most of the time. But we've got the Grasp here for Impact to guarantee that he's got as much bullying power as possible. Inspired walking up towards mid. Is there a play to be made? Kenby's also going to hover this one. Jojo trying to get this handled as well as he can, but now he might be in some trouble. Kenby jumps in, trying to stun the enemy jungler, making sure he can't get anywhere close to his own mid laner. And Jojo walks away from it. Both supports also coming up here towards the mid lane now.
Double sweeper. Look at this battle for Vision. I mean, there's just so much focus around this mid lane. Both the pink wards that EG had down were cleared out. And EG obviously said, okay, well, they cleared out our pinks here. They're going to be dropping their own vision, so they actually committed double sweepers there as well. Unfortunately for them, there were no wards to clear out on the other side. Jojo's still here. He's going to have to be fast with his flashes. If he gets to the left side of the brush, Ignar's going to look for a flash combo. If he lands that, you are going to be dead at this health. So playing it respectful, knows he has no vision, no idea towards that top side of the map. As you can see, it's all of their wards on that top side. Pink ward here, another ward over by that blue. So playing very intelligently towards the bottom side.
Right, because he also had Inspired around that bottom side. He knows as long as you're playing towards there, at least you should be able to make it a 1-for-1 if Wukong can swoop in and find some sort of a counter punch. But there's nothing going on there in mid. All of it just shakes out. He'll be able to get that wave shoved up into the tier 1 turret. And it is a very, very nice farm advantage for Jojo over Power of Evil in mid lane now. Going back to what you were talking about with the team setting him up for it.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, those are such big swings. And it's something that I think, as a viewer, sometimes hard to appreciate, like how much of a difference that is. Sometimes you're watching a matchup. And of course, when you're playing, you get to see everything that happens in your lane. But at the pro level, you can't watch all 3 lanes at once, right? So you're watching the game. Sometimes someone will be down 20 CS, 30 CS even, all of a sudden. And it's very confusing how that's happened. Often it is about wave manipulation, about getting a freeze. If your opponent's wave is slow pushing and they have to base, they're denying sometimes multiple waves from themselves on that base. So that is why there's been so much movement towards mid in this game, really trying to set up those situations. And this 1v1 bot side is going just fine for Danny. Vulcan has been moving around the map a ton, and Ignar has been trying to get out of there and affect these lanes as well.
Well, you could see Vulcan hanging around up top side, seeing if there was a move to be made, but there was not an angle there. Revenge playing very respectfully now, making sure that he does not give them an opportunity. But it's Evil Geniuses who have started up the Rift Herald. There is a control ward that they've placed down in the pit so that they know Immortals at least have that ward in there, but they're not going to bother to clear it out, just focusing on the Herald itself instead. Kenby grabs his red buff. We'll see if Immortals actually want to try to contest for this. Herald down below half HP. Eyeball will open up at least one more time. There it is. Not going to continue burning down Herald, instead turning their attention over towards Immortals. Alistar ultimate has been stolen away by Jojo. You don't have to have your ulti for Sylas to have your ulti, and that just means that Immortals don't want anything to do with this fight.
Absolutely, and Immortals should never really be taking that fight. I think they should have just backed off early. I mean, Xayah's down bot, and Danny moved up towards mid, so EG were clearly willing to commit the extra man to it. We'll see how many plates Xayah does get on bot. Looks like it's gonna be not quite gonna be 2. He could have, I think, maybe one more auto, could have grabbed that, but obviously he doesn't want to get caught, slipping on the way back. So Lost will just back it up. So it is just the 1 plate. Almost takes a second. Is going to deny a wave or 2 here on that bottom side. So that's pretty nice. But Revenge could be in some trouble here. Remember, no flash.
Revenge in what he thinks is a 1v1, but it will not be so. Evil Geniuses get kill number 2.
Gets caught up on that top side, looking for the all-in onto Impact, but Inspired hovering, finds the lane gank there. Jojo Pion back towards mid here. Again, early CDR boots. They're going for some early itemization towards laning. And it's gonna look now.
Power of Evil getting jumped on by Jojo. Jojo knows he can go in and play really aggro like this because he has Alistar ulti.
Yeah.
Right? It's essentially a get out of jail free card.
Absolutely. And that was actually really good timing from Jojo Pion. Power of Evil had a nice shockwave, and if he doesn't actually reactively Alistar ult that, he's very likely to die with just like a flash auto or something afterwards. So good timing on the Alistar ult. As soon as he sees that shockwave coming up, his E is on cooldown, so not going to be able to actually just dash out of the way.
And as with any Sylas game, so much of playing against him is keeping track of when's he going to be able to steal those ultis again. But we got a 2v2 bottom as Danny gets rooted up, loses half HP on that one, and Immortals get the better of the trade. But the whole goal in the trade entirely was just to shove the wave up anyway. You can see these guys getting ready to go back, at least for Ignar, who also now does have his Alistar ultimate. I'm looking for this to be a playmaking window for the side of Evil Genius.
Yeah, absolutely. And when Vulcan can get his ulti, that would also be really, really big. But I agree, and I think you made a really good point talking about Sylas and the cooldown tracking. You know, obviously when he can steal those ultimates is a big deal, but also his W is massive. If you lose track of when the W is going to come off, and he can actually get that huge heal at low health, or even an execute with that Kingslayer, it is absolutely fight changing. So you've really got to have a good idea of those cooldowns, not only the duration, but kind of the sense for how long they're going to be. Ignar and Kenvi are here, 3v3 possible.
Ignar jumps
6 for
in.
Vulcan.
But Inspired disengaging there with a clone. Now Kenvi looking for Jojo, who could be in a pretty bad spot, but Kenvi also below half HP now. Revenge rotates over to the fight. Jojo not in danger of dying, but he does get taken low enough that he has to go back to base. Did have to use the flash there to stay alive as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Revenge was moving down, so EG just make the call, back it all the way up, get out of there. The Ignite was spent on the side of Ignar. But Impact got to push out the wave top, so he's actually up a little bit in farm now. You know, Revenge has been doing a very good job of keeping up in the farm despite, you know, getting solo killed and then dying to that gank. But EG now moving their dual lane towards mid to cover that wave while Jojo did base. You like to see those rotations, then going to head right back down towards bot after pushing out 1 wave to try to catch this on the way down. And Ignar just going to try to be annoying here, try to shepherd them away, make sure that Lost can actually get that plate. Just needed 1 auto to do it, so it does get solo gold on the plate. Ignar not taking any of that. Just being a little bit of a nuisance on the top side, which is really nice to see.
Yeah, feels good putting the money on Xayah where it needs to be. She has already completed the Gale Force for a bit of extra power there, but now Revenge again in trouble. The 3rd time he'll die if they can finish the damage, and they do. The flash Q from Inspired is his 2nd kill of the game.
Yeah, that one was a lot harder to pull off, though, because they're missing both their ultimates. Vulcan looking for the engage.
Okay, nice Misfortune ult. He's going to find most, but not all, of Lost's health bar. He can flash away both summoner spells, and the ultimate had to be used there, and Lost walks out.
Yeah, they trade both their ultimates and the Ignite, but as you say, they get the flash, the heal, and double ultis off the other side, so Lost going to be very vulnerable now. And you can see the MF ulti lasts longer than Xayah goes up in the air. So even though Lost used the ulti, you know, after the MF had popped it, still going to be taking that damage. Herald dropped top. This is one of those, oops, it's about to expire type Herald.
Yeah, it's just, well, I guess we have to summon it up now.
It's a walk of shame for Shelly, man. When you don't get the initial charge.
Well, Kenvi goes in.
Flash.
Danny with the flash away to get out of that one. Flash for flash, bottom side, as Jojo keeps it scrappy here in the mid lane. Stolen Orianna ultimate, uses that one, but Power of Evil responds with the real deal. Jojo gets the better of the trade, but Power of Evil gets away.
The Power of Evil going Riftmaker again. So, you know, again, going towards kind of these different style of builds. Last week, I'm struggling to remember what champion it was on, but he did go for this kind of Conqueror Riftmaker style as well in one of his games. You know, obviously, he's one of those guys that has kind of different thought process about how to actually play out these champions. What are the ideal builds? Everyone used to always talk about his Nashor's Orianna. This is kind of like his new wave of dark tech or whatever, if you will. It's going to be interesting to track the stats. You know, when we saw it last week, I didn't feel like it really paid off It is one of those things that it's like Conqueror Riftmaker is good in long fights, or good if you feel like the sustain is you know, incredibly important for you.
Right.
So if you're playing against a lot of poke, maybe you can kind of make the argument there. But in this case, there's not a ton of like easy frontliners kind of wail on and stack up that Conqueror.
Yeah.
But maybe he feels like the fights are going to be long with, you know, this Alistar ulted Sylas in the front line. And if you can get Conqueror stacked up, it does give you a lot of bonus AP, which is going to be really nice for him. So we'll see what kind of fights it actually ends up being.
If somebody's going to pull out a wild Orianna build, it's going to be Power of Evil. This is historically established fact, but we have 30 seconds until our next Drake spawns here in this game. Pretty slow game for Drakes. I mean, it's going to be 15 minutes before that second one is there. EG currently enjoying a lead of a little bit over 2,000 gold. So the thought of challenging for a Drake could be honestly pretty intimidating for the side of Immortals right now.
Absolutely. And Danny actually has Lost Chapter. So, you know, I mentioned the kind of hybrid AP builds. I didn't actually think we were going to get it, but it is something that I've been seeing pop up a little bit. So it is going to be tier into Leandry's, very, very likely. I've seen Luden's a little bit, but it does feel like Leandry's is much more likely. You do have pretty good AP ratios on your stuff as MF, and it does make your pokes so annoying. You can just continuously pop that E on them over and over and over, get the Leandry's burn, plus the comment damage coming through. And it is really, really effective. You can AoE apply it with your own ultimate as well. Oh, nice steal.
Nicely done. Kenvi getting the smite steal there as now he tries to get away. The Cloud Drake gonna open up on this one for the soul, but it's Immortals worried about what's happening in the here and now as the bullet time zones them all away. Honestly, they get in, they get everybody out. Nice stuff.
Yeah, really good job there. Gonna be able to actually steal that one away. We're gonna be excited to see how this actually works out. And it actually is a full Emax from Danny. So he's 5 points early on here.
That's what I would figure if you're going with the AP approach, right?
Yeah. I've seen a lot more people, like, you know, when even if they want to go lane focus with comment, just like go a couple points in E and then start going Q-Max.
Yeah,
but traditionally, they're more into like a heavier AD build. But if you're gonna go, you know, full on AP item here, AP Mythic, it does make a lot of sense to do the Emax and is gonna be really frustrating for them to deal with. I also think it just kind of makes sense. Like when you're looking at the composition on the other side, when is MF going to have a chance to really stand there and get a lot of auto attacks out, right? You know, so it doesn't really make sense to go like Kraken or Gale Force or anything like that. You know, then it becomes more the argument between which is more effective, Lethality or Leandry's. And the burn can be really, really nice if you're just kind of like poking away at them, harassing them. The slow is also really, really effective. It's an AoE 60% slow, which makes it so much easier for your kind of 3 melee squad there to be able to get in and stick on them. So I think it's smart, and I'm going to be excited to see how it actually pans out.
TP coming bottom as Jojo Pune takes the defensive position against Immortals, who are shoving that wave up. But despite the fact that Immortals were able to get in there, steal away that Drake, I believe Inspired smited it down to, it looked like 26 HP, and then Kenvi was able to get it out. Yeah, it's very frustrating because you're like, okay, surely some
other auto-attacking it.
Some random auto-attack has to hit it, right?
Yeah.
So you smite, but unfortunately, it just doesn't work out like that. Immortals have that 2-0 lead in terms of Drakes, but they're still yet to find a kill this game, and the gold lead keeps slipping away from them. They haven't staunched the bleeding, as Vulcan and Jojo tried to make a move there, but Power of Evil quick enough on the fingers to flash away.
Flashes away, does cost him his ulti as well, so getting zoned off there a little bit, good bit of pressure. GP also printing a lot of gold there up on the top side. Looks like he's going for Collector second.
Oh, Immortals nearly find a kill on Vulcan, but he's able to flash out to safety as well. Both sides, it's not like they're not making moves, just the other side's always ready.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a lot of answering. I mean, most exemplified by the early game. You know, both supports, both junglers constantly towards mid, you know, trying to kind of fix those waves. Ignar going to get spotted now, is playing Moby Boots. Something that we haven't seen as much in a long time, to be honest, but Alistar
really
is
fell
kind of
off
one of the
popularity.
Yeah, so much. I mean, there were some nerfs to it like a really long time ago, back in the day when like literally every support only went Moby Boots to move around the map. So it's cool to see Ignar going for it, and I do think it's kind of fit the playstyle of the game. Of course, CPR Boots on Vulcan is going to be more effective, you know, in the actual team fighting stage. Having the additional CDR and the Summoner spell cooldown reduction can be really, really nice. So we'll see what they're going to be able to get done with that. I do expect there to be a more significant fight over this next dragon because EG I don't think is going to want to give up that third Drake.
Especially not with the lead that you have right now. Like they, obviously you don't have an in-game gold tracker for how extreme your lead is, but you can kind of get a feel, hey, we're a few thousand gold up. We should be able to muscle these guys out of it.
And I mean, you just look at item completions, right? Like that's how I think about it when I'm actually playing. You know, when you're watching, I think you think about gold, but when you're playing, you think about this, right? Like you look at, okay, we both have a Mythic, but I have tier 2 boots and a Hex Shrinker on top of the same stuff he has, right?
Yeah.
And you look at towards top, okay, we both have tier 2 boots and our Mythic. I'm most of the way towards Collector. He's got nothing, right? Like that's how I actually look at it when I'm playing. And that's the easiest way to kind of understand like where the power points are, is just looking at item completion. You know, gold, it's great if you can estimate it in game, but honestly, it's really not that important.
Well, Evil Geniuses are going for tower number 2 of the game. They're going to strong arm this one down. Demolished proc is ticking away, but they don't even really need to use it. Trial by Fire can burn it down easy enough. 2 turrets to nothing now. Going to take that gold lead up to 4K for the Evil Geniuses. And Immortals continue to fall further behind.
I mean, just looking even at the jungle, it's like 1,700 or something like that, even just between the 2 junglers. So pretty significant advantage between those guys. And top lane is rough. That's 2,200 gold or so up in that top lane. So Impact very far ahead. It's tough, you know, if you fall behind GP, if you can't threaten it all in, you can't do anything against GP. Like,
right.
You only beat him 100-0 as Gwen. And if you can't 100-0 him, then what are you going to do? You're just going to get slowly poked down. He's going to farm extra gold with the parlay passive. So Impact going to be looking really good in this one, especially since he went early call.
Plus, Gwen's one of these champions where if you read the tooltips for her abilities, most of them are Gwen kills her opponent, right? Q, Gwen kills her opponent. E, Gwen dashes to kill her
the
opponent.
W, Gwen doesn't die to her opponent.
Gwen doesn't die to her opponent. That is the most, that is the one that deviates the most. So if she's behind, she doesn't have the money to kill her opponent. What are these abilities even doing, Isaac?
They kill minions.
And that's about what he's relegated to in this one. But we've got Evil Geniuses with control over the bot side river. Jojo stealing the Alistar ultimate. That's one of the most important parts for Sylas before these team fights. Identify Alistar, mark him, steal his ulti. Now you're ready to go.
And it is going to be the Leandry's MF. So Danny went back to base. He completed that, has CDR boots as well. So it's going to be very heavily about the E. We'll see if EG can kind of get anyone softened up prior to the fight. Ignar has a really good flanking position, though. You know, he's going to be looking for this angle, and someone is going to have to mark him. So Impact coming over here to try to mark. And EG are on this dragon. Immortals have done a good job of staying away from Danny, though. He's not really getting any ease off to soften people up.
Well, they still have to get through this fight. Ignar still on the side. He'll want to clear out that control ward. Jojo goes over the wall. He's just going to try to beat up Ignar as Inspired, hovering around, seeing if he needs to contribute to this as well. Without the Alistar ultimate available for Ignar, he will go in and immediately die once the fight starts. He essentially gets one headbutt pull, then he's done. But Impact and the rest of Evil Geniuses still have control over the river. Jojo's going in with a stolen Alistar ulti now. He's the only Alistar left on the map as Jojo gets thrown up into the air, but the bullet time finds Kenby. No smite steal this time, but Revenge gets one back onto Jojo. 1-for-1 trade, objective over to Evil Geniuses, and Immortals are calling it a day there.
Well played by EG, you know, playing that out very patiently. Yes, Jojo Pian does end up going down, but it's a really good job actually pushing back the entire team. You know, forcing the ulti out from Ignar, forcing Immortals to kind of collapse over towards that Tribush to really answer him. You can't allow him to get a free flank. But then, you know, as Jojo Pian is kind of creating this zone right here, you see the E from MF just getting dropped in this angle right over there. You know, there's barrels being dropped from GP in this spot as well. That slow comes down. They're going to be able to drop the GP ulti right over there. And it's just this really frustrating kind of zone control that is pushing Lost back over and over and over. He has to use the ulti defensive. He has the Gale Force defensive. Lost cannot really re-enter the fight whatsoever. There's just no shot of him ever being able to actually get towards that dragon to even attempt a steal. EG's composition just has such good zone control between the MF and that GP.
And here is MF just using that ulti, putting a couple bullets into Lost and clearing out the entire wave at the same time. Especially with the Muramana evolution added to every single wave of the ulti. That thing just shreds somebody.
Yeah, absolutely.
The zone control threat, as you already said, immense here for these guys. So let me just ask you this then, Isaac. What's the play if you're Immortals? Because it feels like you're outranged. They're able to control the fights. They're this far ahead. How do you get back in this?
I mean, I think you have to be first to the objective, right? When you're trying to walk in late without vision, it's very, very difficult. If they are first to the objective and they're the ones clearing out the vision, if Ignar is not marked on a flank, then you look for that explosive engage with Ignar and Power of Evil, the Shockwave follow-up on the Alistar combo. You know, that is option A if you want a team fight. Option B is Shadow Revenge in a side lane and try to find some sort of a 2v1 play, get a kill on the Gwen to really unlock her in the side lane. Because if she can get ahead of the GP and start really threatening there, then that's a way to have overloaded numbers on the other side of the map.
Right, something to pull them apart, something to stop EG from playing the game that they've honestly been able to play for the past 23 and a half minutes. But everybody from Immortals A little split up right now. You can see, although there's 3 of them down here in the bottom lane, those recalls are channeling, so 2 going to disappear now, leaving Impact and Power of Evil against one another there, as they'll just keep on farming up. Impact does have that collector now that you were talking about the pieces of earlier. That combined with the Trinity Force can make for some very scary barrels.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he has 1,800 gold on top, so we'll see exactly where he wants to go. If he's going to go Zeal item into IE, that's kind of what we've been seeing a lot of. Because Collector has crit, you get the Zeal item second, that puts you at 40, you get IE as your 4th item. That
Magic
obviously
number.
gets you to 60, so that can be really, really strong. We'll see if he's going to go that direction. We'll be able to collect this tower down on the bottom side, and just ever so slowly, EG are kind of just crawling further and further into the lead in this game. You know, Mortal's been unable to find a way in the side lane, been unable to find that explosive engage, and it is just EG taking away more and more.
Yeah, that's kind of the point that I'm really worried about here for Immortals, is we've never really seen that gold lead of EG not just slow down, but like go in the other direction.
Yeah.
It's not any sort of up and down. There's no undulations here. It's just straight up and to the right for the side of Evil Genius.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly how they want it, right? I think they're kind of just outplaying their opponents. They're playing the vision game incredibly well. They're playing respectfully. You know, Impact knows he's in his weak side. He could get chased down here, though.
Impact.
TP flank.
Okay. Ignar's
double
coming
TP.
around. All right, we're going to turn this into a regular old bloodbath, aren't we? Jojo jumps in. He's stolen away the Gwen ultimate. Power of Evil. Now bringing in the firepower. Jojo buys a little time here with the stasis, but we also got a different fight in the enemy jungle as Kenvy's going to be chased down, but he gets away for now. Inspired, still in hot pursuit. Kenvy gets away. Jojo does not. Immortals find the play between the 2 fights.
Really well done. You know, they had that extra man there. Jojo goes for the TP response, but then all of a sudden, Lost is coming down too, and they answer with their own TP, and it's a 4v2, so you cannot contest there. So all Impact can really do is just run away and leave Jojo Pian to die. Kenvy almost goes down on the other side. He is pushed back to base, so Immortals will just get the 1 kill. It won't be anything more off of that. Jojo Pian going to be back up for this next dragon here, but we'll have to kind of take account of what all is going to be missing.
And hey, for the first time in this game, that Evil Genius's gold lead number has gone down. That is important for Immortals. Finally, we're stopping that locomotion forward.
And that was kind of option B of what I was talking about. You know, you either do try to find the explosive engage in the team fight, or you overload a side lane, you play towards revenge. This time, Ignar behind him, you know, with the Moby Boots, going to be able to close that gap onto Impact. There's no tier 1 tower. There's no easy retreat to him. You know, he'd have to get all the way back to the tier 2 tower, really force any safety. So when he's up this far in that side lane, they can look for their plays. EG now, though, trying to play through mid, control this area. Again, Immortals struggling to get any vision, right? Like, they have nothing past this line. And that is really kind of the problem in the river. Their only wards even a little bit into the river, now going to get taken out here. And trying to walk again through barrels and the MFE is very, very difficult. And Kenvy now make it caught. No flash.
Kenvy, that's not where you wanted to be. Danny picks up the kill, and with that being the enemy jungler, they're saying take the Cloud Drake. We don't care. They're going straight to the Baron.
Yeah, we'll see how fast they can actually kill this off. They do have quite a bit of damage. Obviously not a traditional marksman here. I think Immortals still may want to fight this. Ignar does have flash and ulti available. And Power of Evil has his ulti as well, and they're in the pit. But look at Vulcan. Vulcan's looking for the wraparound here. He's going to try to come down.
Jojo the same. They're seeing if there's an angle to make here. They're ready for the peel. Jojo goes in. Bullet time. Forcing the flash out of Power of Evil as he tries to get away. Jojo's going to be tanking up everybody. The stolen Alistar ultimate. There is a reason it is so highly valued. He just can't die.
But they get them off the Baron, right? And at the end of the day, they do stop this push, and it is Immortals that are healthier. They're going to be the ones that take this dragon, very likely here. So Immortals playing it out well. They do lose 1 kill on Kenvy, but they stop the Baron. They take the dragon. They're now at Soul Point, and Ichi really didn't gain any sort of a significant advantage from that. So very well played by Immortals at the end of the day. You know, the engage, the flanks were there from Jojo Pian and Vulcan, but the follow-up wasn't necessarily in position. Now, EG going to try to hopefully catch them on a recall. They're assuming, all right, they took the dragon, they're going to reset. So right back towards this Baron, trying to burst it down.
However, Immortals has the information.
Just dies slow.
Power of Evil with the ball over the wall. They see that it's about 4,000 HP, 3,000 HP, 2,000. Kenvy's ready to go! Power of Evil gets the steal!
The shockwave combo from PoE steals it over the wall as Kenvy went in. Power of Evil there as well. Combo it down. And EG, all of a sudden, what was looking like an easy, clean game for them, not looking so clear-cut anymore. Did they lose the dragon? So now not only do they have Baron, they have Soul Point, they're on Baron. You do still have a significant gold advantage here, but EG need objectives to actually close out this game, and it's Immortals that have them.
Immortals, man, coming up huge when they need to. Trading a single death away for the Baron. You'll take that pretty much every time.
Absolutely.
Feels great for these guys. And now let's take a look at the Roccat flip the switch replay to see it one more time.
Yeah, so it's power view over the wall. He is worded out, and I want to actually track when this might came down. So there's the ball. The shockwave comes through. Okay, that was from 1050 HP. The smite from Kenvi at the same time as the shockwave, that was really well timed. The smite came down as well from Inspired, but you cannot blame Inspired when it literally never got to 900 health, right? There's just like, he's going for his own.
We didn't see it move. It just went 1058 dead.
Yeah, he's looking for his own Q smite combo, but the shockwave combo, you know, the RW there plus the ulti over the wall from Kenvi and his smite makes it very, very volatile. EG flip it. And Immortals are the ones coming out on top.
Feels great for IMT. They currently have plus 900 on that Baron power play, but they have 90 seconds more to work with. There are so many turrets available for these guys to take. Mid lane tier 1 for EG is still standing. So Immortals have some money that's just there for grabbing.
Absolutely. And you look over at Lost. Lost is becoming a real threat here. You know, he's now on the IE. So yes, Danny is kind of doing this cool different build. He does have the Cyrildas in. The Cyrildas is going to apply this slow on his ulti, which is really important to actually kind of lock you into that burn, which is going to be pretty nice. But as far as like pure DPS, if Lost can actually auto attack, he is going to be a monster threat. So, you know, Immortals, it's all up to the engage. Can they actually find that? Because they're just getting harassed here by these slows.
Oh, and Power of Evil, he is stuck in that bullet time that you were just talking about. Inspired's found his way to find multiple knockups on everybody as Ignar's going to be shot to pieces. Danny picks up a double. Revenge falls and gives one over to JoJo. 3 dead for nothing. EG marching down mid lane.
EG on the push. They find the engage. They punish the missing flash, but now looking for a kill on top side. He got him.
Goodness gracious. Lost made that look easy, but the problem is, Isaac, it is a team game, and the team is coming up top looking for the Immortals AD carry. Everfrost going into the root. Kingslayer keeps him alive long enough. Evil geniuses pick up another one.
He actually could have had that kill. He was late on the ulti there, unfortunately. So lost about 80% of his health there. But still a good attempt. You know, does get the kill onto Impact. Almost gets a kill on a JoJo. That would have been really big for them. Danny now pushing in here. It's got to play a little bit respectfully with Ignar now having respawned.
Yep.
But it's really frustrating dealing with these ranged slows. It's sometimes hard to appreciate, you know, when you're just watching, but the MFE is so annoying. Like that 60% slow on a low cooldown. Because you have to remember, Leandri's mythic passive is also CDR. He has CDR boots. He has CDR from Muramana and Cyrildas. So he actually is up at 95 ability haste. So a 50% cooldown reduction. The E has a 4.6 second cooldown, and it lasts for like 2 seconds or something like that. So it has like a 50% uptime.
That's
now
pretty ridiculous.
on this long distance, 60% slow, plus the slow from the barrels, plus the slow from the GP ulti. Not to mention all the potential engage, the Everfrost, everything coming across makes it really tough.
Talking about potential engages, look at the bullet time, man. Ignar loses almost his entire health bar right there. Inspired going unstoppable to pick up the kill, but now they got to try to get away as they've already lost JoJo in trade. Mid laner for support, but Impact seeing if he can jump in and get anything done now here too. 20 seconds until the Drake spawns. Neither Ignar or JoJo will be up for that on spawn. It's EG with control over the bot side river, but keep your eyes on Lost and that DPS that he can dish out.
Absolutely, it's going to be a lot of pressure here on Lost. He doesn't quite have his ulti. It's about to come up. It just came up now, but look at him just getting kind of poked down.
Yep.
Doesn't have a lot of sustain. He would have very likely some, but Danny in trouble.
He's not looking for sustain. He's looking for an all-in. Style points for the Immortals AD carry.
Lost is going off, refusing to lose here, trying to get Immortals back into this one. Solo kills Impact on the top side. Now his solo kill, a 1K shutdown, and they get sold off of that. Lost is having one of the best games of his career, you have to say.
Immortals are scrappy here tonight, Azale.
Man, I am actually so excited to see Lost stepping up in such a big way like this. You know, myself and a lot of people have been very critical about how passive he often plays in big moments when he's in strong positions. He's not the guy to take a risk. He's always been that guy to really play, to keep himself alive, to try to just stay at the edges of those fights. And multiple times now here, going for the risky move.
Oh, no. That was a grief. What? Come on, you didn't sweep the bush. You're on a ward.
It's a lazy recall right there, and that's tough because that is a 40-second respawn. They could just start a Baron.
They just do Baron, yeah.
They're going to start a Baron here. We'll see if Immortals can actually get them off. But that is a shame because that is a big deal here. Revenge now has to be pretty careful. The movement speed going to be a big deal in this one, especially if you get out towards the side lane. The 10% flat movement speed plus the burst of movement from the Cloud Soul on Gwen means GP is not going to be able to keep Gwen at range at all. So like that is actually a really big deal. It's amazing on Alistar. It's actually really good for repositioning on Xayah even. It is very strong on a lot of these champions over on the other side. But EG, of course, Baron on spawn, Jojo Pion in this area. Gonna look to try to steal away the Alistar. He does get it.
Yep.
Ken Power V will find him, no?
Well, they can try to just chase him out a little bit, send him back over towards the pit. Immortals walking up. The Baron is already in the hands of the evil geniuses, and that is the cost of Kenvy's reckless recall.
Yeah, Kenvy getting punished big time there. You know, sometimes the plays are all not built equal, right? One mistake can be worth so much more than another, unfortunately, in League, and that is a costly one. To die there as Baron spawning, lose that for the team. You know, they're nearly down 10,000 gold. The Soul does, stats-wise, it's worth like 4K-ish ballpark, right? Depends a little bit on your champions with Cloud Soul.
Yeah, it's more subjective.
But still, you could kind of erase like about half of the gold lead with the Cloud Soul, but they're still very far down, and now there's Baron stats on EG's side. EG are, exactly, I mean, EG are going to be wanting to try to close this game out here right now. This is kind of their biggest spike of power.
Revenge is shoving up bottom here. This Gwen not quite on 3 items. That is traditionally when she is at her scariest. Yeah, Vulcan gets really slowed down there. Yeah, Revenge just kites it out, uses the power of that R to get himself away.
Yeah, it's such a significant slow on that ability that it just kind of denied it completely. You know, 60% slow, 1.5 seconds when you do hit that R. So had to hit Vulcan with it. Vulcan didn't want to just full-on commit and try to like flash over it in W because maybe would have got too far away from the team. EG look for him pick, nothing really comes from it. You can see the Ghost Blade as well for Danny, really indexing in towards move speed. That's another really powerful thing about MF, is you have the Strut, which gives you a lot of move speed, then the Ghost Blade active there, you know, really ramping it up so you can close that gap and try to kite out. Just looking to drop these E's on them, harass them down as much as possible. He's closing in on full build, and you can see Jojo mid lane trying to push this in, but has to play with some respect towards Revenge, who, though he's still behind, is getting pretty strong at this point in the game.
These misfortunate E's look like he's playing Earth. He just steps up, shoots it up into the air, step back, step up, do it again.
50% uptime is insane.
Yeah, the cycle is nuts. Like just constant pressure coming out of these. And even though each individual E isn't chunking people's health bars away, it's just the constant war of attrition.
Okay, Leandri's passive burn damage, almost 6,000 this game. 5,924. That is crazy burn damage. Plus the bonus damage is almost 500.
I feel like every single time I see a game of League of Legends, never mind. We got a nice bit of damage coming in. Power of Evil wants to try to get away.
The
Flash
collector.
or not, he's gone. Ignar's going to be the next to go. Jojo's found his way into the side here, seeing if there's any more to be picked up. Revenge back in the base, going to try to defend at mid, but Evil Geniuses found their moment and they jumped on it.
Yeah, they find that engage on Power of Evil, and then the ulti over top from Impact was so smart because you just need to apply any damage there to proc the Collector. He was so low. So even though PoE flashes out, they tried to actually time. You know, Redemption coming down even for that kill. Vulcan was looking for it with Redemption as well.
Yep.
No way out for him, and now Immortals have got to try to defend here. It's up to Lost.
3v5 for the next 10 seconds. But it looks like they will hold on. Yes, they lose double inhib. Yes, things are rough with a 12k gold deficit. Lost losing some HP there to Danny's ulti. But speaking of Danny, the thing I was going to say before the fight broke out, I feel like every time I see a game of League of Legends and there's a good Leandri's champion in that game that buys that item, it is always far and away the burn damage is topping the charts of the mythic stat tracking.
I mean, it's crazy. It's just so easy to apply on MF, right?
Yep.
Like, this is just... anytime I see this build, I just can't help but think of ARAM, right? Because people always do this sort of APMF style. You know, this is obviously mostly focused on lethality, but it's really just it's just the comparison of what is the lethality mythic going to do for you versus what Leandri's is. And like lethality mythics aren't really going to add that much damage. You're not going to get that much from like the Duskblade proc or something like that. You know, you can go Prowlers for like the armor pen and whatnot, but you're not really going to get much out of the active there. So Leandri's so easy to apply. I do think it's a really smart build. High CDR. You know, great itemization here from Danny, and you know, hopefully we'll see more of this kind of stuff.
And the Mythic passive adding that cooldown reduction, I mean, cooldown reduction is, over a course of time, just added damage itself, right? Because it's what you're talking about with that uptime. Yes, each individual tick won't do as much, but you're getting a lot more ticks because it's just being cast constantly. Immortals back to 5 men strong. They've still got their Cloud Soul, yes, but the job is tough, Azael, and the Elder spawns in 10 seconds.
And Diddy has 150 ability haste at this point in the game.
All right, that ain't right, man. Lost goes up into the air with the ulti there. Xayah ult down. That is huge for EG in the upcoming team fight.
Yeah, 4-second cooldown on the E now for Danny. Even the ulti is getting really, really low cooldown, 40 seconds. So you can do it almost every single wave at this point. And it is the Elder looking for the pick here on Kenvi.
Kenvi, luckily for him, the rest of the squad is not there for EG to complete the pick. They take the jungler out there. That's a guaranteed Elder. Revenge eating a barrel as soon as he arrives with the TP. Impact has so much damage. Ignar not going to find anything there with a pulverize. Revenge taken very low. Revenge at about 100 HP. Impact going on a rampage. There's burgers on the grill, and it's Evil Geniuses eating good tonight. Revenge tries to get out. He is the last man standing. He'll hop, skip, and jump all the way into the blue team jungle wonderland, but EG, they're marching on the next.
They're going to clean this one up. Double TP to bot lane. Inspired and Danny pushing it down mid here. EG going to close this one out. Look at the damage from EG's side in that final fight. Inspired, Impact, and Danny just roasting them.
And Revenge, I mean, this is about all he can do. Try to buy a moment, but a moment's pretty expensive in a 1v4, excuse me. It don't matter. Evil Geniuses, 19-6, 40 minutes in, 14K up. Just kill Ignar on the spawn platform. It's bullet time.
Oh, man. Just killing him as he respawns. Spawn camping him in the well. I mean, that was a ridiculous game. Immortals really putting up a big fight, though. Have to be given some credit for that. But EG, overall, you know, barring a few little mistakes, they have had some scrappy games. But they played it out very, very well, consistently extending the gold lead. The Baron Seal was the only time where that lead started to kind of falter a little bit. But it was up and to the right for almost the entire game. The early solo kill from Impact, then the follow-up gank from Inspired. Felt like that put Impact in cruise control. Bot lane was doing really well. The Leandry's MF was super, super effective. Like the Silas pick, you talked about a lot of time into the Alistar. Makes him so durable in those team fights. So interesting comp here from EG. Played it out very well. The final check-in here on Leandry's was 8,150 damage bonus from the burn.
Just from the burn.
Just from the burn. So like that, I really want to see total damage stats at the end of this game. I would love to see that on the analyst stats or whatever, because I would not be surprised if just his Leandry's burn damage was more than multiple other people in the game.
Oh,
like
for sure.
Total damage.
Did Danny's Leandry's burn damage more than Gwen?
I think more than Kenvi, 100%.
Yeah, that actually seems pretty solid to me because
Gwen, I'm not as sure about.
Constant. Yeah, Gwen was at least able to get some more damage.
8,000
later
damage
on
is like 1 R from Gwen.
Yeah, exactly, right? But at the same time, like, awesome from Evil Geniuses. I love the fact that they weren't afraid to play the MF like that, as you were talking about. You said, yeah, I've seen this before, but didn't know if we would actually see the full-on Leandry's commit today. I think it worked out great for him, allowed him to have that good start. And again, Immortals, it's better than what we've seen so far, but they still got to keep working about not having these issues that let them fall behind 4,000 gold before we start to see them really get scrappy and fight back.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you know, Revenge is going to want that game back, right? You know, getting solo killed when you have the counter pick, when you are playing Ignite before your first base is a tough one, right? And that's going to put you in a rough situation when you're losing sides that heavily. But a lot of credit deserved, I think, by Lost. And to see him playing aggressive and step up in a couple big moments, I think is a really good sign of things to come, because he had been lacking that killer instinct, and all top marksmen around the world have that killer instinct, and he got to display that today.
Well, Evil Geniuses are the ones triumphant when the dust settles, and now it's time for us to join the Tigress on stage with the top lane titan, Mr. Impact, on our Verizon post-game interview.
The success continues for Evil Geniuses here in Summer Split. I've got Impact here. What was the fun level for you in that game? Because you got to have the skill matchup there in the top side with the GP and the Gwen.
That matchup I should lose early prior because Gwen have Ignite advantage, but I don't know, he kind of messed up. I think he nervous because he should not give the angle the free. Like, he try gamble, you know, better. He tries just, I don't know, he tried better than me, you know, in 1v1 and cannot, you know, so I just killed him. And after that, it's so free lane because Gwen cannot pressure and it's no ghost. You cannot dodge the gank easily, and he get pressure. And yeah, and just GP, you know, just palm. Guys, I getting gold. And yeah, that's what happened, I think.
Lots of gold just across the entire team, too. It was like 9.7K gold lead at one point. But there were some objectives stolen. Were you ever worried that IMT were going to bring it back?
I don't think so. I wasn't not worried about game because I saw Orion item build like Lift Maker and Mercury and like setup, and I was thinking, wait, I don't have MR, but I think I'm not getting one shot. So I was thinking, wait, then no pressure, you know, they don't have pressure to kill me until I getting at least a WQ free. So I thought I can carry this game, and I'm not worried about we give object that time. I mean, sucks. We should not give the object. I think Dual Drake we should not give that, but we kind of inting there. Me and Jojo going to top side randomly for greedy because we thought they not bite if they have brain because they don't have vision. But they just walked and just try bite, and I'm like, okay, next time we just no matter what bite because they not using brain, just bite. So and then keep biting that. Then yeah, we won.
Brain on the entire game. You mentioned some of the itemization over on the Orianna side. I want to ask you about Danny turning the brain on to actually bring the AP build here for MF. Is that a Danny choice, or is that EG trying to be flexible with the way they play?
I didn't know that he go Leandry until middle game, and I saw that and it should be not bad because we have only Sylas. Sylas is not, to me, I'm not counting Sylas is 1 AP because he doesn't damage that much. It's kind of like, I don't know how to say it, like just bruiser, you know, not like AP carry champion. I mean, if you bad can carry that, but he's kind of useless. So it's work. I think it's smart choice that Danny bought the Leandry, and yeah, I mean, he had most damage, like double damage than me, so. Yeah, nice choice.
And Sylas just making sure to take that alley ult to go ahead and survive throughout the games. I know when it comes to EG, you've had such a strong start, not taking a defeat yet. We've joked around about, they were able to sidestep the MSI hangover because they've got all this Zoomer energy, but you are an experienced player. How did you handle making sure you were prepared for the start of the summer?
I was thinking if we not forget about how we played in MSI, then yeah, we can shoot on everyone. So I was thinking then we should not forget how we bite, you know, like how we learn, what did we learn from MSI, then we can win any team. So yeah, that's it.
As strong as EG are looking, Inspired did call out Team Liquid as the strongest team. This was before they had that loss earlier, though. I don't know how much of that game you got to see, but has your opinion changed at all in terms of them being a threat to you?
I think they're different play, like stage and scrim. I feel like in scrim they play pretty well, you know, not make mistake that much to about rotation or just number advantage. They're using very number advantage, but when I see the stage game, I don't know, they just mess up about like just lane, not lane, but rotation. They try rotation, but it's bad way. So if they can fix that, I don't know. I think they're a strong team, so they can be play better.
Still strong, but EG definitely looking strong on the stage. Impact, thank you for your insight today.
Thank you so much.
Another victory. Lots of Evil Genius fans in the audience here today. Everybody watching at home, we are celebrating Pride Weekend all weekend long here on the LCS, and we want to invite you to play a little game. Check it out.
Thank you.
You better get out your chair. Haters even be like, yeah, my crew everywhere like we in the atmosphere. Make it yell, woo, like Flair, we the champ. Never crush it on the regular. Serve your whole squad like veterans. Top of the podium like I won a gold medal, bro. I'm a ticking time bomb. I'm about to set it up. Now what you hear? Ain't no test. This is real as real can get. Fingers on my deal, I ain't one to mess. So let me get this off my chest. Now I wanna go and act real crazy like there's nothing to lose. So everybody make way, cause I know what to do. Let's have some fun. Jump, 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 jump. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. Jump, 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 jump. Let's have some fun.
What you playing?
A very serious game, but these in-game purchases are adding up.
Oh, State Farm has rates to fit your budget.
Mega Sparkle!
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
強く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさのしじまに何を見て何を探してきた自分の声がただ響く幾千万の星の中で惹かれて
Hi, I'm Brandini, the top lane positional coach for CLG. Positional coach is someone that really pays close attention to their counterpart. In my case, it's Dakla, and I make sure that he's doing the proper things, whether it's matchup, macro, and even sometimes micro. Aside from me in the coaching staff, we have Thinkard as our head coach, Croissant as our strategic coach, and other two positional coaches, DeMonte and Apollo. Working with such a large coaching staff is pretty unique. For our first week, we had pretty good drafts coming into the games. There are a lot of good openings into the games where we just won a lot of early skirmishes.
Triple kill!
Let's go! Boom finds two, and Powerbox goes in front. Luger finds a kill with his ulti.
I think CLG will surprise most people this season.
Were you when CLG ended week 1 in first place?
CLG on 3! 1, 2, 3, CLG!
Welcome back to the LCS and the State Farm Analyst Desk. It's final game of the day. FlyQuest are facing off against an undefeated CLG.
Boom.
We're going to start with predictions.
Okay.
I know. Flipping the script on you
yeah.
a little bit.
I
Because
know
I heard through the grapevine that this is the only game of the day in which there was a disagreement on the desk about who would come out on top.
Who did
I'm
this?
betting it's me.
Let's
the green.
Yeah,
It has to be the green.
betting it's me.
Let's figure out who's
Okay.
the dissenter in the group.
It's
all
me.
right, go ahead. What did you
I'm
go
voting
for
for
here?
myself. So
I am among us.
Me.
I am the
yeah,
imposter.
Face
I'm
pops
sus.
up.
I'm always sus. I went with FlyQuest
Okay.
this time. And
Wow.
the reason is because I think
Spoiler,
they
it's
will.
not Emily.
Yeah. Wait, it's not me.
I know. Spoiler.
What?
I know. Sorry, I just.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll just go with my reasoning anyway. Because I think where CLG, I have seen them have some hiccups, have been in mid to late game and taking away some very obvious mistakes from FlyQuest that we all saw last week. I do think their strength is in that team coordination in mid to late. And I also think that they will have a good approach to at least banning out the Seraphine, which we did see gave CLG some trouble even in their last win.
All right. Now, between the two of
There's
them,
an imposter among us.
who do we think?
I know.
Who joined you on the FlyQuest side? Because here's what's upsetting to me is this means that a majority of the desk here thinks who do I think's gonna win?
Yeah.
I think CLG. I'm going for the
Well,
undefeated
then it's
team.
not a majority. Then it's just a
That's
split
true,
decision.
But my name's not on the graphic. this is my point. There's an undefeated team stepping on the stage here.
Yeah.
And two people have voted against that team.
Was a guy that
Who wants
bet
to out
for a
themselves here?
habanero.
Well,
I think
you're going to
I-
have to reveal it.
I think
Yeah,
I think that Jat has faith in CLG.
Okay.
Good guess.
Because I think
It's wrong.
damn it! Damn!
Bring it
I was gonna use your
So
logic
my
of like
guess-
it's every time people start believing in them and
So my guess was going to be that it was Jat, only because Raz is now allergic to betting.
True. True. I kind of don't like
after last
habanero.
split.
I don't like the taste of it.
Okay, so then explain to me, Raz, why you believe in CLG where these two don't.
I feel like this is a countered situation. You're the ones that are voting against the 3-0 team.
Don't group me with them.
Okay, true.
Don't lump me in with them.
Me and Dash are on the same page.
Okay.
Jat and
Okay.
Emily were in a poor position. For me, I think, sure, the draft itself really aided them in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
But past that, I know you're talking specifically of the Seraphine draft, but I thought the ideas of what they were doing in bot lane and counter to the Ezreal and picking Sivir was a great call. Also, their team play is just on point. A lot of praises towards Contracts in my mind and how he's playing throughout his lane. So I just think that fundamentally they're playing good League of Legends right now.
Okay, see, so I align with a lot of what you're thinking.
Yes.
Given that we have
Yeah.
a split desk, yes, we already know where you're, putting your money, Jat. I do want to hand it over to you though, kind of as the tiebreak in the situation. Explain to me.
God, he's warming up.
Explain to me why you can so confidently vote against the 3-0 team.
Have you heard the term prisoner of the moment?
No.
Yes.
I have now.
I have.
Yeah, it's a
Yes,
very
I have.
common sports talk term.
Yeah.
But this happens. We have this team every split, right? This team was FlyQuest in
CLG.
spring,
Oh, okay.
where a
thought you
team
were
start like
thinking
FlyQuest
about
started spring 3-0. CLG started summer 3-0. They are reasons that they're 3-0, and we're like obligated to say really good things about them, but then they will have a level of falling back to the mean. Like CLG is not going to finish this split as the best team in the LCS.
Fair. But somehow you
Agreement.
think that means that they will lose to FlyQuest.
Well, I think there's a chance, a higher than 50% chance.
Okay.
Okay, so I also have some positive things to say about CLG's drafting, which I'm going to do right now.
All right.
Yeah.
See, there we go. Get back over. Let's get Jad back over into the CLG camp, right? Let's see if we can't change his mind by the end of this segment.
I'm right-handed, so I'm going to go to the other side.
Good call.
Thanks for that explanation.
Yeah, they have been red side all 3 games. They are blue side today. But what I've liked about their drafts is how unique they've been. So this was their 3 drafts last week. The other team first picked Senna, and then they responded. At the time, was the first Seraphine. Oh no, my pen broke.
Oh!
Different pen.
Break this one too.
Seraphine, which had a global pick percentage, just like the highest one, it was about 13%, but it was the first we've seen in the LCS. Viego immediately in the 1-2, they countered with Nid, which was a 3% global pick percentage. And then in the 3rd game when Golden Guardians first picked Ezreal, they said, you know what? Luger's played a lot of Sivir. It doesn't matter that he has a 1% global presence.
Is he that 1%?
He is a 1%.
He is the 1%.
But I like this. I don't necessarily know how sustainable it is where you're consistently pulling picks out of your back pocket. Like, they actually are the most interesting drafting team in the LCS to me. I just don't think you have as much room for creativity on blue side.
So, okay, that's a fair point. I think the blue side point is super relevant.
Yeah.
But on this drafting point, is there not kind of like a critical mass of versatility where basically what you're saying to all meta playing, quote unquote, meta playing teams, like take your first pick of the top priorities, the Viegos, the Ezreals, the whatever, because we have an answer to every single one of them.
So I have a few things on that. One, there were certain regions that hadn't gotten to the current patch. And I have seen a bit more Seraphine sprinkled in other teams now. Yeah, sure. I mean,
Still
maybe.
learning from the kings.
But yeah, I think the other thing that's really interesting to Jat's point, when he said this was FlyQuest last year, and one thing I'd want to ask you then is, because I actually think CLG's, even though I picked FlyQuest in this particular best of 1, I think CLG's drafting and team play is a more sustainable thing than, say, abusing the Janna top strategy, which is like a very specific strategy that helped FlyQuest get off the ground early. Yeah. So, like, would you at least rate CLG above that in terms of, like, coordination and team play, or no?
Like, drawing the correlation, but...
Yeah. I do think they've definitely improved. I'm expecting them to get more than 6 wins. Part of that is because they started with 3. I would put them around, if I had to, like, pick a number right now, I'd say they're going to win 8 to 9 games.
Okay.
Which would be like a pretty substantial improvement. FlyQuest is coming off of a split where they won 9 as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I think they're actually very evenly matched teams.
Gotcha.
Even if the records are going to be 3-0. The point about the Janna top is interesting, though, because I do think their drafts are somewhat repeatable. I just don't expect it to be like a hard surprise every time now that they've shown so many of their hands already.
I can just at least see thematically more options available to them in the current meta than what we had when Smite top was the run of the game.
Yeah, exactly. And I think another thing that's not being spoken of is just the strength of the side lanes here for CLG. The fact that top lane Dokla is going to be a better laner right up from the get-go. We've seen how he was performing in Academy. We've seen how both players from both FlyQuest and CLG have performed in Academy, and Dokla right now seems to be the strongest in lane. And the bot side of the map, I would also put it to Luger and Poom. And I feel as though not just from the laning perspective, but also from just having a more creative mind in draft, having a better understanding of how to play through, just play the map, is what I would give CLG. The concern is Takui. And their jungler there too. I feel like FlyQuest is mid-jungle. We give them a lot of credit for good reason, and that could be the real reason for FlyQuest taking this win if it's him and Jose Diodo takes it.
I mean, yeah, it's completely fair, right? Ultimately, to say any of that. But at the end of the day, right, it's just about, like, I think the expectation is obviously CLG will drop a game at some point. And that's what I'm more curious than ever to see how they respond. We're split, Raz, and I think it won't be today.
There you go.
Now, during the 2022 Summer Split, use your MasterCard to make a purchase from the in-client store and save your card on file to be entered for a chance to win a trip to a LoL Worlds 2022 Finals event or a set of 9 Player of the Week statues and a MasterCard prepaid card. As we head out, though, to the arena, FlyQuest Takui gave his thoughts on CLG and his opponent in lane, Palafox.
CLG had a really good run so far. They're 2-0. They played Senna Seraphine, which might be OP, so I don't know if they are really, really good or if they are good, but also the champion helped them. So, yeah, I can't wait to face them. I think Palafox is really aggressive mid laner. That just knows this champion and play aggressive. So I think you just need to. I will just need to stay calm and cool, and we should be able to snowball them up.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the last game of the day here on this lovely Saturday evening, and we got ourselves some FlyQuest going up against CLG, the undefeated. How often do you get to say that? CLG.
Not often. I think it was the last time this had happened was, I want to say Mark said it was 2017. So
that's when I joined.
It's been a long time since they started 3-0, right? A long time. And CLG, still a lot of doubters, right? You know, 2 people predicting against them on the desk. So we'll see if they can, kind of silence some of those doubters. I do think they've really got to turn in a strong second week for people to start believing that this team is legit, that they can compete at the top table, because they did come out with a lot of surprising picks, right? And their third game of the week, where Senna and Seraphine were banned against them, was by far their weakest. That was more reliant on an opponent mistake to turn that game around than it was CLG in control start to finish. Whereas their first 2 games, they looked really good. So coming into this week, my expectation was, you never get to play Senna Seraphine. That's banned out every single game against you, or at the very least, your opponents have pre-planned a strategy or pre-planned a 2v2 that they think is going to be really, really effective against it.
Well, I just want to see if they can keep having more of that creativity, like what Jat was talking about on the desk. I mean, hey, maybe you have so much more stuff lined up, you don't care if they ban away Senna Seraphine. Of course, that is hard to do. There's a reason why we see everybody play meta instead of constantly experimenting over and over again, because one's proven and the other one's kind of a coin in the air that you are just praying does not come up tails.
Absolutely, and it just takes a lot of practice, right? To bring in new picks, you've got to spend a lot of time really perfecting these picks if you want to be able to play them at the LCS level. So, if they just get banned out, do you have another kind of bag of tricks ready to go? There are a lot of kind of like less typical champions that are successful in solo queue in the bot lane. Like I think about mages, things like Swain, for example, is actually really, really effective. But obviously, like that's a very different style than what they had been doing, which is really draft, sustain, / shielding in the bot lane, and death ball. That's kind of what they were doing with Senna, Seraphine, Sona, all this style of stuff. So we'll see what they want to go for here, and if FlyQuest is in fact going to be banning out Senna, Seraphine against them. Braum as an early ban. Braum Lucian. Braum is interesting.
Yeah, I feel like we never see that in first half ban.
No, Braum is not a champion that gets banned out a lot. It often just falls fully through draft. But it feels like, hey, maybe they're thinking, something from scrims or something is really showing that like that right? Afro was playing it a lot, because Afro played all enchanters last week. Well, I guess Rakan's not real. Well, he's kind of borderline, but played Yuumi, Nami, and Rakan last week. So it's not as though he played it last week. Vulcan had a really good game on it that I can recall, but Braum was not getting picked a lot. Maybe they want to go something like really, really aggressive into it. Aphelios as well. These are some weird bans.
These bans from CLG are a bit bizarre. This has to be based on some information that we don't have. Over on the other side, it's TF, Senna, and Yone banned out by FlyQuest.
Yeah, I mean, again, Johnson didn't play the Aphelios at all last week. Of course, it was really popular last split. And, in kind of like previous seasons, there's been times where it's been super, super popular. So maybe it's kind of a nod towards that. All time, it is his most played by quite a bit. 26 games. The next most played is Jinx at 14. So potentially just kind of like a nod to, hey, we think he's one of these kind of like power players on it. Zeri coming out is one of the champions that is traditionally banned in place of things like the Aphelios and the Braum and so on. Seraphine was left available, so if CLG wanted, they could just go towards a Seraphine Zeri bot lane, which would be interesting.
Well, FlyQuest have taken away the Yuumi that often likes to be paired with that Zeri for the speed-up combo, so that one's not on the table here for CLG. Viego was locked in first rotation in the previous game. However, that did not work out for Immortals if FlyQuest wants to lock that one in. However, they also have the opportunity to go with the jungler that was played on the other side in game number 4 as well. That Wukong, so strong, so much power, the double ultis in the fights, it's a lot of disruption.
And it's a fantastic pairing later on with the Yuumi as that engage, have them locked down, give you the bonus AD with the passive from Yuumi. I'm kind of thinking it's just going to be Yuumi Ezreal on the FlyQuest side. Yuumi Jhin is another pick that a lot of people do like kind of in solo queue. But it'll be interesting to see if they're going to go for something a little bit different. But I'm just super interested to see, like, are we actually going to get a Seraphine-style comp? Udyr, we actually got to see. I want to see it was from Jose Dioto in week 1. Also something that does work really well with those enchanters. It does have a very, very fast clear and can kind of be used as like a nullifying pick. It's less about the aggression, more about the fact that you can kind of just like do an extra camp and then answer the play that your opponent is trying to make. If Rakan comes through, it's obviously a very different style than what we had seen from CLG. Sona, we did get to see, I believe, in that final game of the week from them. So back to enchanters here again. So it is 4 straight enchanters now from Poom. Played Seraphine, now 2 games of Sona and 1 Karma. So is playing, pretty lane focused. And it is going to be a Twitch answer. So a lot of scaling, baby. A lot of scaling on FlyQuest's side. We did get to see them bring out the Twitch last week. It was not in a win, but individually it did seem like it was working pretty well. We've been seeing a lot of the Blade of Rune King Twitch, which is very, very effective as a 1-item spike. Respect now being shown over there towards Dokla, who has been the carry guy for CLG. Yone was banned out. He played that week 1, and he did play 2 games of Jace, but they're banning the Fiora here, which does lead me to believe like maybe Philip again is looking towards kind of a tanky option.
Yeah. Well, we do only have solo lane focus remaining in the draft. Once again, it's bottom laners, supports, and junglers picked up in the first half. Corki banned out by CLG, so they don't want to be dealing with that missile spam here in this game. Gangplank going to be banned away. So yeah, focus from Philip on that top side, looking at some of these champions that do well into the big meatballs. So you would expect to see something like an Ornn, like a Sejuani, something along those lines.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see if he kind of bucks that trend whatsoever, because he has only really played carries so far. He had the Camille, Vladimir, and the Aatrox. And Philip is a guy, I think, with a lot of expectations on his shoulders. FlyQuest thinks that he's a great culture fit, that he's a guy that can really kind of build alongside this team. And they have confidence that he is going to be a really strong player by the end of the split. But it is going to be some time, building towards that. They are looking to give him 5th pick here, though. So it is a blind Ahri here for Takoi. Did play Ahri once last week. We've seen a couple teams mixing it in. There's some teams that are very heavily on the, we just scale side of things. And there are some teams that are willing to play more mid-gamey. Ahri is kind of more in that camp for sure. Luger, of course, I don't think it's going to be this unless they're going AP Zeri mid, which has actually been splashing up a little bit. So there is a possibility of flexing this around and going Kalista. But I would be surprised. It would seem a little bit strange, because I'm not super convinced by the AP Zeri mid. It is pretty situational for the W to get it through terrain. But of course, there are good ratios. Either way, Luger probably just hovering a fun champ. Dokla going to be moving towards the Gnar. This is such a staple for LCS pros, so this will be a good kind of test of how he's going to perform on that. Because it basically feels like to have a good career in the LCS as top laner, you have to
gotta play Gnar. Yeah.
It's just such a staple blind pick champion.
Especially when you get into situations like this where the last 2 picks are going to be the solo lanes and, you got to blind stuff.
Yeah.
They've got last pick of the entire draft.
Welcome to blue side, right? Yep. You're blinding your top laner almost every time. So it is going to be Talia mid. Pairing with the Udyr, they have a little bit of setup there. Of course, there is potential for the Sona ult as setup too, the Bear Slap. There's not the most amazing setup though. It is really just kind of the Bear Slap and the Sona ult. Potentially something could come through there from the Gnar. Jace as the answer here to Philip. I do feel like this is a pretty skill-based matchup. We'll see if Philip is going to be able to make any sort of an advantage happen in the early stages. Generally, if you can't bully out the Gnar early, Gnar gets early tabbies, Gnar starts to really kind of stabilize, and it's just fine, even going down a little bit of farm and kind of potentially being more useful elsewhere on the map. But this is interesting. Neither team with really traditional forms of hard engage. Like, yeah, sure, there's the Wukong that can go in, but there's not necessarily the most vault besides potentially the Yuumi. There's like a Flash Sona ultimate or a Flash Bear Slap or something. But both teams are pretty reliant on actually finding flanks and interesting angles to really kind of start fights.
And the thing that stands out to me is CLG has a much more solid front line in the Udyr and the Gnar. Because if you're talking about nobody really having those big engage mechanisms, it can be kind of scary face-checking brushes, giving your opponents the opportunity to punish you. And Udyr and Gnar in a Mega Gnar form can feel a lot safer about face-checking a blind brush than something like a Twitch or a Jace will.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Udyr, with the Sona behind him, going to be feeling pretty safe to actually face-check a lot of these brushes here. It is going to be lethal tempo. It is going to be Ghost here for contracts, so kind of that new standard meta. And we'll see how he's going to be able to perform. Very defensive summoners on the side of CLG in this one. Poom is going towards the heal. It's barrier for Luger. Helifox also playing heal, so not DP. They have double heal on this side. And over on the other side, it is the more aggressive options. Cleanse for Johnson, but Ignite, Exhaust for Afro, and Ignite for Tukoi. So looking more to go straight at him.
Alrighty, here we go. Game number 5 of the day. Let's rock and roll. Let's see if CLG can go up to a 4-0 start here in Summer, or if it's FlyQuest who's going to tie their own record up and put CLG their first loss. And of course, it's always Tukey time.
That's the secret. It's always Tukey time.
That's my secret, Captain. It's always Tukey time. All right, well, nobody's doing anything too impressive here at level 1. We're just getting the traditional line.
That strafing?
No, man, strafing is just—it's not doing enough for me anymore.
Not doing it?
It's like how people talk about, when it first happened, the Insec was the most amazing play ever, and then now it's just like, if you can't Insec, why are you even playing Lee Sin? Like your trash can, right? We've evolved. You got to do more than strafe. I need to see some
like
absolute
dance moves,
madness. Yeah, break it out.
Maybe a little bit of moat flashing.
I really do respect a good emote game.
Me too. It's actually a significant part of how you can win me over as a fan, is how many emotes you spam at funny times in games.
It's got to be timing. It's got to be emote selection, coordination with
selection
team as well.
For sure. Can't just be spamming out your emotes willy-nilly.
No, like random thumbs up, it'll get you a couple points, but that's not breaking any records. But as Philip tries to walk up into top lane, it will be Dokla waiting on him, so both these guys going to trade blows back and forth here a little bit. Grasp for Dokla, of course, means he has a little bit of extra trading power, but Phase Rush on Jace gives him the ability to disengage and play those fights more appropriately to the way that he wants them. Over here in mid, Tukoi on the Ahri. Ahri is one of these champions that has become less popular than she was before durability update. Like, she was pretty top of the list back before that. These days, and these days the control mages have found themselves back on top again. Here we are with our lovely tri-view camera. Yeah, everybody loves it. Even the live discussion thread on Reddit, which is normally not a very nice place to hang out, they even had nice things to say.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah, everybody's loving it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really fun, right? I think if there's a ton of action going on, it could be too hectic to be watching all the lanes at once. But it's kind of pick your choice, It's like it's Neapolitan ice cream that's like the 3 flavors, right?
Yeah.
And you can kind of choose, do you want some vanilla, a little strawberry, maybe some chocolate ice cream, you like top lane, mid, bot,
or you do what I always did.
Udyr clearing in jungle.
Oh, nice little charm coming out here from Tukoi. No, the thing that I always like to do, you just get a big spoon and you eat all 3 every bite.
See, what would always happen in my house growing up is that people just everyone in my house liked chocolate the most. So there would just be like 1/3 of it is just gone.
So why are you guys not just buying chocolate ice cream?
That's what I was saying. But I would always be like, but maybe someone would want a different flavor.
It sounds like you guys lost in draft, dude. Yeah. I don't know what this is.
Yeah, it happens. It happens.
Well, we don't have any action thus far here, but Contract's going to walk over a ward. So Johnson and Afro. Hey, I'm just trying to help you guys out here.
Look at that man in the bear costume.
Oh, yeah, I forgot you're a big pajama Udyr stan, aren't you?
Is that not impressive?
Pajama Udyr?
The confidence it takes to be an Udyr, walking around in a turtle onesie.
Just a man in his pajamas. In this world with all this lore of, like, gods and samurais and fox girls and stinky rats, he's a man in his pajamas.
Yeah, just a man in his pajamas, just living life. He's got to fight against, like, galaxy-sized dragons and stuff, and just got Joe from town who bought some onesies and just got out there. Bought 4 onesies.
That's a lot of onesies.
How does he change between them that fast is my real question.
It's like one of those magician things where you see him like do the trick where they change their clothes on stage because it's 2 different clothes, but now Luger, he's in danger! There's your contaminate for the first blood!
Nicely done. Johnson and Afro getting the early kill here on the CLG bot lane. Luger and Poom struggled a lot in their Sivir game in the third game of the week last time. Getting killed in the 2v2 here against Twitch and Yuumi is very concerning because that is such a strong scaling duo.
Yeah.
You pick Sona to try to win lane here early on against the Yuumi. Yuumi is generally considered a weaker laner because you're attached most of the time. You can have kind of two auto attackers going at him at the same time. Luger here trying to get up to get that last CS. Steps a little bit too far forward. Thought he was safe because of the barrier shield plus the Sona W shield. Not quite able to do it. And the treasure hunter there, you know, the bounty additionally going into Johnson's pockets. That's extra gold going FlyQuest's way. And as a result, nearly 900 gold ahead.
Feels really good for them. Unfortunately, it was not the Contaminate that got the final killing blow. It was the Ignite from Afro Moose. So the gold not quite precisely where they would want it. But hey, Yumi's got a book now. Another book. One for her inventory, not just her character models. So making some progress towards that Yuumi becoming a true force to be reckoned with once we get later on in the game. And you already even mentioned, it can feel really good having Yuumi strapped to something like this Wukong later on in the game. Provides extra engage, extra area control, chase down, all sorts of options there when Yumi's attached to a bruiser.
Absolutely. I mean, I always just think that one of the most underrated parts of Yuumi is just the flat AP amp. You know, from the W. When you're at max rank, that's 20% flat AD or AP, plus a portion of Yumi's. So it's, excuse me, it's 20 flat plus the percent of the adaptive. So it is a significant amount later on in the game. Dokla, nice trade here.
Oh, Dokla is just messing Philip up here. Good usage of the Mega Gnar to slam him into the wall, take him down to only a sliver of the health bar. This should make it pretty easy for Dokla to get this shoved in without FlyQuest's top laner being able to do much about it. Contracts running up towards mid lane. Considering he steps on a control ward, there's not much of a play to find. Tukoi's movements lets him know, yes, this is not just the enemy mid laner. Jose Dioto is on the way, so he'll back out.
Yep, I'm going to be able to spot Jose as well. Sees the ward go back down, so if they're confident to actually get the push, he can just go back in and clear out that ward as well. We're going to be playing for this bottom scuttle. It's about to spawn here. Jose's in the area, and Tukoi's coming down, but it is CLG's bot lane moving first.
Here comes Palafox riding the wall, getting on in there. Jose Dioto, he leaves the clone behind. He flashes away, so the seismic shove isn't able to bring him on back. Tukoi still looking for the angle. His Contract's going to be eating some damage coming out from Johnson. Contracts is down, and FlyQuest looks for more. Poom and Luger stuck in the river with no way home. Tukoi gets another, and FlyQuest are making CLG look bad.
FlyQuest crushed them. They even get the scuttle. They're doing the dragon at the same time. 3 kills to 0 on the bottom side, massively ahead off of that play. CLG trying to fight for that scuttle, thought they had the positioning to do so, but FlyQuest just straight up outmatch them in that skirmish on the bottom side, and massively ahead now here. Could potentially even take a plate, but probably just going to take a quick reset here. Afro will in fact stick around to get the plate, so we can watch this one more time. You know, we see that the bot lanes are moving up, right? And CLG's bot lane is going to get here first. Palafox has the ult, so they're saying, all right, we can actually make this play happen. But as Johnson and Afro come up, the pincer move here is really, really nice. Tukoi coming in, closing the gap. They're just focusing down Contracts, bursting him out very quickly. Then Luger is the next target. The charm lands on him. He goes down. Remember, missing the summoners from the earlier skirmish.
Yeah.
Able to get the reset there for Tukoi, get another kill on Poom. Just really well played. You know, the Udyr just not that tanky early on in the game. Didn't have a lot of health or anything bought up, so they just try to focus Contracts down.
Pretty costly mistake here for CLG, who find themselves down 2,000 gold 8 minutes into the game. They're looking at the Rift Herald as an avenue to maybe bring some of that back. But now the Yuumi is attached to Jose Dioto. We already saw the Wukong just keeping Palafox out of joining back up with the rest of that fight on the back end of things previously. And I'm curious what they can do now that they've got a little bit more available to go here with that Yuumi. Palafox not going to get nothing with a seismic shove. Jose Dioto goes in, finds the first knockup, but he's still going to be blown up. Boom! Grabbing the kill on
Johnson's
that
coming
one.
though.
Afromu is just a loot pinata now, and CLG gets 2.
Yeah, FlyQuest just, it felt like they went way too early. You know, Johnson wasn't there just yet, and Jose just tried to kind of shove his way in. Does end up getting taken down there pretty quickly. Had to use the clone early to actually dodge the seismic shove from Palafox, and then tried to very boldly just walk through regardless. Gets punished for it, giving a couple kills back, and the Herald goes CLG's way, so gonna be able to even this out quite a lot.
FlyQuest slipping up a little bit. Bottom side of the river, that's where things go good for FlyQuest. Top side of the river, that's where things go good for CLG.
It's Dokless Town up there.
That's when you go to Big Dokesburg. That's when you gotta be careful
Sheriff
for FlyQuest.
Dokes.
Yep, it's like rival football teams fans. You're gonna get beat up by the home team.
Yeah, you got to be careful. Dokla up towards that top side, lands the ulti. They just had to wait it out. I mean, the Meganar was about to expire, but then in he goes. He gets punished very, very heavily. Philip is pushed out. Again, it's 5 members here from CLG. Johnson was very far behind the play. I think FlyQuest thought they were going to be able to kind of get that for free. And of course, we know that they were not able to, as CLG were ready to scrap.
Philip jumping in on Dokla here, who does manage to get the hyper proc as the boomerang hit Philip on the way back. So kite that one out, stay alive just fine, no real worries here. One thing that I am a bit surprised is you can see the plated steel caps for Dokla, but no shoes of any kind for Philip so far up here in the top lane.
Yeah, because it is more range versus range, I think this is okay. I think Tabby's really strong, especially when it is against Wukong. We'll see if he can proc phase rush and get out.
Contract said nope, just slaps him.
Yeah, I mean, he should have just flashed early, but back to one side.
Oh boy, Luger just getting locked down there by the Yuumi ultimate, but they're ready to fight back. Johnson tries to get away, but Luger stays alive and outplays him. Now back in mid, we still aren't done. Palafox gets caught out. There are bodies hitting the floor all over Summoner's Rift, is it?
Everywhere, it's getting crazy. FlyQuest bottom lane there. Tried to go aggressive for the all-in, but this time the barrier, the heal, the ulti from the Sona, enough to turn things around. CLG was just down 2.2k, just like that. They get a kill on top side, they get kills on bot side. Yes, they lose a kill mid, but they take a full tower top, and they're 1,500 ahead here. But that's a gank that Philip should not have died to. I mean, he has the flash available. It is not a flash Udyr. When he gets in range, you either have to have the E buffer to knock him away from melee form, or just flash early and walk out of there. And he would have been fine, which would have prevented them from losing that entire tower top. So FlyQuest really making some pretty critical mistakes in these last couple of minutes.
Big moves for CLG. I like the fact that even if they go down early like this, this 4-0 deficit, 2,000 gold or whatever, it doesn't deter them. They're still ready to make plays. They're still ready to look for fights, have those situations around the Rift Herald that they're saying, no, we can fight this. Have those situations topside. We're like, hey, just dive and see what we can get. Use the Herald. CLG have earned their spot back in a 1,000 gold lead here in this game, 5-5. Let's take another look at what happened in mid lane. Palafox did get caught out and die here. Everfrost plus Ahri Charm. It just ain't fair.
Yep, absolutely. Gonna be able to land the slow. The charm there, hit confirmed. Jose gets the knockup, so just holding him in place for a long time there. In that 2v2, I didn't quite catch if Afro actually detached and then they got the double ult, because Poom did a good job of actually holding his ulti for quite a long time until it was, guaranteed going to be able to actually connect. They just didn't quite have that damage, and FlyQuest, thought they had the angle for the fight, didn't find it. Something that they didn't necessarily need to go for because they are scaling very, very well as this comp, and they were ahead in that 2v2. But their hubris is punished. We'll see if they can play for this dragon. They do have the early dragon. That's the only advantage remaining to them, is that they are up 1 dragon. CLG not moving very quickly towards it, so it looks like they will just give this one up. And FlyQuest will move out to a 2-dragon lead here, but look at Dokla all the way to the tier 2, pushing. Not worried about this whatsoever because he knows Jose is on the dragon. There's no one coming for me.
Yeah. There's a little bit of a farm advantage there for Philip, so he's not like falling behind in terms of the CS at least, but when it's coming to pressure, when we're talking about control over the map, it's all Dokla.
And it was just that costly death, right? Dying to contracts there really did hurt him so much, because when you die in those situations with the wave at your tower and they have Herald, you just lose all 5 plates. It doesn't matter how you were doing before that. You lose the entire tower. It's incredibly punishing for top laners. And I think, honestly, it's one of the things that really kind of makes top lane just like a less popular role, because it can be so frustrating, how punishing those ganks can be.
Yeah.
No one's really in the area to help you oftentimes. The top lane is that long lane. It's very isolated. So very effective gank from contracts, not properly played by Philip, means they get a huge advantage there. And CLG now maintaining that 1,000 gold lead here. Luger able to kind of bounce back after that 2v2 death here again. And is now out to a bounty. I mean, both him and Boom going to be scaling up. Poom even making the pick stop for the tier, which I think is really smart on Sona.
Yeah,
it's
you're gonna
such
charge
a
it
spammy
so
champion.
easy. Yeah, like you're already playing keyboard piano with Sona having so many spells on such low cooldown, but just being able to get that charged up, plenty of free value there.
Yeah.
Immortal Shield Bow on a Zeri that is already running barrier with a support that has heal and a bunch of healing abilities too, as you pointed out, which got them that win in the 2v2 to begin with. It's very deceptively difficult to kill this AD carry.
It is. I mean, you've got to really take everything into consideration. You know, the shield bro proc there is 250 health at this point. The barrier is 231 health. Every time he W's, that's going to be another 90. So, you know, you're just looking at the shielding. It's a tremendous amount, you know, 500-600 that you're having to actually take into account. When Luger has about 1,400 health. So you really have a lot that you have to actually take into consideration when you're looking for those all-ins to make sure that you are able to win the 100-0.
And we're talking a lot about CLG, but on the other side of things, FlyQuest, it's a 3-0-1 Ahri for Takoi.
Yeah.
He has that Everfrost, like I already mentioned. That's the big playmaking tool. Once you have that online, your roams become so much scarier. Your pick potential becomes so much greater. So my eyes are on him to bring FlyQuest back into this.
Yeah, and we'll see if he's going to be able to do it. I'm also interested to see if he's going to go more that kind of defensive build. They're looking for an all-in on bot side. Here
Boom
goes
gets
Takoi.
locked down, flash into the charm, and the shutdown goes over to Johnson this time. Nice use of the Everfrost for a root after the fact, but it's almost punished as he got stuck underneath that turret there a little bit. Luger is low, Takoi being healed up by Afromu, but right there is what I'm talking about. Move Ahri around and make plays.
Yeah, that was really nicely done. Jose, though, he doesn't realize he's been spotted here. He's going to have to W over the wall.
Hey, Wukong changes.
Yeah.
Coming in clutch.
Those are big. Takoi, though, really nice aggressive play. I mean, he was spotted on the ward, knew he was spotted on the ward, but our flash charm, really, really big. Dokla just going to solo up Herald on top side. Very rare to see that in a pro game.
Almost never happens.
That no junglers are actually involved in the taking of the Herald, and Dokla actually gets to have that fast recall for himself here. It'll be interesting to see if he tries to push towards tier 2 and take that gold, because that is worth a lot. We can watch this one more time, and it's kind of just about the movement down here. You know, no vision, but they are going to spot out Takoi very early on, and then they're just not really respecting the engage range. Like, look how far back he is. He gets rooted up, R, then the flash, then the charm, max range, you know, all the way from here to there, basically, you know, in the blink of an eye. And as soon as you're rooted up as the Sona, there's no way out. Almost able to get the return kill on the other side, but still well played by FlyQuest, getting something back.
And honestly, in this era where we're having slower early games, this one's been pretty violent back and forth so far. 11 kills in 16
He's
minutes.
gonna get this full tower too.
Yeah, Dokla's about to cash in on that, especially with the Demolish proc. That will guarantee it. Philip has no way to stop that, so there comes your charge. Doesn't look like Dokla wants to stick around to try to let this Herald get a second charge off onto the tier 3 there. That is just too risky. But a tier 2 down at 16 minutes feels great for CLG.
And it's 600 solo gold for Dokla. Like, look how far ahead he is now. That's 2 kills basically given to him off that Herald. The first Herald plus the gank got him about another 600 or so gold. Like, that is the advantage, right? You know, he is very far ahead now of Philip. And Jace from behind is notoriously useless, especially against the Stain champions. When you have a Sona on the other side, you can't really even poke them down very easily. It's going to be very hard to threaten frontline because Udyr is going for a super tanky build. You know, Sunfire into Frozen Heart. I really like this style of build.
Oh, yeah, especially
so
against 3 AD
tough.
champions.
Yeah.
It feels great, right? The Frozen Heart, just the amount of mana so you can spam. Down here in bottom lane, it's Poom in trouble again. It's Poom rooted up again. It's Poom dead again to FlyQuest.
And that is the danger of playing some of these enchanters. You can get punished so heavily here. You know, did use the flash, did use the ulti, dies anyway. They commit the teleport down from Philip, but it's fine because Dragon is spawning. So it's 3 straight Dragons here. That is becoming a concern now for CLG, especially, you know, giving over Ocean Soul is really going to help, you know, with the sustain there. Going to make it very difficult. Unless you can actually just like burst someone down 100-0 style.
Yep.
You won't really be able to threaten them.
22:45. That's around when that Drake will spawn, and that is when CLG must answer. Ocean Soul before 23 minutes. Ferocious stuff here. You can see mythic items are online for everybody. We are moving towards those second items, not just for Udyr, but generally across the board. There is your Shard of True Ice fully evolving for Poom, so at least able to keep that tempo nice and high despite a couple of unfortunate deaths.
Congratulations, you're the first caster to ever say that on a cast. Shard of True Ice.
It's literally just because the name popped up on the on the scoreboard. I have no idea what that item is called.
I don't think I've ever heard someone call one of those transforms out until like last time.
I literally just saw the tooltip. That's all. I'm not even going to try to be deceitful about.
Take the dub.
Skarner never builds that item. I don't even know what the base one is called if you try to buy it in the shop. I have no idea. But I seem like I know what I'm talking about out now, and that's all that matters.
That's half the battle. Right
That's half the battle. We do have an Oblivion Orb on Afromu. I like the fact that we're getting a little Grievous in here because you're up against a Sona, you're up against a Zeri that's already got Immortal Shield bow for some lifesteal. Shutting some of that down, very important.
And the Chemtech Future Fire, I just think it's really effective. Being able to actually apply it very easily to the people that you're riding on for the Yuumi. So it is really, really nice to be able to grab that up. They are going to need some of that healing debuff for sure, as you said. We'll be interested to see where Doku actually goes with his build. Is Philip could be in some trouble, but a nice actually buffer on the E there.
Yes,
those are the kind of plays you have to be looking for as the Jace. Don't want to get too close.
Uh-oh. Got slowed down. Doku throwing another one out. Hits him with that one too, but the Eclipse Shield doing a good job blocking most, if not all, of the damage. And it buys enough time to make Gnar turn back into his little baby form so that you're able to get away.
I wonder, with this extra longsword on top of the Executioners, if he's actually going to go for the Chempunk Chainsword, because that has gotten really, really effective.
So cost effective.
Yep. Ever since they actually buffed the AD on it, they nerfed the Grievous Wounds, they buffed the AD, so it's just kind of like a generically good item. And Jace, of course, does have some sustain there. There's Blade of the Rune King, there's Yuumi, so will be pretty valuable. He did go for the Chain Vest, just kind of as an answer to potentially Jose and him, and especially with some lethality in Jace's build, that's going to be effective to kind of just erase that. But the extra longsword makes you think that his second item completed is actually going to be that Chempunk Chainsword.
Could also potentially be Death's Dance if you're looking at what it could build into, like next to the Chain Vest or something like that, but we will keep our eyes on it. Goldgraph's looking pretty interesting in this one here, as you do have that nice little area there where FlyQuest was ahead, but it's CLG who's been in control now for the past 10 minutes or so. 2.5 minutes though, Mr. Razael, and then the dragon spawns and the pressure is on for CLG.
Absolutely, they're gonna have to be able to actually find the setup here. And again, they don't have that like incredible engage. Sure, there's the potential of Sona finding an ulti, but besides that, it's not an explosive engage for Moodier to ghost at you and actually stun you up, right? Yeah. You've got to mostly find a flank from Dokla, come from different angles, try to really find that sort of a play. One thing that we haven't actually talked about that is a kind of a cool synergy is that the ulti from Talia, that can actually set up terrain for Dokla.
Well, we've got a little bit of synergy here with Jose Diodo just going in, Beyblading all over Dokla. He face checks the brush and he pays for it.
Yeah, loses his flash too. And Jose can just W over the wall, so it doesn't even cost him his flash, just the ulti and the ignite. And that is actually a really big deal because that means Dokla, even if he does find that flank, will not have the flash for a Gnar ulti here at that next dragon fight. CLG though, moving up towards topside, trying to defend this turret, trying to maintain their slim gold lead here at this point.
And they will. They'll hold on to it for now. But I think the big deal is exactly what you're talking about here. Whenever you die and use a summoner spell and it doesn't actually affect the outcome, it feels so much worse.
Well, and in a lot of cases, like even if he got away, is it actually worth it? And that's something that does require like a mindset shift. When you are a primary engage or the team is really dependent upon you to kind of be able to find that big engage to actually win out in the 5v5, often in these situations, it's actually better to just die, even if your flash would have saved you, because the game is going to be decided at this next fight, right? If you lose soul, the game is probably over for you. So who cares if they get 300 extra gold because you didn't use your flash topside? Because having that flash could be potentially game-changing. Of course, there's no guarantees that not having it will lose out, but I do think those things are interesting to think about.
Yeah.
And does really take a mindset shift and some real restraint to actually, kind of hold on to those summoners in those situations.
Because it's counterintuitive to traditional thinking, right? It's an entire theory conversation. As Jose Diodo, again, going to find Dokla. This time, at least, he's in mega form, so he's a little tankier as they try to make these moves. Palafox coming in, wants to help his top laner. Seismic shove, not going to hit the target. Dokla getting away with 1/3 HP. CLG's coming down, trying to collapse on these guys. Jose Diodo wants to be able to get away. He's at 40%, tries to stop and fight it. Johnson looking to get out now, too. The ulti from the Yuumi tries to keep him alive, but FlyQuest loses their AD carry. Jose Diodo barely gets away with about 100 HP. Chakoi trying to escape now with a flash out to get himself and Afromu out of the maw of CLG, who have fought FlyQuest away, and despite not having that Gnar flash we were talking about earlier, they managed to get themselves out of danger. FlyQuest got too aggro, and CLG had the good punish that should earn them this Drake.
Yeah, FlyQuest way overcommitted on that kill onto Dokla. They had the setup around the dragon. They could have actually just looked to play for it. Dokla's Mega Gnar was going to expire. He was actually in Mega already. You could have just allowed that to expire and actually played for the soul. They tried to force on this play, and it seemed like they waffled on it a little bit. Watch the initial play. They're not committing everything right off the bat. They used the exhaust, but it was a grid Meganar ult to actually peel. You can see on the other side, Takoi was kind of getting chased down, creating space, but Palafox ults in. It isn't until very late that Johnson pops his ulti. Just now, he pops the ulti, and Doklas gets out of range there, no problem. And then you've committed your ulti, you've committed the flash and the ult from the Wukong, and there's not really a good way to get out of here. Philip is kind of buried behind the play, and Takoi used his ult, I believe, in retreat, so he actually has no charges left at this point. And that is your main carry there to kind of be that big threat. So all in there for Dokla, not able to find it. It's very punishing for FlyQuest.
And it feels bad too because that was their decision. It's not like CLG made them play it that way. They chose to go after Dokla. They chose to not mag dump and try to just kill the Gnar immediately, and they got punished for it.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, again, I think, you know, when you see him in Mega and it's 20 seconds until Dragon, that's going to expire and he's going to be on the exhausted passive, so he can't actually proc it again. So I think they should have just played straight for the Dragon, except for the fact Dokla's not going to be in Mega, and you're going to be in a great spot because of that. But great response from CLG. Palafox able to have a really good cross map. Now they engage though.
FlyQuest going right back in it to win it. The CC is there and Luger is gone. Shields and heals be damned. The Zeri dies to the burst. Exactly what FlyQuest was looking for.
Yeah, that was really good. The Ignite comes out. All the ultis getting layered there. Johnson, Afro, Jose, no hesitation this time as they knew they have to be able to burst down Luger. Looking for a little bit of a re-engage there as Dokla's kind of hovering on the side here, but doesn't have his Mega ready.
No bar. No Gnar bar charged up to go. Jose Diodo taking some damage as he tries to work his way out of this one. CLG chases him off, continues to keep that tier 1 turret alive. CLG is still with a 4-2 lead here on turret.
Gold pretty much even though. You know, it's basically back to dead even. Takoi looking like he's working towards potentially a Death Cap third, win for the Shadow Flame. I always prefer Shadow Flame instead of Zhonya's when you're ahead early on Ahri. I think when you're the kind of person that has to carry on your team, as he was, going, you know, Banshees, Zhonya's, etc., just kind of is too much of a passive build.
I like it against Sona as well because of Shadow Flame being good against targets that were shielded. Yep. Sona just shields everybody, so why not be able to throw that out and find a little bit of extra
shield damage
value
is so bad.
It doesn't matter. It's still there. Hey, it's
85.
It's 85. It's 85 more than he would. Oh, God bless it. All right. Well, I guess my point wasn't as good as I was hoping it would be. Anyway.
But it is good.
It's still 85. And that's something.
The flat pen is really why you like it, though, right? The flat pen from the Sork Boots plus that is very effective against champions like Sona, who are really squishy and can get 100 to 0'd. Plus, I just don't think he's really interacted with the Sona that much since he actually completed the purchase, so we'll see, you know, if that's going to be very effective later on. But CLG on to Baron here, and this actually is something that they were able to get a win off of last week, where their opponents just kind of lost track of the fact that they could be on it.
Yeah.
FlyQuest doesn't know.
FlyQuest
They're just going to get a free
no
Baron.
idea what's going on right now. CLG just cleanly and quietly taking the Baron. Okay, finally, they're going to spy it out here with a Scryer's Trigger. Jose Diodo, he goes over the wall, he looks for the steal, but he finds nothing but a face full of bullets from Luger. CLG, awesome Baron sneak.
Able to get that, and I think they even got a shutdown on Jose, plus his flash and his ulti, so insult to injury means FlyQuest may not even be able to fight for this next Dragon here for Soul. And again, you know, Fly just losing track of the fact that they were on this. They do drop the blue trinket, but very, very late. Flashes in 10. Okay, so he smited at about 1070 there. I think he was trying to actually get the Q plus the smite. Didn't look like it was able to come through. Does end up going CLG's way. And CLG now back to a significant advantage with the Baron buff on them for this next Dragon fight. They're going to be heavily favored at that one unless FlyQuest can find something really special. So I honestly think FlyQuest might not even fight this next Dragon. Might just try to wait for third items, wait for the Hurricane on Twitch, wait for the Death Cap on Ahri, and wait for Flash and everything to come back on Jose. So losing track of that really, really hurts their chances in this game.
I mean, obviously, you would love to get that soul. You would love to have that huge injection of power, but at the bare minimum, it does provide you with insurance against CLG getting a ton of value for it, because it's not like they're going to feel great about getting a single Ocean Drake.
Yeah.
They still have a ways to go for the soul themselves. So FlyQuest shouldn't feel like they have to take a doomed fight for this Drake if that's their only option. 10 seconds coming up, and it looks like FlyQuest is willing to surrender that one.
Yeah, I think they have to. I mean, they also have just zero vision. Like, where are their wards? You know, there's one place on the other side from Philip, but this entire section of the map is completely choked out. They have one little line of vision there. That's about all they have.
Very much.
Not much of anything. So even with them giving this up, they can't even shove out their side lanes, really, because they don't have the vision to do so. So CLG running the map now, and you have to pay respect to the potential of Palafox answering on a side lane. You know, if you overpush, Talia comes in with someone else, you could definitely be in a lot of trouble. Runins now completed. The Chemtech Purifier. Those are really big. Runins is so big for Twitch. It just completely changes your ulti. You get that, extension on those bolts with your ulti, and can really threaten there. Dokla in trouble.
Okay, Dokla getting caught out here. Yuumi ulti gets the root, and it's Afromu getting paid. Nice catch, but it will cost them the tier 2 turret there in the bottom lane where the rest of CLG is located.
But Philip can push on the other side. Oh, he's actually going to TP back. Wow, that is surprising. They're going to try to go for a 5v4. They think CLG has overextended, but CLG can just walk it out. I think Philip should have just kept pushing for the tier 2.
Jose Dioto has no ultimate for this. Tukoi has no ultimate for this. Afromu has no ultimate for this. Even if you're 5v4, you don't have your greatest team fighting tools. And CLG, 4v5, are still pushing forward looking for that inhib. FlyQuest, yeah, it feels like they're stumbling around a little bit here. Firing off that W to the ruins of the turret, looking for that bigger AoE, that greater amount of damage. CLG, 4v5, takes inhib.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be totally fine to actually lose that inhib, so I way would have rather if Philip actually just pushed in. He would have gotten guaranteed the tier 2, and maybe even the tier 3. I think he probably wouldn't have been able to take the inhib, but I expect he would have got 2 towers there, actually get them a lot of gold. You lose the inhib either way, and he would have still had his TP. So, trying to overcommit on that play, maybe felt that they really need to defend it, but losing 1 inhib this late in the game isn't that big of a deal, to be honest with you. It's more important to really get that injection of gold, and they are on their spikes now, so we'll see if FlyQuest will be looking for a fight, but I'm expecting it's just going to be around these major objectives unless someone thinks that they can really find some sort of a pick, and we haven't really seen too much of that. Palafox has been very inactive with the Talia. There was the one ulti to kind of save Dokla down in bot lane when they overcommitted, but that's about the only ulti he's really kind of moved around with.
Well, they're going in again, looking for picks on the side of FlyQuest. Contract's very tanky, will not be bursted down here today. Now you got Palafox looking to ride the wall in and look for some playmaking of his own as Jose Dioto pushed back by the seismic shove and taken out. Afromu able to get away, attach himself to Decoy, not go down with the jungler there, but nice pick coming out for CLG, gives him 5v4 for the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, I like FlyQuest trying to make a move, but Contracts is not the guy to go for. He's pure tank, even as a force of nature, so not taking much damage from Decoy either at this point. And with the Sona behind him, unless you have overwhelming damage, like all 5 members, that guy is just not going to die. He is very, very durable. So now, pushing in here without Jose, they could try to threaten for this inhib. You can see Dokla moving up towards top to try to push that out. FlyQuest have okay wave clear. Johnson looking.
Yeah, Johnson has opened up with the ulti. That'll be enough to scare him away, but CLG, they'll keep shoving this out. They're going to clear out that last little wave of minions. Now they're pulling back. 1 minute until Baron, so it's not like FlyQuest is able to do an immediate punish if CLG has to recall.
Yeah.
But CLG are feeling good about that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Should be feeling very, very good. Opening up his gold lead now, almost up to 5K at this point. Since they have taken advantage over these last couple minutes, you look 25 to kind of the 32 mark where we are at now. Has been a pretty significant increase in that gold lead. The completions coming through, that snuck Baron really was kind of the turning point in the game. But the frontline damage very low here for FlyQuest. They go in, again, it is everything landing onto Contracts, but they get him at half health, right? He's not really in danger of dying whatsoever there. Even with everyone kind of committing the ultis, just not enough to really threaten him. There's no LDR on Johnson. Jace is a lethality build against an armor stacker there. Not really going to be much of a threat there. Wukong cannot threaten him either, and Ahri does not kill frontline, right? So you just aren't really equipped to do it. You have to fight past the Udyr, which is difficult. But if you can find that pick onto Luger or Poom or Palafox, they will die instantly. But it cannot be on Contracts.
Contracts so darn tanky here on the Udyr. 45 seconds on the Drake, and Baron has just now respawned. FlyQuest painfully aware of where CLG is now after having that first one stuck away.
CLG's going Baron. They're just going to try to rush it again.
FlyQuest. This happened once. Fellas. Okay. All right,
it was on a ward, so they saw it.
They know what's going on now. Jose Dioto face checking Palafox there. Gonna get stunned a little bit, but now he goes in after the CLG mid laner. Dokla tries to jump over the wall, but he's killed before he's able to transform. Johnson and Decoy want to get away. Johnson taken out of the picture is beautiful for CLG. Jose Dioto tries to run, but Luger is chasing him down. Double kill over to Palafox. Yes, they lose Dokla, but yes, they kill 3.
Yeah, they killed Dokla, but Philip wasn't even there. Philip arrived after the fight was already over, so yes, it is that initial pick, but you spend everything to get that initial pick, and the remaining CLG4 very, very strong. Philip will actually pick up this dragon, but CLG is just going to look to end here. Philip's got to get back to base.
Yeah,
he's going to be very late back to base.
Yeah, the dragon, he's killing it now. Remember, they don't have a Baron or anything, so he's got the full recall timer, and CLG, they're just going in, looking for Nexus turrets. First one about to drop here, a little bit more damage, will get it done. There it goes. Minion wave just now cleared out. CLG finally has to walk away. They'll put the damage into this tier 3 turret, but not quite enough to take that down too. They didn't get the Baron, but they got a really good consolation prize.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to, FlyQuest is able to get the soul, so CLG kind of overcommitting to that. You know, they thought they had the angle to end. If you don't have the angle to end, it would have been way better to take Baron there and deny soul, right? Because soul is that permanent buff. So, you know, both teams, you know, making some difficult decisions here in the later stages of the game that may come back to bite them. You know, if CLG were to lose this game, you would be looking back at this moment and saying, if we denied soul, if we took Baron, we would have been at soul point, we would have been in the really controlled position, because now FlyQuest, off this reset, they're going to go Baron here, and we'll see if they can actually potentially, you know, find a pick, because now the vision has been cleared out, but they do see that one pink ward, I think, spotted Jose, so CLG won't actually be drawn into it.
Right, they dropped the Scryer's Bloom. They know that Baron has not been started up.
Yeah, they haven't found that pink ward. That's such a big deal. Look behind them.
And Chemtech Putrefier on Poom is a big deal here because of how it can enchant everybody to have Grievous Wounds. Does a good job at shutting down some of the regeneration there from the Ocean Soul. But we have ourselves a 5v5 standoff here in the mid lane, as the minion waves are going to get cleared out. Both sides try to poke a little bit back and forth. But of course, this neutral ARAM state favors CLG because they're the ones that have super minions spawning. They're the ones that have that massive wave that wants to crash in top. And it's Philip who has to go deal with it.
And Philip has no TP, while Dokla does, right? You know, Philip used his TP at that last fight around Baron, but was way late to the fight. Didn't get anything done with the teleport, and now does not have his teleport here. So when he goes bot lane to actually answer Dokla, Dokla can just TP to join the team, and CLG can do Baron. And one of the big advantages of Sona is this AoE shielding makes it really, really safe to attempt to do Baron. So you don't really have to be concerned whatsoever about getting too low when you are going for those Baron takes.
Takoi sidestepping away there from that laser, but making sure not to overextend himself for that ward.
IE completed on Johnson. That's really big now. So he just hits his 4-item spike. He was on the BF, but now goes back, completes that full IE. That can put Twitch over the edge, where you get to that point where you really can find those very quick kills on some of these squishy members, because you have the Hurricane. If you can find the angle to really hit multiple members in the back line. But he's spotted on that ward, and they can actually set a trap for him here. They know that he just went in stealth on that ward. The vision was toggled, but right where Philip is, there's actually a vision ward.
CLG still grouped up, still looking. Contracts stuns up the enemy AD carry, but is it enough? Contracts having to get away now. Jose Yoto going to be taken low, but his Contracts taken down. FlyQuest damage reigns supreme. Philip continues the chase as Dokla flashes away. FlyQuest don't lose anybody. They take down 2, but it's CLG minions in the enemy base as well.
Yeah, Philip's got to go back, so they're trying to defend him on the base, and then they can go to Baron. Jose, that was so smart.
Nicely done.
But now they just run down mid. We'll actually see, will they commit to this? Are they actually going to go for this completely? Palafox and Puma are moving down mid to try to threaten that last inhibitor tower here. Philip will defend. The Nexus tower is going to be okay. We can see them sending some members back. Johnson and Jose will finish this off. So good resource allocation here from FlyQuest. And that charm from Takoi, potentially game-changing. Caught Luger with the charm. They get the kill onto the Zeri, and that is so much of their firepower at this point in the game. And, you know, with the IE through, now a last Whisper completed on top for Johnson, suddenly Contracts does have to be worried. When Marksman hit this point, the damage starts to outscale the tankiness, right? You really start to become someone who can be threatened. So IE is through, Contracts goes in, watch Takoi on the side here. First use of the ultimate, then goes in, finds Luger right as he steps past those 2 range minions. It was right on the edge. Nails him with the charm. I'm sure Luger thought he was behind those minions, thought he was still safe. They all pile in, they get the kill. And now FlyQuest with the Baron buff here, they're pushing out topside with Takoi, so they've got to wait for him. And then they will look to try to set up around Elder, very, very likely.
And that's to me what defines the best Aries, is being able to work those charms in at those rarest angles, those smallest windows. We saw Abadaga do it on 100 Thieves last week, where even despite having rough laning phases, he was able to find the right charms at the right times. And now Takoi landing one like that in a crucial moment in a very close game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Luger is playing Barrier. He's not playing Cleanse. They don't have a Mikhail. So if you hit that charm and there's follow-up, he's just going to die, right? Like, he is relying on his heal, you know, and his sustain to really be able to keep him alive. You know, this is Bloodthirster plus the shield bow plus all the healing from Boom. But if you can 100 to 0 that guy, that doesn't really matter. And that's what the charm really got them there. Jose now threatening here on the side with Afro, looking for that potential engage. Luger hugging the bottom side, knowing that they were up around that top edge.
Yep.
And you can see that damage onto Johnson. I think that was that just like a Zeri W that did about 40% of his health there. You know, quite a lot of damage, but Johnson really, really strong at this point. Closing in even on the LDR gold, so we'll see if they want to try to fight before that, or if they're going to try to hold out.
Well, we have 30 seconds until the Elder Drake spawns. Dokla has the Narbar charge now. Palafox went for the wall to see if they were able to cut anybody off, but it did not work. FlyQuest stays together, they disengage.
But again, where's the vision, right? They've completely been choked out of this area of the map. This is what it's going to be about, this whole area there, you know, with the Elder spawning on that side. Can they actually get in? They're trying to get control of the mid lane here. They're going to look for the engage!
Hosadioto goes in. He's started it off here for the side of FlyQuest, and Contracts is already dead. They're going to look for more. Dokla's going to be taken down. Double kill back over to Johnson. It's Tuki time! FlyQuest, 5 for nothing.
FlyQuest wipe them off the map 40 minutes in. A 5 for 0 clean ace. What a dominant fight. And look at that damage out of the Twitch. 7,800 in one fight for Johnson. Absolutely erases CLG.
Jose Dioto sets him up, and Johnson knocks him down. FlyQuest ends the CLG winning streak and ties their own record 2-2.
Damn, what a back and forth game in this one. FlyQuest getting way ahead early. Now CLG pulling back, getting that Baron. FlyQuest, though, in the end, the Twitch hits his items. They find those good engages, those last couple fights. The Scaling Pelican really kicked in. The IE is there. The Last Whisper as well. Some key charms from Decoy. A really great engage from Afro and Jose to set them up in that final fight. So a really big win for them to take down CLG.
Afro and Jose, the Wukong Yuumi duo is so damn oppressive. Wukong goes in, insta knockup as Yuumi starts casting. By the time your butt hits the ground from Wukong throwing you up there, you're rooted from Yuumi. By the time that root's over, guess who's ready to spin again? It's Wukong. So difficult to get away from it. And when 6-item Twitch just says, okay, click, click, there's not a whole lot you can do.
No, I mean, you're dead in that CC chain there, you know, with the team in position to really follow up quickly. Philip also did a great job actually winning out in kind of a 1v1 on the side against Palafox, you know, finding that Talia in isolation, able to take him down. So really good stuff in those final team fights from FlyQuest. CLG, though, they're going to be thinking back to when they tried to actually end the game on the push. When they went for the end, instead of taking Baron and denying Soul, that cost them so much because the Ocean Soul was critical for FlyQuest on the other side. But a very close game, very back and forth game. The guys on the desk and everyone's talking about it, Emily as well, you know, talking about how close this was going to be, that they thought it was, you know, two pretty even teams. Jet predicting they thought they were going to end with a similar amount of wins. It looked like a close battle.
Well, let's take another look at some of it here as we've got ourselves one of those big moments. Jose Dioto, keep your eyes on the monkey and the cat.
Yeah, W, Flash, E. Look how far away his clone is, right? It's this distance right there. Yep. That's the gap he just closed instantaneously. And then on the side, this is what I was talking about here. Philip and Palafox. Philip isolates Palafox, pushes him out of the fight, wins the 1v1 very easily against him. And on the other side, Johnson has had the space created that he needed. His team finds that perfect engage. If Twitch is able to free fire on CC targets like that, if he's not instantly focused and actually pushed back, there's no stopping this guy. And I mean, Zeri in that kind of fight is so much less effective, right? Zeri really excels in these long, drawn-out fights where you're stacking up the ulti, exactly. Where Twitch just opens up and it's just rat-tat-tat, you're dead.
Yep. Anytime you have a full build Twitch in one of these 4 or 5 man fights and he gets that opportunity, like you're saying, just let him auto attack for 3 seconds.
Yep.
That's all you need.
Yep, pretty much.
Over.
It's terrifying.
All the health bars are gone. Really impressive stuff from FlyQuest, being able to play as a team, get this one done, lock this one in, came into this one at 1-2, got that record tied up now, and just seeing the synergy between Jose and Afro, being able to set these things up, buying time for Johnson.
Yeah.
And then bottom lane, both of these duos were having some punches back and forth the entire time as well.
Absolutely. The early game was pretty spicy. I've got to give credit to Philip, too. You know, I had been thinking he was going to struggle in his laning phase, but he's been able to keep it very even. You know, Doko had a great week last week. Yes, there was the mistake where he actually died to that gank with Flash Up, and that kind of snowballed it a little bit in the side lane.
Right.
But that was his only death the entire game. He played sideways pretty well. You know, obviously there's going to be things for them to work on that side, but this is a very young player, you know, coming to the stage with FlyQuest, 19 years old, new addition, and I think he's done a good job so far. You know, I think back to his Camille game last week, where he really was showing kind of some of that killer instinct.
Born to the Camille band today.
Exactly, to be able to find that hard engage. Now here on the Jace, you know, I think mainly when I'm looking at these teams, it's going to be about team coordination and macro calls. So I think these teams are going to be kind of looking back at and wondering, okay, maybe we shouldn't have gone here. You know, FlyQuest side, they should have kept vision on the Baron that CLG was able to sneak. On CLG side, they're going to be regretting some of their game-ending calls and things like that. So little things to polish up from both sides, but I think it's a pretty promising start to the season for both teams.
And I'm honestly really just loving these later game team fights that we're getting these days after the durability patch arrived and sort of how things take a little bit longer to play out. I feel like we get to see more of these interesting decisions, both on a micro level and at a macro level, just seeing what people are willing to trade. What are you willing to go for here? What's going to be the move? What you were talking about with Baron and Soul versus going for the base. It's one of those things where maybe a lot of scrims aren't getting to the point where you have to make that decision, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's always hard to know. Johnson going to win player of the game here. Congratulations to him. You know, did play it out well. They got that 2v2 kill early on. CLG, as you said, fought back, was able to kind of get some kills back and forth. But, you know, at the end of the game really was down to Johnson. You know, if it was from me voting, you know, I do think like Jose was a really key part of it as well, was finding
absolutely.
a lot of those engages. So for me, Jose was setting him up and Johnson was knocking him down. So I think he deserves a lot of credit there too. And also, you know, really good game from Decoy, who I think quietly had a very strong game. You know, he was kind of their early game presence, able to bring some of that power down towards the bottom side and help set up his bot lane.
I mean, he was the 3-0-1 Ahri at the start. He was the one who had the critical charm onto Luger in that one mid-game fight that was able to get them rolling through that. He was not giving up random deaths for no reason. He was a rock that allowed Twitch to hit
To
6
scale.
items, that allowed Yuumi and Wukong to work together and be able to be that team-fighting monster because Ahri got him there. It's that meme that's been posted to hell and back now about Master Splinter and the Ninja Turtles, how he took care of them when they're babies and now they take care of him when he's old.
Yeah.
Decoy is Master Splinter of FlyQuest, but Hai is going to be going pro to pro with Jose Dioto in just a couple minutes. But while they get ready, we're heading over to the Bud Light Breakdown.
Thank you so much, Captain Flowers. Welcome to the Bud Light Breakdown. Welcome, Jose Dioto, to the Bud Light Breakdown.
You stole this man's seat.
I gave this man my seat.
Okay.
Game-winning
He deserves
Engage deserves the seat. He should be running the show, as far as I'm concerned. The saga continues with the Telestrator. We're trying to get the Pro to Pro ready for y'all because we'd love to get Jose Dioto's thoughts on some of the micro and macro things that happened in the game that Hai's picked out. Until that time, we're going to pick your brain over here on the desk. So first, talk to us, because that was a pretty back-and-forth game. A pretty solid early lead for FlyQuest. CLG comes back, and then it takes an interesting soul pickup while they're pushing the base into the late-game engage and the Twitch pop-off for the victory.
Yeah, I mean, I think we had all the lead in early game. We should win when bot lane solo kills the bot lane and then we kill them on dragon. I think the refight was bad for us, but it wasn't like game losing. I think it was bad for us. I still think we had a lot of mistakes they too. They gave us the soul when they shouldn't. They took some bad fights, so I feel like anyone could win this game, so it does fault for us.
One other thing I want to throw in before I hand it over to these three. I don't know if you're aware, everyone on the desk except for one person said that CLG was going to win this game.
Who did that?
According to the graphic, it was you who said CLG was going to win the game. And then I saw a bunch of FlyQuest. So I don't know if you knew that.
I'm blaming
This is the one guy who didn't believe in you. Everybody else believes. I didn't predict. Production's trying to tell me that I thought CLG was going to win this focus. I don't know what that is.
He definitely predicted CLG. So, like, what was your expectation of CLG coming into this game? They were one of the only teams that was, lossless. They were undefeated. I guess that's the better way to use it.
That's the word you were looking for.
My word's fine. But yes, like, what was your expectation going into them today?
I mean, I don't think they're super good exactly. I just think they play like weird stuff in the drafts. So it's kind of hard to play them as a team. Let's say when they play this Senna Seraphine, nobody was expecting them to play it. I also think they are not like super crazy in their game. So I think their wins are good wins, but there's not like nothing crazy. You know, they're good team. That's it. So
that works for me. A question that I actually had for you, because like this is the first time, you know, being able to talk to you and grab you since, you know, coming into this split. My question is more so just related to the prep coming into this split, because I know you guys were grinding solo queue in Korea. I wanted to like, specifically for you, what was like a goal that you had coming in from the last split, losing to Evil Geniuses in the playoffs, coming into this split? What was something that you felt like you needed to work on?
Well, first of all, I started working in my English.
Yeah.
I think some of the stuff that I was saying in game, it was wrong, and a lot of stuff I start asking questions on how people want me to phrase stuff, and if it will help. I also start working in mentality in Korean solo queue exactly, because I play a lot of games in Korea, and I was playing them at my 100% all the time. And something in here I wasn't doing, and now in Champions League I'm doing it, and I think it paid off a lot.
Yeah.
All my games I put all my effort, and I try to do all my best all the time, and I think it's really good that you can do it as a player.
Yeah.
So it really helped me a lot to improve certain points that I wasn't improving. So
how's the new Champions Queue been for you? With like is the matchmaking improving game quality, or just how's it been for you?
I mean, it improved a lot, yes, but there are some games that are weird to play.
Yeah.
But I also think when you're playing Champions Queue, you shouldn't care about your teammates. I'm practicing myself, and I don't care.
Do you do comps in Champs Queue, or do you play no comps?
Depends who I have in my team.
I'm not going to dig on that one. I'm not going to dig on that.
People are like searching your history now. Like, looking up
I
your
do
match
think that's
history.
fair, right? Because like there's a certain element of like when Champions Queue was first released, I love the idea of it, but one of my concerns would have been like the potential for total burnout, because it was on for maybe 60 hours a week on top of what a scrim and LCS schedule is already like 50 hours a week. So how do you, or even other guys on FlyQuest, try and balance the amount of time that you're putting in to Champions Queue and solo queue and scrims so you don't do a 120-hour week?
I mean, for myself, I stopped playing solo queue.
Okay.
I think watching replays in the morning for me is more value than playing solo queue, because also the ping wise and stuff, I don't want to get bad practice as well, because the players in solo queue are not the best right now. But I also think playing in Champions Queue, if you play like certain amount of time, when you get burned out, then you can stop a bit, and then you can like relax a bit, then you do other stuff. And in one days, if you don't want to play, then you don't play, you know? And for myself, I tend to just see when I'm ready to play. If I'm not ready, I just take a break, like 30 minutes, 20 minutes, and then I keep playing. I just think everyone has their manners. There are players that just spam queues and just play, but I don't think that's the best for me, for example. But then you have like Philip that plays 2 games, 3 games. Luik plays 1 game. Johnson plays all the night. Zach as well. So depends on the player.
Okay. Going back to, you talked about how you improved from last split to this split, but I'm really curious as to what you think changed. Obviously, your teammates changed around you, but the biggest difference from last year to this year, because I think that level of improvement is pretty phenomenal. Like, I think you're playing a lot better this year. So I guess what changed outside of, obviously, it's a completely different team?
I mean, I think it's more like chemistry in the team. I think me and Zach are a really good duo, because sometimes we disagree, but it's unlikely. I think again we always have the same idea, and we also go for the same place. Last split was like slightly not the same sometimes, but now we are like more in the same page most of the time. And if we are not, we try to get to the middle ground, and we agree on some stuff. I also think Luik is really good with me, because the more we play together, I think the more he gets better, and that's really good for the mid jungle. And now with Philip, like I think Philip is really talented in fights, so that also brings us like how you can say a joker in the game. You can say.
Yeah.
So that's really good for us.
Yeah, I was kind of curious about Philip, because it seemed like I talked to one of his former coaches extensively kind of about him, and he was like, you know, I'm not sure if he's necessarily ready when you compare him to maybe other academy tops, but he is a great kind of what people call like a culture fit. He's a huge like a joker on the team. He's really willing to improve. So what has it been like integrating him onto the lineup?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really easy, because since Philip has been in academy from last year, I was in academy with him when they demoted me.
True.
So I know him. He knows Johnson. They played together in proving rounds last year. So I think the chemistry is there. He also paired up with Luik really well. The lane assignments are far more easy, because they talk a lot about the game.
Nice.
And with me, I just tell him, yo, don't die here. This is not your timer. You know, I have to cover him a bit because he's like young, you know. So I just like, don't die here, yo, the younger kid. Stop fighting for one. So that kind of stuff I have to do in him. But till he learns, I'll just do it to cover him.
That's great.
I realized that sitting back here, I don't have the normal kind of like view that I have around who wants to speak next. So,
You're
like, feel
lost.
so outside the conversation. Unfortunately, I've been informed that we lost the team fight against the Telestrator. And so Pro Pro is dead for the day. So very apologetic to you that we didn't get an opportunity to get you over there. Glad we could pick your brain here on the desk. I've been told I get to give you the option. You can either hightail it out of here right now, take off if you want, or if you want to stick around for 5 more minutes, you can help us close out the day. What do you want to do?
I can stay.
You want to stick around?
There
Close
we
out
go.
the day?
Yeah, he jumped into comms in our champion.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, we passed the comms check. He's like, sure, I'll talk to you guys a little bit more. I'll talk to y'all a little bit more. I don't think the teleprompter's in the right spot, actually, for where we're supposed to go next. So I just want to make sure.
Player of the games.
Oh, there we go.
I think we're supposed to go to the delivering the win, I believe.
Okay.
Look, I'm ready to go wherever you want to go with this one.
We'll see what asset comes up.
Like wherever you want to go.
They're refreshing it.
Okay.
Look, a little peek behind the curtains of what
I know.
we
True.
See? All right. Nope, not yet. It's being refreshed.
There we go.
I believe.
Look, I have faith in
And there it is. Here we go. The road to Chicago and Worlds is a long one. And your favorite teams will have to give it everything they've got to make it there. Luckily, they have Grubhub to keep them going. Make sure to eat like your favorite players this weekend and use code 5LCS for $5 off your order of $15 or more through June 26. You go ahead and order, deliver that food the way that Huni delivered the win in their game earlier today.
This is one of those weird deliveries because it wasn't even just him, it was the Renata as well that was coming in. It was like if you open the door and two individuals like literally, it was a two-part meal that like ended up getting TSM that huge upset victory over Team Liquid. And I know a lot of us were talking about TSM just being a team that is much better than their record. I know it's just week one that they were, losing to 100 Thieves and all of these things, and like we were willing to, and we wanted to see them find that big win. This is probably the biggest win they're going to get this split, it feels like, being able to take the top team in Team Liquid.
I just want to turn this to you, Jose, because as he talked about a 3-0 TL that everybody was like, oh my God, they look unstoppable.
Yes.
CLG, what's going on here? They look amazing. A number of our 3-0 teams have already taken losses. So what was your assessment coming out of week one? Did you feel really like there was this big separation in teams or what?
I don't think there is any team that is unbeatable right now.
Okay.
I think also it all comes to the week of who prepares better. And now with these new champions like Velvet and Nila is Nila? I don't know the name.
It's going to take some time.
Yeah, but
not yet.
Yeah,
but
but I just think it all comes to adaptation. I think the teams that are better with these champions, the new meta, everything changes every week. I don't think there is a team that is the best right now. Maybe EG. I think EG is above everyone.
Okay.
But besides that one, I don't think anyone is unbeatable.
All right, still the only team to hold the top spot. Let's go through some of the top individuals from the day with our PUG leaderboard. Let's see who picked up the top honors. Fudge in game number 1. Closer, game number 2, before Spica led the charge for TSM over Team Liquid. Vulcan, and then Johnson here at the end of the day. It was Twitch time.
This is the most variety we've had. Exactly.
4 different roles.
There it is.
Yeah.
Johnson's picking that up with the Twitch performance.
Do you agree with that?
I got robbed.
I knew it was coming. That was a tough one. We were just, or I should say we, Emily was back here rooting for the first Twitch win of the LCS.
I just want a Twitch win because the first 2 times it's lost, and I'm a Twitch player, so that's why I wanted the win. But I also think, like, as soon as you guys got set behind, you're kind of waiting, and then suddenly you have a 4-item Twitch, so as soon as you engage, he's just absolutely annihilating people.
Yeah, and I mean, just in general, it's always, whenever it comes to those situations, I know this game in particular was a back and forth. Like, at first, it started off with, like, bot lane getting ahead, but then also getting, like, double killed in the back half of it. So it was one of those things where one of these bot laners is going to get an advantage.
Yep.
And I felt like Zeri was in a pretty bad spot because she's dealing with a lot of range, specifically Twitch and Jace. So I was just waiting for that one team fight. And I mean, that one was it, straight through mid lane. So congratulations, like, to you guys being able to pick up the win off that one. So I know we kind of talked about it. How stressed were you in that game? Because that game it felt like really down to the wire.
I mean, I just think these are the games that nobody wants to talk about. When you finish a split, it's like, I don't remember this game already. I don't know what happened. I know we lost Rift, then we lost some fights, and I'm like, what is going on? How are we losing, you know? But then it's like, we got the win in the end.
Yeah.
So I just think the only thing you have to think about this game is like, I just think the scrims are like the reflection of the game stage. I think these are our reflections, and I think we had a lot of games this week like this. But I think taking the win is good, but I don't think it's that good to like keep having these mistakes. So I just think tomorrow we're gonna come with another mentality than today.
Got some stuff to clean up, but got the dub. That's what's important. We've gone through pogs every day of the split so far, but we wanted to take a moment today to bring back rivals, which is something we introduced last split. So this would be an accolade or an honor, a nod given to a player on the losing team in their matchup that we think played superbly well. And today, that's Blue on Dignitas in game number 1 against Cloud9.
He was popping off, man. This was a very, very close game. There was a high chance C9 was going to open up 0-4, and people would start asking way bigger questions. But Blue did a lot to keep Dignitas in this game, had a lot of really big team fights. And we don't talk about Rival much. If people are just tuning in now, if you go on op.gg, like that ace thing that they do,
that's essentially...
We're not naming it ace because we already have an ace.
Yeah.
It's
when you kill 5 people in a team fight at the same time on the enemy.
A lot of words for ace, so we made a new word.
Exactly, and just as a reminder for people, because we introduced this fairly recently, I think it was like last split, right? Yeah. Like there's not going to be a rival every game because there are just some games where it doesn't feel like a team just doesn't do well, right? It's for a particular individual that really performed. And in this case, yeah, Blue performed in that game. It's really nice to be able to see that life in Dignitas, and they're only getting better. It just sucks that they are starting in the position that they are as a team.
In the spirit of that, that last game of the day was pretty close.
That was pretty damn good.
So, Jose, if you had to pick an opponent from CLG in that game to give rival to, who of your opponents do you feel like did the most work, gave you the toughest time in today's game?
I mean, I think Dokla was playing good in the early game. I think when he got the 5 plays, he was annoying to play.
Yeah.
So I will say Dokla.
That made sense. It felt like the game almost turned when you guys were trying to pick Dokla off bot side, and then in comes Talia out of nowhere.
Yeah, he made a lot of time for that one, so props to him.
Yes, I'm liking that Talia pick for Palafox. Let's take a look at the standings. Only one team remains undefeated. And of course, it's none other than our defending champions in Evil Geniuses at 4-0. We got 3 teams right behind them, hot on their heels at 3-1. Dignitas still the only winless team here, but you know, it's a tight race, only 4 days into the split. The schedule for tomorrow, let's see what we got in front of us. Golden Guardians up against TSM before Team Liquid Honda. And FlyQuest step onto stage in game number 2. Cloud9, 100 Thieves, smack dab middle of the day. CLG versus Evil Geniuses, and we close things out with a more progressive versus Dignitas. You've already said you think every team in the league is beatable. So obviously, I would assume that applies to Team Liquid. But when you think about that, just the matchup and the way the teams match up, for yourself, without giving away too much strategically, we'll always put that, you know, on it. Like, how do you approach that team? There are a lot of really big names and stars on that team.
Well, I think when you face like teams like Team Liquid, you just have to play like another approach. You have to go for the early advantage and all kind of stuff. I just don't think when you play behind into tilt, you cannot win because they always, if they snowball the game, you're gonna get like destroyed in the game. So I just think it's good if you can win early too.
I will say that I vividly remember TL last split taking a loss in the regular season. There may have been a Lucian involved in the enemy team, and you guys may have had the scaling advantage with a Veigar. I'm just saying that was the thing. So, like, it's possible. Right. I know they have a new focus.
Raz is like, let me change all of your prep. 12 hours before you step on stage.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
To go up against one of the best teams
If
in the
the
league.
big environment wants to play Veigar, he can play Veigar.
Look, you don't mess with the big environment, all right?
Don't
You let
mess
the
with
big
him.
environment do what he wants. Well, Jose, once again, I want to thank you so much for joining us here on the desk at the end of the day. I know it wasn't exactly what you expected, but nonetheless, we're grateful.
Thank you.
All righty, now before we head out, celebrate Pride Month with queer women of esports as their community competes in an all-out best-of-3 League of Legends brawl hosted by Evil Geniuses. The action already kicked off, but you can hang out here to catch the show because we'll be hosting them as soon as we sign off. Speaking of signing off, let's do it. That's going to do it for us here. So on behalf of myself, the casters, the entire broadcast crew, and especially Jose Dioto, thank you so much for watching the LCS. We'll catch you tomorrow. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other, and nail it, Emily.
God, I suck.
One day. One day.
I think you broke the pen.
Not today, maybe tomorrow.
I think I did break the pen.